Story 1. Am I wrong for telling my sister she needs to be less sensitive about our family traditions? I'm 29, and every year our family has this big Thanksgiving tradition that's been going on for as long as I can remember. It's not your typical Thanksgiving meal where you just gather around a table and eat a store-bought turkey. No, our tradition involves hunting our own turkey. It's something my parents, grandparents, and even great-grandparents did. It's like a rite of passage, almost. Every November, a bunch of us head out to this spot in the woods that my dad found years ago, and we spend the day together, hunting a turkey to bring home and cook for Thanksgiving. It's always been something that makes Thanksgiving feel unique and special for us. It's our little way of connecting with each other and honoring something we've done for generations. So, this year, I volunteered to host. I've got the space, I've got the time to prepare, and I genuinely wanted to make Thanksgiving memorable. My sister, Kate, who's 24, has always been a part of this tradition too. But this year, things have changed. About a year ago, she became vegan. I was supportive of her decision, tried some of her vegan recipes, and made sure there was always something she could eat at family gatherings. I didn't think it was a big deal, and I figured Thanksgiving would just mean adding some extra vegan-friendly sides. But then, Kate called me a few weeks back with a request, as she put it. She asked if we could skip the turkey hunt this year and just do a vegan Thanksgiving. I thought she was joking at first. For our family, the hunt is the tradition. It's the reason we all look forward to Thanksgiving. But Kate was dead serious. She said that hunting for the turkey went against everything she believed in now, and that she couldn't sit down and enjoy the meal knowing how the turkey got to the table. She wanted us to have a vegan meal instead, something that didn't involve hunting or any kind of animal products. At first, I tried to be open-minded. I get that people change, and I respect her choice to go vegan. But this isn't just about the food. It's about the whole experience. The hunt is more than just killing a turkey. It's the camaraderie, the stories, the laughter, and the hours we spend together as a family, doing something we've done for years. I tried explaining this to her, but she wasn't having it. She said it was barbaric and outdated, and that it shouldn't be that big of a deal to just do things differently for 1 year. She kept saying it wouldn't kill us to skip the hunt just once. But the thing is, it feels like a huge deal. My parents, my uncles, my cousins, this is something we all look forward to, and it's something that brings us together. I told her that while I'm fine with making vegan dishes for her, not going on the hunt would take away the spirit of the holiday for me and everyone else. She didn't like that answer and accused me of being insensitive. According to her, I was putting tradition over family, as if wanting to hold on to something that's meaningful to me automatically meant I didn't care about her beliefs. That's when things started getting tense. Ever since that call, Kate's been on a sort of mission to get me to change my mind. She's been sending me articles about animal rights, vegan Thanksgiving recipes, and the impact of hunting on the environment. I can tell she's really passionate about it, and part of me appreciates that she wants us to be more conscious. But it's also frustrating because it feels like she's not considering what this tradition means to the rest of us. I'm not against making adjustments to include her, but it feels unfair that she's expecting everyone to change what they've always done, just because she's chosen a different lifestyle. Then, last weekend, she brought it up again. We were all at my parents' house, just catching up over coffee, when Kate started talking about Thanksgiving plans. She casually mentioned her hope that we wouldn't be doing the turkey hunt this year, and that maybe we could start a new tradition. She kept saying that we could still be together without hunting, as if that would somehow make it the same. My mom looked at me, clearly uncomfortable, and my dad just sat there, not saying a word, probably because he didn't want to get dragged into the debate. I could feel my frustration bubbling up, but I tried to keep calm. I reminded Kate that I'd already agreed to make vegan dishes for her, but I didn't see why we should give up the hunt. I even offered to buy a separate vegan tray just for her, if that would make her feel better. But she just shook her head and told me I was missing the point. She said it was about respecting her values, and that she didn't understand why I couldn't be more flexible. That's when I snapped a little. I told her that she was overreacting and maybe needed to be a bit less sensitive about it. I tried to say it in a way that didn't sound harsh, but I could see by her face that it hurt her. She got really quiet, muttered something under her breath, and left the room. Now, my parents are kind of caught in the middle. My mom has always been the peacemaker, and she keeps telling me that family should come before tradition, that we should try to find a way to make everyone happy. She's gently suggested that maybe we could skip the hunt just this once, just to keep the peace. But it doesn't feel right to me. This is something we've done for decades, something that makes Thanksgiving feel like Thanksgiving for all of us. It feels wrong to ask everyone else to give that up, especially when there's a middle ground. Kate could just skip the hunting part and join us for the meal afterward. But apparently, that's not enough for her. She wants us all to change, and it feels like she's putting her new beliefs above everything else. So now, here we are, just a few weeks away from Thanksgiving, and things feel tense every time the holiday is brought up. Kate's barely talking to me, and my mom keeps hinting that maybe I should reach out to smooth things over, but I honestly don't know what to say that I haven't already said. I'm frustrated because it feels like no matter what I offer, it's never going to be enough. I want to make her feel included, but I also don't want to give up something that means so much to the rest of us. And I can't shake the feeling that, by asking us to skip the hunt, she's asking us to give up part of who we are as a family. It's like this tradition has become a battleground for something bigger, something about respect and boundaries and what family means. I wish she could see that this isn't just about a meal or a holiday, it's about a piece of our history, something that ties us together. And yet, she's making me feel like the bad guy for wanting to hold on to that. It's exhausting, and it's making me dread a holiday that I normally love. And that's where things stand right now. After that last argument with Kate, I honestly thought things would cool down, but it turns out I was dead wrong. Instead of dropping it, she started upping her campaign to get us to change our Thanksgiving plans. She sent more articles, more links to vegan resources, even some documentaries she thought we should all watch before the holiday. It felt like every other day there was a new message from her in the family group chat, talking about animal rights or offering alternatives to our tradition. At one point, she suggested we could just have a plant-based Thanksgiving, as if swapping out one of the most important parts of the holiday for everyone would be a simple, easy thing to do. My parents, bless them, have tried to stay neutral, but I can tell it's making them uncomfortable. My dad doesn't like conflict and usually just ignores anything that feels too intense, but even he's been caught off guard by Kate's persistence. And my mom, who's always been the type to try and keep the peace, started suggesting that maybe I should just go along with Kate's wishes to keep things simple. She even said it might be a good opportunity to try something new. That hit a nerve because this isn't just something new to us, it's a family ritual, one that we've all looked forward to year after year. And now, it feels like I'm the only one standing up for it. A few days ago, Kate took things up a notch. She showed up at my apartment unannounced, with this whole presentation ready. She sat me down and pulled out her laptop, complete with a slideshow about the environmental impact of meat, the benefits of veganism, and all the reasons she felt we needed to make this change as a family. I watched her go through each slide, trying my best to stay patient. I could tell she'd put a lot of effort into it, and I get that this is important to her. But at the same time, it felt like she was pushing her views onto me, onto all of us, without any thought about what the rest of the family might want. When she finished, I told her, again, that I was open to making vegan dishes, but I wasn't going to ask everyone to skip the hunt. I even reminded her that she didn't have to come along if it made her uncomfortable, that we could meet up afterward for the meal. But she just looked at me, totally frustrated, and said that it wasn't enough, that I was not even trying to understand. I reminded her that I had already agreed to make the sides vegan and even offer vegan dessert options. but she just kept saying it didn't matter if we still went out and hunted for the main course. She accused me of prioritizing tradition over her beliefs and told me I was being selfish for not being willing to compromise. That word, selfish, really got under my skin. Here I was, trying to make sure everyone felt included, willing to adjust the menu, to put in extra effort to make sure she didn't feel left out. And she was calling me selfish. It felt like no matter what I did, it wasn't going to be enough for her. She kept saying I was the one making things difficult, that if I really cared about family, I'd be willing to try it her way, just this once. I could feel my patience slipping, but I bit my tongue. I didn't want to say something I'd regret, so I just let her finish. And then she left, clearly frustrated that I wasn't giving in. Since that day, things have been weird between us. Kate's barely talking to me now, and when she does, it's always tense. She's brought my mom into it even more, saying that I'm being unreasonable, that I'm refusing to grow and adapt as a person. My mom called me, trying to get me to see Kate's side of things. She kept saying she just wants to feel respected and included, and how this was important to her journey, or something like that. I get it, I do. But it feels like the entire family is being asked to shift everything just to cater to her beliefs. And I don't think that's fair. My cousins have even started asking me what's going on. Apparently, Kate's been mentioning it to them, too, trying to rally them to her side. Some of them are sympathetic, but they're also just as attached to the tradition as I am. They're used to this holiday being a certain way, and they don't want to lose that. My aunt even said that if Kate doesn't want to participate, she can just do her own thing and join for dinner. No big deal. But to Kate, it seems like that option isn't good enough. At this point, it feels like I'm the only one holding on to this tradition. My mom's leaning toward just letting Kate have her way, and my dad's staying out of it as much as he can. My cousins don't want the drama, and my aunt and uncle just want a peaceful holiday. It's isolating, honestly, because it feels like I'm the only one left trying to hold on to something that's been important to us for years. I keep replaying Kate's words in my head, that I'm being selfish, that I'm the one making this difficult, and I can't help but wonder if maybe she's right. But at the same time, I know that giving in wouldn't feel right to me either. The other night, I was up late, just thinking about how things have spiraled. I'm dreading Thanksgiving now, which is something I never thought would happen. I've always loved this holiday, loved the hunt, the togetherness, the way it brings all of us together in a way that feels genuine and rooted in our family's history. But now, instead of looking forward to it, I'm just worried about how it's going to go. I can't shake the feeling that whatever I do, it's going to end up with someone feeling hurt or upset, and the worst part is, I don't see a way out of this that feels right for everyone. As Thanksgiving got closer, I decided I'd had enough of the back and forth with Kate. I didn't want our family holiday to be completely hijacked by this argument, so I figured it was time to try and come up with some kind of compromise. I'd already offered vegan sides and a separate main dish for her, but it clearly wasn't enough for her, and I was starting to think maybe I needed to try harder. So I reached out to her one more time and suggested we sit down to talk. When we met up, I tried to make it clear that I wasn't trying to shut her out or disrespect her beliefs. I told her I understood that this was important to her, and that I wanted her to feel included. I offered to make the meal more vegan-friendly overall, even more than I'd already planned. I told her that I'd do a full spread of vegan sides, desserts, even vegan-friendly appetizers. Basically, I'd do everything I could to make her feel comfortable at the table, short of giving up the hunt itself. But as soon as I said that, I could see it wasn't going to be enough for her. She said that as long as the hunt was part of the tradition, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the holiday. She kept insisting that if I really cared about her feelings, I'd be willing to skip the hunt just this once. I told her that the hunt wasn't just about me, it was about everyone in the family, and that asking all of us to give it up felt unfair. She didn't seem to see it that way and said I was still putting tradition over family. At that point, I realized we were just going in circles. no matter how much I offered to adjust. As long as the hunt was on the table, she wasn't going to be happy. And the idea of letting go of the hunt felt wrong to me, like I'd be erasing something that meant a lot to not just me, but to everyone who looked forward to it. We ended the conversation with no resolution, and honestly, I felt more drained than ever. It felt like the holiday was already ruined, and we hadn't even gotten there yet. Thanksgiving Day finally arrived, and I did my best to keep the peace. I spent hours in the kitchen, making sure there were plenty of vegan options for Kate. I prepared everything exactly as she'd wanted, making sure there was no cross-contamination with any animal products. I even went out of my way to make sure she'd feel comfortable at the table. But when we got back from the hunt, she looked miserable. She barely touched the food, and it was obvious to everyone that she wasn't happy. The whole atmosphere felt tense, like everyone was walking on eggshells around her. At one point during dinner, she made a comment about how some people just can't let go of outdated practices, and I knew that was aimed at me. I didn't respond, I just let it go because I didn't want to turn Thanksgiving dinner into an argument. But inside, I was frustrated. I'd done everything I could to make sure she felt included, short of giving up the hunt, and it still wasn't enough. It felt like no matter what I did, I'd end up being the bad guy in her eyes. After dinner, my mom pulled me aside and told me that she thought I should apologize to Kate. She said that maybe, for the sake of family harmony, it would be best if I just told Kate that I understood her perspective and would take it into consideration for next year. I knew my mom was just trying to keep the peace, but it rubbed me the wrong way. I'd spent the whole day trying to accommodate Kate, and it felt like I was the one being expected to bend even more. By the end of the night, Kate left early, barely saying goodbye to anyone. My cousins asked me what was going on, and all I could say was that we just had different ideas about what Thanksgiving should be. It was awkward, and it felt like the whole day had been overshadowed by this one disagreement. I couldn't shake the feeling that no matter how hard I tried, it would never be enough for Kate. She wanted everyone to see things her way, and anything less than that just wasn't acceptable to her. Now, Thanksgiving's over, but the whole situation is still hanging over me. My mom keeps hinting that I should reach out to Kate and make things right, but I don't know if that's even possible at this point. I feel like I've already tried to make peace, and it didn't get me anywhere. It's left me wondering if I should have just given in from the start, even though it wouldn't have felt right to me. So now I'm left here wondering, am I wrong for not changing our tradition to accommodate my sister's new lifestyle? Story 2. Am I wrong for not supporting my friend's dream wedding after she excluded me from her bridal party? I'm a 32-year-old teacher, and I've been best friends with Kate for over a decade. We met in college, shared everything from bad dates to career highs, and spent hours on the phone when either of us needed to vent about anything. Kate and I were basically inseparable. She's been my go-to person for as long as I can remember, and I always thought we'd be standing side by side at each other's weddings. It just seemed like a given. When she called to tell me she was engaged, I was thrilled. I knew she'd been waiting for this moment for a long time, and I was genuinely happy for her. We talked for hours about her fiancé, the proposal, the ring, and all her ideas for the wedding. She told me she was planning a destination wedding at a gorgeous resort, and I could already picture myself in a bridesmaid dress, helping her get ready, celebrating with her, and making all the memories that best friends make on days like that. Honestly, it felt like I was almost as excited as she was, just imagining everything we'd do. But as time went on, she kept talking about her bridal party, and she never mentioned my name. At first, I thought maybe she was keeping it a surprise, or just hadn't gotten around to asking me yet. I even joked with her once about what color dress I'd have to buy, and she just laughed it off. Then, about a month after her engagement, she called me up and started talking about the logistics of the wedding. She asked if I'd be able to come, mentioning it was a big ask since it was out of the country, but she really wanted me there. That's when she dropped the bomb. She wanted me there as a guest, not a bridesmaid. I remember feeling stunned for a second, not sure if I'd heard her right. She went on to explain how she'd decided to keep the bridal party small and intimate. She said she'd chosen a couple of other friends from our group, but that she didn't want a big bridal party because it was too much to manage. I didn't even know how to react. I'd always thought I was her closest friend. We've been through so much together, and I was sure I'd be by her side on her wedding day. The idea that I wouldn't even be a bridesmaid didn't make any sense to me. It felt like I'd been completely sidelined in this huge moment of her life, a moment I thought I'd play a big part in. I didn't know what to say at that moment, so I just tried to keep my voice steady and told her I'd think about it. After we hung up, I spent the next few days going back and forth in my head, wondering if I was overreacting. I kept trying to rationalize it, thinking maybe she was just stressed with wedding planning, or maybe she felt like she had to include other friends first. But no matter how much I tried to reason with myself, it hurt. It hurt to think that she didn't see me as someone important enough to be up there with her. I kept replaying all our years of friendship in my mind, all the things we'd been through, and I couldn't understand why she'd make this decision. A week later, I decided to bring it up with her. I wasn't trying to start a fight. I just wanted to understand why she didn't include me. I told her that I felt hurt and that it had taken me by surprise. She was silent for a moment, then told me that she'd thought I'd be more understanding. She said that weddings are complicated, that she couldn't include everyone, and that she needed people in her bridal party who wouldn't make things harder. That was another gut punch. Did she think I'd be difficult? I'd never been anything but supportive of her. I tried to tell her that I wasn't trying to make it about me, but that it just felt strange not to be included in such a significant part of her life. She replied that she'd really love for me to be there as a guest, that it would mean a lot to her, but that she couldn't change her bridal party plans at this point. I told her I'd think about it and tried to leave it at that, but the whole situation weighed heavily on me. Attending her wedding as just a guest, sitting in the audience while our other friends stood by her side, felt humiliating. I didn't want to feel like I was an outsider watching my best friend get married. I wanted to support her, but this just felt wrong. Then came the financial side of things. The wedding was set to take place at a luxury resort, and between the airfare, accommodations, and other expenses, the trip would cost me a lot. As a teacher, it's not like I have tons of disposable income, and the thought of spending so much to attend as just a guest felt like adding salt to the wound. I brought it up with Kate, trying to explain my perspective, hoping she'd understand where I was coming from. She didn't. She took it as a personal attack, saying I was being selfish and that I was making her wedding about myself. She said that if I really cared about her, I'd be there no matter what. I felt backed into a corner, and our conversation ended on a really tense note. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling that our friendship was suddenly on shaky ground over something that should have brought us closer. It wasn't just between me and Kate anymore, either. Word got out among our friends that I was upset about not being in the bridal party, and it became this huge topic of conversation. Some people understood my perspective and felt it was fair for me to be hurt, while others thought I was being entitled and should just be happy to be invited. The whole thing blew up, and suddenly I felt like everyone was weighing in on something so personal between Kate and me. Each day, it became harder to know what to do. I tried to talk to her again, to clarify that I wasn't trying to be unsupportive, but that I just felt sidelined. I even suggested that maybe I could support her in other ways, like helping with the planning or doing something special for her from afar. But that only seemed to upset her more. She accused me of not really caring about her happiness, and said that if I wasn't going to be there in person, I might as well not be part of her wedding at all. So here I am, torn between supporting my friend and standing up for my own feelings. I went back and forth for a while, debating if I should just suck it up and go to the wedding. After all, Kate was my best friend, and this was a huge day for her. Part of me felt like maybe I was being too sensitive, and maybe this was just how weddings went. But every time I thought about showing up as just another guest, it hit me all over again. The idea of watching from the sidelines with no real role, while all our other friends were up there with her, it felt like a slap in the face. As the wedding got closer, I could feel the tension building. Friends were reaching out, some telling me to just let it go and support Kate, others saying they understood why I felt hurt. It seemed like everyone had an opinion. It was exhausting trying to explain my side, and honestly, I started to feel like the villain. I knew that most people wouldn't get it, and maybe it was hard to understand if you weren't in my shoes. But it didn't change how I felt. I still felt like I'd been shut out of something important, like I didn't matter as much to Kate as I'd thought. In one of our conversations, I tried to bring up the financial side of things again. I explained that, as a teacher, I didn't have the kind of income to just drop on an extravagant destination wedding, especially not if I was going as a guest. I told her that if I were a bridesmaid, I'd feel more justified in making that kind of sacrifice. I didn't say it to guilt her. I just wanted her to understand where I was coming from. But she immediately took it as an attack. She said I was being selfish, that I was putting a price on our friendship. She accused me of making her wedding about myself, and that really stung. I felt like I couldn't say anything without her twisting it into something negative. Meanwhile, our mutual friends were taking sides, and it was starting to get messy. Some of them said that it was her wedding and her choice, and I shouldn't make a big deal about being in the bridal party. Others understood that I felt hurt and thought Kate was being unreasonable. But the more people got involved, the messier it became. Every conversation felt like I was defending myself, and no matter what I said, it never seemed like enough. I just wanted someone to get that it wasn't about being in the spotlight. It was about feeling like I mattered to her. The situation got so bad that I started avoiding group chats and hangouts altogether. I couldn't handle the constant comments, the subtle digs from people who thought I was being high maintenance. It was like, suddenly, the whole friend group was questioning my character, all because I dared to feel hurt. I started to wonder if I'd made a mistake saying anything at all. Maybe if I'd just stayed silent and pretended I was okay with it, none of this would have happened. But deep down, I knew that pretending wouldn't have made me feel any less hurt. It would have just kept everything bottled up. Things with Kate got worse, too. She barely texted me anymore, and when she did, it was short and cold. I didn't recognize this version of her. The friend I'd known for years would have at least tried to understand where I was coming from. This Kate felt like a stranger, someone who couldn't see beyond her own plans and expectations. It was like the wedding had become this wall between us, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break through it. As much as I wanted to be there for her, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that going would feel wrong. I didn't want to spend all that money just to sit in the back row, watching everyone else celebrate a friendship that I thought we had. I wanted to feel like I belonged, not like an outsider. But I also knew that not going would probably end our friendship for good. It felt like I was backed into a corner, where either choice would hurt, but I had to choose one. Eventually, I made the decision to tell Kate that I wouldn't be attending. I explained it as calmly as I could, letting her know that it wasn't an easy choice, but it was what I felt was right for me. I told her I'd support her from afar, that I wished her nothing but happiness, but that I couldn't afford to be there in person if it meant being a guest. I didn't expect her to be thrilled, but I hoped she'd at least understand. Her response was brutal. She told me I was abandoning her on the most important day of her life, and that a real friend wouldn't do that. She said I was selfish, that I only cared about myself, and that she didn't want someone like me in her life if I couldn't be happy for her. It felt like she'd slapped me across the face. Here I was, trying to make a tough decision based on what I could realistically handle, and she made it sound like I was the worst person in the world. After that conversation, I felt hollow. It was like years of friendship had been wiped away in a single moment. I kept replaying her words over and over, wondering if maybe she was right, if I really was being selfish. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that a true friend wouldn't make me feel like this. I'd tried so hard to explain my side, to let her know that it wasn't about jealousy or resentment. It was about feeling left out, feeling like I wasn't valued. But she didn't care. To her, it was her wedding, her rules. And if I wasn't willing to go along with it, then I wasn't worth keeping around. The aftermath of that conversation was rough. I could feel the distance between us, and I knew that our friendship might never recover. Our mutual friends were still divided, and I could tell that some of them had written me off as the bad guy in this whole thing. I started questioning myself, wondering if maybe I was overreacting. But every time I tried to see it from her perspective, I kept coming back to the same feeling. This wasn't about the wedding itself. It was about respect, about feeling like I mattered to someone who had been my best friend for over a decade. Now, with the wedding just around the corner, I'm left with this empty feeling. I don't know if I made the right choice, but I know that going would have felt like a betrayal of my own feelings. After that last conversation with Kate, things just kept spiraling. I didn't think it would come to this, but it became clear that she had decided I was no longer someone she wanted in her life. I tried to give her space, thinking maybe she'd cool down and see where I was coming from, but instead, she went silent. Days turned into weeks, and I didn't hear from her at all. I kept hoping she'd reach out, even if it was just a simple text to check in, but there was nothing. Meanwhile, our mutual friends were still tangled up in the drama. Some of them would send me messages, asking why I couldn't just go and let it go. A few others told me they understood why I didn't feel comfortable going, and that they thought Kate was being unfair. It felt like every conversation was just stirring up the same issues over and over, like nobody could just let it go and move on. The whole friend group felt fractured, and I started feeling isolated, like no matter what I did, I was going to end up as the bad guy in someone's eyes. Then, a few days before the wedding, one of our friends reached out with some surprising news. Apparently, Kate had talked to everyone in the bridal party about my betrayal. She had told them that I'd refused to support her, that I'd made her wedding about my own feelings, and that I'd let my ego get in the way. Hearing that hurt more than I expected. This was someone I'd trusted with my whole heart, someone I'd seen as family. And now she was out there trashing my character to everyone we knew. I felt humiliated, like my side of the story didn't matter at all. Everyone was only hearing her version, where I was this selfish, unsupportive friend who couldn't be happy for her. I tried to explain my perspective to a couple of our friends who reached out, but it didn't change much. Most of them had already made up their minds, and it felt like trying to change their opinion would only make things worse. It was honestly exhausting, and I started to feel like maybe I should have just kept my hurt to myself. But deep down, I knew that wouldn't have been right either. Pretending everything was okay would have been a lie, and I don't think I could have hidden my feelings, even if I'd tried. On the day of the wedding, I felt a strange mix of emotions. Part of me wanted to reach out and wish her well, but the other part knew it wouldn't matter. She had made it clear that, in her mind, I was no longer a true friend, so I stayed quiet. I thought maybe the day would pass without much drama, but then photos from the wedding started flooding social media. Our friends, the ones who had gone to the wedding, were posting nonstop, tagging each other and sharing stories. It was hard not to look, even though I knew it would hurt. Seeing everyone together, all dressed up, smiling and celebrating this huge moment in her life, it felt surreal. I couldn't help but imagine what it would have been like to be there, standing beside her, supporting her like I'd always thought I would. But I knew that even if I'd been there, it wouldn't have felt right. I would have felt like an outsider, and I knew it would have hurt just as much to be there in person as it did to watch from afar. After the wedding, things got quiet. Kate didn't reach out, and neither did most of our mutual friends. The ones who had sided with her seemed to disappear from my life overnight, and it felt like I'd lost half my support system in one go. A couple of friends who understood my side checked in, but even those conversations felt strained. It was like everyone was tiptoeing around the situation, not wanting to say too much in case they upset one side or the other. It's been a few weeks since the wedding, and I still feel this emptiness where my friendship with Kate used to be. I keep thinking about all the years we spent together, all the moments we shared, and it feels surreal that it could all end over something like this. I wonder if she ever thinks about reaching out, if maybe she regrets how things turned out. But I don't know if I'll ever get that closure. Part of me feels like I should be the one to reach out, to try and mend things. But another part of me thinks that if she couldn't respect my feelings, maybe it's better this way. Now I'm left here wondering if I made the right choice. If standing up for myself was worth losing one of the most important friendships in my life. Did I do the right thing by choosing not to go? Or should I have just put my hurt aside and been there for her, no matter what? Am I wrong for feeling hurt and choosing not to attend my friend's wedding? Story 3. Am I wrong for telling my husband I don't want his mom in the delivery room? So, I'm 27, expecting my first child, and married to an amazing guy. We've been together for a few years now, and honestly, things have been great. His family is super close, like really close. They do everything together, from family dinners to vacations, and they're all in each other's business constantly. At first, I thought it was kind of nice, a big, warm family vibe. But now that I'm about to have our first child, it's starting to feel like a bit too much. The thing that's brought all of this to a head is my mother-in-law. She's been, let's say, enthusiastic about the baby. From the moment we announced our pregnancy, she's been on cloud nine, constantly talking about how excited she is to be a grandma. She even started planning family gatherings around the baby before I was even halfway through the pregnancy. I get it, it's her first grandchild, and I appreciate that she's excited. But sometimes it feels like she's more excited than we are. She's been way more involved than I expected. And while I've been trying to go with the flow, she's recently crossed a line for me. About a month ago, she mentioned that she planned to be in the delivery room with us. At first, I thought she was joking or just expressing her excitement. I laughed it off, saying something like, "Oh, I think I'll be good with just my husband in there." But she didn't laugh. She looked at me seriously and said, "Oh no, it's a family tradition. I was there for my daughters when they had their kids. It's important to me." I didn't know what to say at that moment, so I just kind of nodded and didn't press the issue. But I left feeling a little uneasy. Over the next few days, it kept bothering me. I talked to my husband about it, expecting him to be on my side. I thought he'd understand that it was a private moment for us, something intimate that I wanted to share with him and my own mom. But he just looked torn. He told me that his mom had always been there for his sisters, and that it was indeed a big deal for her. He said he didn't want to hurt her feelings, and that maybe I should think about it. I was floored. This was supposed to be our moment. And here he was, basically telling me to consider what his mom wanted. I let it go at the time, but it was clear this wasn't going away. Every time I saw my mother-in-law, she'd bring it up in these subtle, guilt-inducing ways. She'd say things like, "I can't wait to be there for you and support you when the baby arrives," or, "It's such a magical experience to witness your grandchild's first moments." It got to a point where I couldn't avoid the conversation anymore. Finally, I told her, as politely as I could, that I was planning on having just my husband and my own mom in the delivery room. I said I appreciated her offer, and that she could be one of the first to meet the baby right after. The look on her face was devastating. She didn't say anything for a long time, just stared at me like I'd done something truly unforgivable. After a while, she said, "I don't understand. This is a family thing. You're making me feel like a stranger." I tried to explain that it was a very vulnerable moment for me, and that I just wanted a little bit of privacy. But she kept insisting that she'd be there to help, that she'd stay out of the way, and that she was practically an expert after being present at her daughter's deliveries. I thought that would be the end of it, but it was only the beginning. Apparently, she went home and told the rest of the family. because I started getting texts and calls from my husband's sisters. They were telling me how amazing it was to have their mom with them and how she'd been such a pillar of support. They said things like, "She knows exactly what to say to calm you down," and "You're so lucky to have her." They couldn't understand why I was rejecting her help and kept hinting that I was being selfish. I couldn't believe it. They were making me feel like some villain for wanting this one boundary. I kept thinking that my husband would step in, support me, and maybe talk to his family. But every time we talked about it, he seemed just as torn as before. He'd say things like, "I get it, but it's really important to her," or "Maybe you'll feel differently when the time comes." It was so frustrating. I felt like I was the only one seeing how unfair this was. Why was everyone so focused on what his mom wanted and not on what I needed? As the due date got closer, the pressure kept building. It wasn't just about the delivery room anymore, it felt like a test of my place in the family. His sisters kept reminding me how lucky I was to be part of such a supportive family, and his mom would bring it up almost every time we saw each other. She'd say things like, "I just want to be there for you," and "It's a tradition I hold close to my heart." The guilt was eating me alive, but I still felt strongly that I needed my privacy. Finally, I decided to stand my ground. I sat down with my husband and told him that while I understood his family's traditions, this was a personal boundary for me. I told him that I was the one giving birth, and I needed him to support my choice. He seemed to understand, but I could tell he was still conflicted. He kept asking me to think about it and to try to see it from her side. I was so frustrated. I felt like he was trying to stay neutral instead of actually backing me up. Things have only gotten more tense from there. Every time I see his mom or his sisters, there's this awkward tension. I can tell they're still hoping I'll change my mind, and it's exhausting. I feel like the whole family is against me, like I'm the one being unreasonable for wanting a bit of control over my own birth experience. I even tried offering a compromise. I told my mother-in-law she could be the first to meet the baby right after the birth, thinking that might make her feel included without crossing my boundary. But she just looked hurt and said it wasn't the same. She keeps acting like I'm cutting her out of some huge family experience, and it's making me feel worse by the day. But I still feel like I'm in the right. This is one of the most personal, vulnerable moments of my life, and I should be able to decide who's there with me. The tension at home is starting to take a toll on me too. My husband is still caught in the middle, and he doesn't seem to know what to do. Part of me wants to just give in, let her be there, and avoid this whole family feud. But every time I think about it, I get this knot in my stomach. It feels wrong, like I'd be letting everyone else's expectations steamroll my own needs. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells with his family, trying to be polite while still sticking to my decision. I wish I could say things calmed down after that, but they really didn't. If anything, it got worse. It seemed like every time I saw my husband's family, they had some new way to make me feel guilty. His sisters would casually bring up how amazing it was to have their mom there when they gave birth. They'd say things like, "I don't know what I would have done without her," or "She was the only one who could really calm me down." They'd drop these comments like they were just making conversation, but it was so clear they were trying to convince me I was making a huge mistake. It was exhausting, and honestly, it was starting to wear me down. My husband wasn't helping either. He was still stuck in this weird in-between where he wanted to support me, but didn't want to hurt his mom. Every time we talked about it, he'd end up saying something like, "I understand how you feel, but it's just so important to her." It was like he couldn't make up his mind, and it was driving me crazy. I wanted him to just take a stand with me, to tell his family that this was our decision and they needed to respect it. But instead, he kept trying to keep the peace, which only made me feel like he wasn't really on my side. At this point, I was feeling completely isolated. My own mom was supportive, of course, but she was trying to stay out of it as much as possible. She didn't want to make things worse by getting involved, which I understood, but it still felt like I was facing this battle alone. I started second guessing myself, wondering if I was being selfish or unreasonable. Everyone kept talking about this family tradition and how much it meant to them, and I began to feel like maybe I was the one being difficult. One night, after another round of subtle guilt tripping from my husband's sisters, I finally broke down. I told my husband that this whole situation was making me miserable. I told him that I was tired of feeling like the bad guy just because I wanted some privacy during one of the most intense experiences of my life. He listened, and I could tell he felt bad, but he still didn't seem ready to really stand up to his family. He kept saying things like, "I don't want to hurt her feelings," and "maybe we can just talk to her again." It was so frustrating. I felt like he was prioritizing his mom's feelings over mine, and it was really starting to affect our relationship. To make things even worse, his mom started dropping by our house more and more often. Every time she came over, she'd find a way to bring up the delivery room situation. She'd say things like, "I know this is all new to you, but having family there can make such a difference," or "I just want to support you in any way I can." She made it sound so sweet and caring, but I could see through it. She was trying to guilt me into changing my mind, and it was working. I started to dread her visits because I knew it would turn into yet another lecture about how much it would mean to her to be there. At one point, she even went so far as to bring up her own experience with her mother-in-law. She told me this long story about how she hadn't wanted her husband's mom in the delivery room when she had her first child, but that she'd realized it was about family, not just herself. She kept emphasizing that it had been one of the best decisions she'd ever made, and how close it had brought her and her mother-in-law. It was honestly kind of a guilt trip disguised as a heartwarming story, and I was so tired of it. It felt like no matter what I said or did, she was determined to be there, and everyone was on her side. The stress started to take a toll on me physically. I was already dealing with all the usual discomforts of late pregnancy, but the constant tension just made everything worse. I couldn't sleep, I was anxious all the time, and I felt like I was constantly on edge. My husband noticed, of course, but he still didn't seem to understand how much this was affecting me. He kept acting like it was just a minor disagreement, something we could work out if I would just compromise a little. But I didn't want to compromise on this. I felt like I'd already given enough by even entertaining the idea, and I just wanted him to support me. At one point, I actually considered just giving in, letting her be there, and ending this whole mess. But every time I thought about it, I felt this wave of resentment. I didn't want to go through such a personal experience with an audience. I wanted it to be just me, my husband, and my mom, the people I felt closest to. I knew that if I caved, I'd be doing it for everyone else's sake, not my own, and that felt wrong. I didn't want to start this new chapter of my life by putting everyone else's needs before my own. The family pressure didn't let up, though. My husband's sisters kept texting me, dropping little reminders of how great their mom had been during their deliveries. His mom kept visiting, still talking about how much she wanted to be there for me. I started to feel like they saw me as some kind of obstacle, as if I was just being difficult for the sake of it. No one seemed to understand that this was something deeply personal to me, and that I had a right to make this decision for myself. Eventually, I tried talking to my mother-in-law again, hoping maybe a calm, direct conversation would help her understand. I explained, as gently as I could, that I appreciated her offer of support, but that I just wasn't comfortable with having anyone but my husband and my mom in the room. I told her that it was important to me to feel in control and comfortable during such a vulnerable moment. She listened, but it was clear she didn't agree. She kept insisting that I'd feel differently once I was actually in labor, that I'd need all the support I could get. It felt like she was completely disregarding my feelings, convinced she knew what was best for me better than I did. By this point, I was getting fed up. I told my husband that he needed to handle it, that I couldn't keep having the same conversation over and over. He agreed to talk to his mom, but he didn't seem thrilled about it. When he finally did, he came back and told me that she was really hurt and felt like I didn't consider her family. That was like a punch to the gut. I'd done everything I could to be polite and respectful, and somehow I was still being painted as the bad guy. Now, things are just awkward every time we see his family. I can feel the tension hanging in the air whenever his mom is around, and his sisters keep giving me these looks like they're disappointed in me. It's exhausting, and I don't even feel like I'm excited about the baby anymore. All I can think about is how much drama there's going to be when the big day actually comes. Part of me wonders if they're going to try to push their way into the hospital regardless of what I want. And that thought alone is enough to make me feel anxious. As the due date got closer, things reached a boiling point. I had hoped that by now, everyone would understand where I was coming from, or at the very least, that they'd back off a little. But if anything, it felt like the pressure was getting worse. My mother-in-law kept stopping by unannounced, finding excuses to check in on me, which always ended with her bringing up the delivery room situation in some way or another. At this point, I was so worn down that I'd just nod and smile to keep the peace, hoping it would be the last time we had to talk about it. But I knew she wasn't going to give up that easily. One evening, after she left, I finally broke down and told my husband that I couldn't keep doing this. I told him that I felt completely alone in this, like I was the only one who cared about what I wanted. I reminded him that this was our child and our experience, and that I should have some say in who was there for it. He listened, and I could tell he felt bad, but it was like he was still torn between me and his family. He kept saying things like, "I just don't want anyone to feel left out," and "I wish we could find a way to make everyone happy." But that just wasn't possible. Finally, I put my foot down. I told him, in no uncertain terms, that I didn't want his mom in the delivery room, and that he needed to back me up on this. I said that I was done discussing it, and that he had to tell her directly so that she'd finally get the message. He seemed hesitant, but he agreed. I hoped that would be the end of it, but deep down, I wasn't so sure. A few days later, I found out that he had, in fact, talked to her. But instead of telling her firmly that this was our decision, he'd apparently tried to soften the blow by saying that I was feeling a little nervous, and that maybe she could wait outside the room instead. This only made things worse. She was now convinced that I was just scared, and that I'd change my mind when the time came. I was furious. I felt completely betrayed, like he'd thrown me under the bus just to keep his mom happy. I couldn't believe that even after everything, he still couldn't fully support me on this. After that, I stopped trying to convince anyone. I figured that if they weren't going to respect my wishes, then there was nothing else I could do. I'd made it clear where I stood, and if they wanted to keep pushing, that was on them. I tried to focus on myself and getting ready for the baby, but the stress was always in the back of my mind. I started having nightmares about the delivery, about my mother-in-law barging in and taking over, and it only made me more anxious. The real kicker came about a week before my due date. We were having dinner at my husband's parents' house, and of course, the delivery room issue came up again. This time, his mom said something along the lines of, "Well, we'll just see what happens when the time comes. I'll be there to support you no matter what." It was like she was completely ignoring everything I'd said, and that was the moment I realized she didn't care about my feelings at all. To her, this was about her and what she wanted, and she wasn't going to take no for an answer. I wanted to get up and leave right then and there, but I didn't want to make a scene. Instead, I just sat there, feeling completely helpless. I looked at my husband, hoping he'd step in and say something, but he just looked uncomfortable and didn't say a word. I felt like I was all alone, like I was the only one fighting for what should have been a simple request for privacy. It was heartbreaking, and I could feel any excitement I'd had about the birth being overshadowed by all this drama. After that dinner, I told my husband I didn't want any more visits from his mom until after the baby was born. I told him that I needed space, that I couldn't handle the stress anymore, and that I wanted to focus on myself and the baby without all this added tension. He seemed reluctant, but he agreed. I thought that would give me some peace, but instead, his family started calling and texting even more. His sisters sent me long messages about how I was being too sensitive and how I needed to see the bigger picture. His mom sent a heartfelt text about how she just wanted to be there for me and didn't understand why I was pushing her away. It was relentless. In the end, I just stopped responding. I figured that if they weren't going to respect my boundaries, then I didn't owe them a response. I focused on preparing for the birth as best as I could, trying to block out all the noise. My own mom was a huge help, reminding me that this was my experience and that I had every right to decide who was there. But even with her support, it was hard not to feel like I was doing something wrong. Everyone around me kept acting like I was being selfish, and I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe I was. The night before I went into labor, my husband and I had one final conversation about it. I told him that this was his last chance to step up and support me, that I needed him to be there for me in every way possible. He promised that he'd make sure everything went the way I wanted, that he'd keep his mom out of the room, and that he'd be by my side no matter what. I wanted to believe him, but after everything that had happened, I still had my doubts. The next morning, I went into labor. We headed to the hospital, and for the first few hours, everything was fine. My mom was there, my husband was by my side, and I started to feel like maybe things would be okay after all. But then, right in the middle of a contraction, I saw a familiar face outside the room, my mother-in-law. She'd somehow found out I was in labor and had come to the hospital. I felt a surge of panic, wondering if she was planning to force her way in. I looked at my husband, and he looked just as shocked as I was. That was the moment I realized that no matter what I'd done, no matter how many times I'd tried to set a boundary, it hadn't mattered. His family had decided that their wants were more important than mine, and they were going to do whatever it took to be part of this moment. I was so overwhelmed, caught between the pain of labor and the stress of trying to keep her out, and I couldn't help but feel completely defeated. I didn't know if I could trust my husband to handle it, or if I'd end up having to confront her myself. Looking back, I wonder if there was something else I could have done or said to make them understand. But at the end of the day, all I wanted was a little bit of privacy, and it feels like I'm the only one who saw that as reasonable. So, am I wrong for wanting to have control over who's in the room during one of the most personal moments of my life? Story 4 inches. Am I wrong for canceling Christmas after my kids complained about their gifts? I'm a 45-year-old dad of two teenagers, Mark 15 and Sarah 17. I've been divorced for a while now, and that's tough on its own. But the hardest part is only seeing my kids part-time. I do everything I can to make the holidays special for them, especially Christmas. Growing up, Christmas was always a big deal in my family. My parents never had a lot of money, but they made the holidays feel magical, and I wanted to pass that down to my kids. So, every year, I save up and try my best to give them what they want, even if it means cutting back on things for myself. This year, like every other, I spent months planning, budgeting, and picking out gifts I thought they'd love. Mark had hinted about needing new clothes, and Sarah had her heart set on a specific brand of headphones she wanted. I don't make a ton of money, but I'm careful with it, and I made sure I got everything they'd asked for. I even threw in a few surprises I thought would mean something to them. I'd been looking forward to their reactions, to see them happy and grateful. Christmas morning came, and we did the usual stuff: breakfast, opening presents, all that. I thought it was going well. They seemed happy enough, and I was proud of myself for pulling it off. I had wrapped each gift individually and put thought into every detail. After all that planning and effort, seeing them open their presents felt rewarding. Or so I thought. Then, later that afternoon, I was in the kitchen, cleaning up after the meal, and I heard them talking in the living room. They didn't know I was within earshot. Mark was saying how cheap the gifts looked, and Sarah was agreeing with him, saying how some of her friends had gotten way better gifts, and how Dad probably just bought the stuff on sale. They went on and on about how their friends had gotten the real deal versions of what they wanted, and it was clear they were disappointed with what I'd gotten them. Hearing them talk like that felt like a punch in the gut. It was like every bit of effort I'd put into making Christmas special for them just didn't matter. I didn't say anything at that moment, but I was fuming inside. I'd been trying so hard to make things perfect for them, and all they could do was complain. I thought about the sacrifices I'd made, the budgeting, the late nights planning, all for them to just brush it off as cheap. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying their conversation in my head, wondering if maybe I had failed them somehow. But the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I kept asking myself, why am I putting in so much effort just to be met with complaints? It wasn't like I could afford to buy them luxury items, but I'd done my best, and they couldn't even see that. It was like nothing I did was ever good enough. By the next morning, I'd made up my mind. If they thought my gifts were cheap and didn't appreciate the effort, then maybe they didn't deserve to have Christmas at all. I decided right then and there that Christmas was canceled not just this year, but from now on. I was done bending over backward just to have them dismiss it. They needed to learn that Christmas isn't just about the price tag on the presents, and I was going to make sure they understood that. When they woke up, I sat them down and told them straight up that I was canceling Christmas. I told them that I'd overheard what they'd said, and that I was hurt by their lack of appreciation. I explained that I had done my best with what I could afford, and if they thought it wasn't good enough, then maybe they didn't need to celebrate Christmas at all. They both just sat there, looking at me with wide eyes like they couldn't believe what I was saying. Mark was the first to react, and he was furious. He started yelling about how I was ruining Christmas, and how all his friends' dads would never do something like this. Sarah just sat there quietly, but I could tell she was upset too. I stayed firm, though. I wasn't going to back down. I told them that this was their reality now, and that if they couldn't appreciate what they got, then they wouldn't be getting anything at all. They both stormed off to their rooms, and I didn't hear from them for the rest of the day. The house felt empty, but I was too angry to care. I thought, maybe a little time to reflect would help them realize what they'd done. Maybe they'd come around and apologize, and we could talk it out. But instead, I got a call from my ex-wife that evening. She'd heard about what I'd done probably from the kids, and she wasn't happy. She tore into me, saying I was being immature, and that I was ruining the holiday spirit for them. She said that teenagers can be ungrateful sometimes, and that it was my job to be the bigger person. She went on and on about how I was overreacting and making things worse, but I wasn't having it. I tried to explain how much effort I'd put into making Christmas special for them, how much it hurt to hear them dismiss it all, but she wasn't interested in hearing my side. She just kept saying that I was punishing them unnecessarily, and that I needed to fix things. By the time I hung up, I felt like the bad guy from every angle. My kids were angry, my ex was angry, and I was left wondering if maybe I had gone too far. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that they needed to learn a lesson. Why should I keep sacrificing for kids who couldn't even say thank you? I didn't want to spoil them, and I didn't want them to think they were entitled to whatever they wanted without appreciating the effort behind it. The house was tense for the next few days. I could feel the resentment from both of them, but I wasn't about to back down just because they were giving me the silent treatment. Still, the longer it went on, the more I started to question myself. Maybe my ex was right, maybe I was being too harsh. But then again, I couldn't just let them walk all over me. I wanted them to understand that Christmas isn't just about the gifts, but about the thought, the effort, and the time that goes into it. I was torn, not sure if I was doing the right thing, but also feeling like I had to stick to my decision if they were ever going to learn. At this point, I was starting to wonder if there was a way to make things right without completely giving in. I thought about sitting them down again, explaining things in a different way, maybe giving them a chance to apologize and earn Christmas back. I didn't want to ruin the holiday for them, but I didn't want to let them off the hook either. I was stuck in this back and forth, wondering if there was any way to salvage the situation while still teaching them a lesson they'd remember. The next morning, after a couple of restless nights, I finally felt clear enough to decide what I was going to do. I knew I'd gone with a no Christmas announcement, but part of me was open to rethinking it if they showed even a hint of understanding or regret. So I decided to give them a chance to fix things, a chance to make it right. I figured I'd make it clear. If they could apologize sincerely and show they understood why I was hurt, maybe we could work something out and bring Christmas back. I wasn't trying to hold it over their heads, but I wanted them to understand that they couldn't just take things for granted. When I sat them down, they both looked skeptical, like they weren't sure what to expect. I told them that I was willing to consider bringing Christmas back if they could honestly apologize and show they were grateful for what I'd done. I explained how hurt I'd felt, how much effort I'd put into making the holiday special, and how disappointed I was to hear them dismiss everything as cheap. I expected them to respond with something heartfelt, maybe even realize they'd been unfair. But instead, Mark just rolled his eyes and said something about how everyone else was getting better gifts and how he didn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of it. Sarah, on the other hand, just shrugged and mumbled that she didn't mean anything by it, like it was some minor misunderstanding. They didn't seem to understand how much it hurt to hear them brush off my effort like that. It was like everything I'd tried to do for them didn't even register. Their reactions only solidified what I'd been feeling. They didn't get it, and they didn't seem interested in getting it. It was like they saw Christmas as a transaction, a time when I was supposed to deliver what they wanted, no questions asked. And it hit me hard because, honestly, I didn't know how to make them understand that Christmas wasn't just about the stuff, but about family and gratitude and everything that went into it. After they went back to their rooms, I felt deflated. I was almost regretting giving them the option to fix things because, clearly, they didn't think they had done anything wrong. My ex called again that evening, and this time she was even more fired up. She told me I was ruining Christmas for the kids, and that I should be the one apologizing to them for overreacting. I tried to explain how their reactions had hurt, but she didn't seem to care. She kept saying that kids are kids, and that I was holding them to some unrealistic standard. I tried to brush it off, but it left me feeling more alone in this whole situation. It was like I was the only one who saw the issue with their attitude. Over the next few days, things were tense. Mark barely spoke to me, and Sarah kept to herself, barely leaving her room except for meals. It was like we were all tiptoeing around each other, each waiting for the other side to give in. But I wasn't ready to cave. I knew it was Christmas, and maybe I was taking a hard line, but I felt like if I didn't address this now, they'd never learn to appreciate anything I did. I'd be setting a precedent that no matter how they acted, I'd always give them what they wanted. There was this part of me that hoped they'd come around, that maybe they'd see my side if they had a few days to think it over. But instead, they seemed to dig their heels in even more. Every time I tried to talk to them, I'd get one-word answers or flat-out silence. They were treating me like I was the enemy, and honestly, it hurt. I'd always tried to be there for them, to show them I cared, and now it felt like none of that mattered. The worst part was feeling like I was stuck. On one hand, I didn't want to ruin Christmas for them, but on the other, I couldn't just back down and let them think it was okay to act like that. It felt like there was no winning in this situation. If I canceled Christmas, I'd be the bad guy, but if I brought it back without any kind of acknowledgement from them, I'd be setting myself up for more of the same disrespect down the line. I even tried talking to a couple of friends about it, hoping for some outside perspective. Some of them said I was right to stand my ground, that kids these days could use a reminder of what's important. Others said I was probably being too harsh, that they're just teenagers and don't have the maturity to understand how their words affected me. That left me even more confused, honestly. Part of me felt justified in teaching them a lesson, but another part of me worried that maybe I was going too far and pushing them away. Eventually, I decided to just let things play out for a few more days, hoping that maybe they'd come around. But Christmas was getting closer, and I could tell they were still holding a grudge. Mark would barely look at me, and Sarah was always on her phone, probably venting to her friends about how unfair I was being. I wanted to believe that they'd realize why I was hurt and come around, but it was looking less and less likely. As Christmas Day approached, I started to feel the weight of it all. Normally, I'd be excited, setting up decorations and planning our Christmas meal. But this year, it was just me in a quiet house with two kids who wouldn't even talk to me. The whole holiday felt hollow, and I started to wonder if maybe I really had ruined it. Maybe I'd pushed too hard and crossed a line I couldn't come back from. Christmas Day finally came, and I woke up to a house that felt empty. Normally, even as teenagers, Mark and Sarah would be up by now, checking out the tree, maybe hinting about opening presents early. But this year, there was none of that. No decorations, no gifts, just an ordinary day. I sat there for a while, waiting, thinking that maybe they'd come out of their rooms and at least talk to me. But the house stayed quiet. It was honestly a miserable feeling. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed the usual chaos of Christmas morning until it was gone. I thought about going to their rooms, trying one last time to talk it out, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I felt like I'd said everything there was to say. They knew where I stood, and I wasn't going to beg them to understand. So, instead, I made myself a coffee and sat in the living room, trying to pretend it was just another day. I told myself it didn't matter, that they'd get over it, and maybe next year things would be different. But deep down, I knew this Christmas had changed something, and it didn't feel good. Later in the day, my ex called again, checking in on how things were going. She seemed surprised when I told her that nothing had changed, that Christmas was officially canceled. She tried again to convince me to fix things, saying I was being unreasonable and that the kids didn't deserve to be punished just because they'd made some careless comments. I tried to explain that it wasn't just about their words, it was about the lack of respect, the entitlement, and how they just couldn't see the effort I put in for them. She didn't seem to get it, though, and we ended up going in circles until I finally just told her I had to go. By the evening, I was feeling the weight of it all. I sat there, wondering if I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. The house was too quiet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd pushed my kids away for good. I'd wanted to teach them a lesson, to show them the value of what they had, but now it felt like I'd just made them resent me. It was like I'd torn apart this one thing that was supposed to bring us together, and I wasn't sure how to fix it. Eventually, Sarah came out of her room and went into the kitchen without even looking at me. Mark followed a while later, both of them avoiding me like I wasn't even there. I felt like a stranger in my own home, and it hurt. I wanted to say something, to tell them that I was just trying to do what was best for them, but I could tell they weren't interested in hearing it. They'd already made up their minds about me, and it was clear they weren't going to budge. After they went back to their rooms, I sat alone, thinking about what Christmas had always meant to me. Growing up, we didn't have a lot, but my parents had always made it special. It wasn't about the gifts, it was about the time together, the feeling that no matter what, we had each other. That was what I'd wanted to give my kids, but somehow, we'd ended up here, with everyone angry and hurt, and I wasn't sure where to go from here. I stayed up late that night, thinking things over, replaying everything in my head. I wanted to believe I'd done the right thing, but doubt was creeping in. Maybe my ex was right. Maybe I'd overreacted, taken things too personally. But then I thought about how they'd made me feel, like all my effort didn't mean a thing. I wasn't sure if I could just let that go. Now, a few days have passed, and the tension is still there. They're still giving me the cold shoulder, and my ex has been calling less. probably tired of trying to convince me to change my mind. I don't know if this is the lesson I wanted them to learn, or if it's just driven us further apart. I wanted them to understand that Christmas isn't about the price of the gifts, but about family and appreciation. But I'm starting to wonder if I've just made things worse. So here I am, stuck, questioning if I handled this all wrong. Was canceling Christmas the right choice? Or have I just ended up pushing my kids away? Am I wrong for teaching my kids a lesson by canceling Christmas? Story 5 inches. Am I wrong for refusing to be a bridesmaid after the bride asked me to lose weight? I'm 30, a graphic designer, and I've known my friend Kate since college. We met in a class freshman year, hit it off, and since then, she's been one of the closest people in my life. We've been through every major milestone together: graduations, job searches, heartbreaks. She's the kind of friend who knows all my secrets, and I know hers. So, when she got engaged and asked me to be a bridesmaid, I didn't hesitate. I was thrilled to be part of her big day and all the planning that came with it. I thought we'd have fun with this. I thought it would be a bonding experience. But the whole vibe started to shift pretty early on. Kate, to be fair, has always been a bit of a perfectionist. She loves to have things exactly how she envisions them, and she's very much about appearances. Not in a shallow way, necessarily, but she just has this eye for aesthetics, as she likes to call it. At first, I thought that was fine. It's her wedding, after all, so if she wanted everything to be a certain way, that was her right. The first few weeks of planning went smoothly. But then Kate started making comments that felt off. Little things at first: she'd send photos of wedding dresses, color swatches, venue pictures, and she'd talk about how she wanted her bridesmaids to look elegant and cohesive. I figured that was normal. Every bride wants some level of coordination. But then she'd add things like, "I want my bridal party to really complement the look I'm going for, you know? Everyone should look their best." At first, I brushed it off. I thought, okay, she just wants us to look nice for the photos. But it kept coming up. She started hinting that she had a very specific vision for her bridal party's appearance. And it wasn't just about the dresses or hairstyles. I wasn't the only one who noticed, either. The other bridesmaids in our group chat mentioned that she seemed really fixated on our appearances. One of them even joked about going on a diet for the wedding. And instead of laughing it off, Kate replied, "Oh, that would be amazing. We could all look so toned together." I honestly thought it was just Kate being Kate. She could be intense sometimes, but I figured she'd calm down as the wedding day got closer. But things kept escalating. One day, she called me out of the blue and started talking about how excited she was about the bridesmaids' dresses. She'd finally chosen a style: long, fitted, and in this pale blush color. "It's going to be so elegant," she said. "I can't wait to see you all in them." Then, as casually as if she were discussing the weather, she added, "Hey, have you thought about losing a few pounds before the wedding? Just for the photos. It would really help everything look more cohesive." I was stunned. I honestly didn't know what to say. My weight has always been a bit of a sensitive topic for me. I'm not someone who fits into society's narrow definitions of slim, but I'm comfortable with who I am. Or at least, I thought I was, until Kate's comment threw me completely off balance. Here was my best friend, someone I trusted, implying that my appearance wasn't good enough for her wedding photos. I tried to brush it off with a laugh, telling her that I was perfectly fine the way I was. But she didn't drop it. Instead, she said, "Oh, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just the aesthetic, you know? It's my big day, and I just have this picture in my head of how it's all going to look. I want everyone to look their absolute best, and I thought you might feel the same way." At that point, I could feel my blood boiling. It felt like she was dancing around saying what she really meant, that I didn't fit her vision because of my body size. I tried to tell myself that maybe she didn't realize how hurtful her words were, that she was just wrapped up in her own excitement about the wedding. But as the days went on, it kept bothering me. I couldn't shake the feeling that my friend was body shaming me under the guise of aesthetics. I even tried talking to a couple of the other bridesmaids about it, just to see if they'd experienced anything similar. Some of them shrugged it off, saying they'd expected her to be a bit controlling about the wedding. But one of them mentioned that Kate had told her the same thing, that losing a little weight would help pull the look together. That made me feel a bit less alone, but also more hurt. This wasn't just about me. She was policing everyone's appearance. The whole thing started to weigh on me. I knew this was supposed to be a joyful time, but every interaction with Kate about the wedding left me feeling worse and worse. It felt like she valued this perfect wedding look more than our friendship. I started dreading her calls and texts, expecting another comment about my weight or how she wanted things to look. It was exhausting. One evening, I got another message from her, and this one was more direct. She sent a long text about how she had a vision for the photos, and that it would mean a lot to her if I could make an effort to look a certain way. She even suggested that we could go to the gym together or try some fun diets. She framed it as something we could do as friends, but to me, it just felt like she was pushing me to change myself to fit her idea of a perfect bridesmaid. I tried to keep it civil. I told her that I was happy with myself, and that I didn't think it was fair for her to ask me to change my body for her wedding. I reminded her that we'd been friends for years, and that this whole thing was making me feel uncomfortable. She didn't take it well. She went on about how I was missing the point, and that it wasn't about me. It was about her dream day and how she'd envisioned everything for so long. She even said, "I thought you'd be more supportive of me in this." That was it for me. I realized that no matter what I said, she wasn't going to back down. It was like she couldn't see past her own wants, couldn't understand how hurtful her demands were. The conversation with Kate replayed in my head for days after that. Every time I thought about it, I got angrier. This wasn't about me being supportive or wanting to help her have a nice wedding. It felt like she was asking me to put aside my own comfort and self-respect just to fit her idea of what her wedding party should look like. And no matter how much I tried to see it from her perspective, it just didn't sit right with me. I tried to ignore her texts for a while, hoping she'd take the hint and let the subject drop. But a few days later, she brought it up again, this time in our group chat with the other bridesmaids. She posted a message about how everyone was planning to look their best for the wedding and hinted that we could all join in on a group fitness journey. She said it would be fun to all glow up together, like this was some kind of makeover show. The other bridesmaids were mostly polite about it, responding with things like, "Sure, sounds good," or "whatever you need, Kate." I could tell some of them were just trying to keep the peace, but it made me feel even worse. It was like everyone was willing to go along with this pressure to change themselves for the sake of Kate's vision, while I was the only one who felt uncomfortable about it. I didn't want to make a big deal of it in the group chat, so I kept quiet, but inside, I was fuming. I ended up talking to my partner about it, just to get an outside perspective. He knows how close Kate and I are, and he tried to be supportive, but even he looked uncomfortable when I explained what she was asking me to do. He said, "If she's really your friend, she should accept you as you are, not ask you to change for a photo." And he was right. I'd always thought Kate valued me for who I was, but this was making me feel like I wasn't good enough for her unless I fit a certain image. After a couple more days of feeling miserable, I decided I had to say something to Kate directly. I sent her a private message, telling her that I couldn't join in on the fitness or diet stuff. I explained that it wasn't something I was comfortable with, and that I wanted to support her. But I didn't think it was fair for her to ask us to change our bodies for her wedding. I tried to keep it as calm and respectful as possible, but I also wanted to be clear that this was a boundary I wasn't willing to cross. Kate's response was immediate and defensive. She told me I was overreacting, and that it was just a little weight, that it wasn't like she was asking me to change my whole life for her wedding. She said I was making her feel like a bridezilla, when all she wanted was for everyone to look their best. She even threw in a comment about how she thought I'd jump at the chance to get healthier, which felt like a total dig at my appearance. It was like she couldn't see why this would be hurtful or disrespectful. The more she talked, the more I realized this wasn't going to get resolved. She was so focused on her own idea of perfection that she couldn't or wouldn't see how much she was hurting me. I told her that I was sorry, but I couldn't do it. I said I'd be there for her as a friend, but I couldn't be a bridesmaid under these conditions. I told her I'd still attend the wedding, still celebrate her big day, but I wasn't going to change myself just to be part of her photo op. Her reaction to that was explosive. She sent me a long, angry message, accusing me of abandoning her and making this all about myself. She said I was letting her down and that I was ruining her vision. She even implied that if I really cared about her, I'd make this small sacrifice for her happiness. By the end of it, I was shocked and exhausted. It felt like she was more upset about losing her perfect bridesmaid lineup than about the impact her demands were having on our friendship. At that point, I realized there was no winning with her. Either I had to go along with what she wanted, ignoring how it made me feel, or I had to stand up for myself and deal with the fallout. I decided I was done. I couldn't keep pretending that this was okay. I sent her one last message, saying that I was sorry she felt that way, but I needed to do what was best for me. I told her I'd still attend the wedding if she wanted me there, but that was as much as I could do. Since then, things have been tense between us. She hasn't responded to my message, and she removed me from the bridesmaid group chat. It's like she's cut me out of all the planning, which honestly feels like a relief, but also makes me sad. This is someone I thought I'd always have in my life, and now it feels like our friendship is on the line because of her obsession with wedding aesthetics. Now I'm stuck here, wondering if I did the right thing, or if I should have just gone along with her demands for the sake of peace. But every time I think about it, I remind myself that I shouldn't have to change who I am to be worthy of standing next to my friend. And yet, there's still this part of me that feels guilty, like maybe I was being selfish for not doing this one thing for her. After I sent that last message to Kate, things just went silent. She didn't respond, and I didn't hear anything about the wedding for a while. I wasn't sure if I should reach out again or just leave things as they were. Part of me felt like maybe I should try to smooth things over, but I knew that if I did, it would just lead back to the same conversation, her wanting me to lose weight for her wedding, me feeling like I couldn't say no without risking our friendship. So I decided to just wait it out. A few weeks went by, and during that time, I heard from mutual friends that Kate was incredibly stressed about the wedding. I could tell by the way they talked that she'd told them her side of the story. One friend hinted that I was being a bit harsh, and that Kate was just trying to make her big day special. Another told me that everyone's making sacrifices to make sure Kate has the wedding she's always dreamed of. It was clear that Kate had painted me as the villain in all this, the difficult friend who refused to go along with the plan. That hurt a lot. These were people who knew me, who I thought would understand that this wasn't about me trying to ruin anything for Kate. But somehow, the story had been twisted to make it seem like I was just being stubborn for no reason. It made me second-guess myself. I started to wonder if maybe I was the one who was blowing this out of proportion, if maybe I should have just let it go and done what she wanted. Eventually, Kate did reach out, but it wasn't to make amends or talk things over. She sent me a short, blunt message saying she was fine with me just attending as a guest, but she didn't want any drama at the wedding. It was like she'd already decided that I was the problem, that by standing up for myself, I'd somehow crossed a line. She said she hoped I'd still come, but her tone made it clear that she wasn't really forgiving me. She was just tolerating me. I felt so torn. This was my best friend's wedding, someone I'd shared so much of my life with, and now it felt like I was barely wanted there. Part of me wanted to just skip it entirely, avoid the awkwardness, and the coldness that I knew would be there. But another part of me didn't want to let this one argument destroy everything. I kept thinking about how close we used to be, how much I'd looked forward to seeing her get married, and how sad it made me to think that I wouldn't be part of that day. The day of the wedding finally arrived, and I decided to go. I dressed up, put on a brave face, and prepared myself for what I knew would probably be an uncomfortable experience. When I got to the venue, everything was beautiful. Kate had really gone all out, and I could tell that every detail was exactly as she'd wanted it. The bridesmaids looked perfect, matching and coordinated just as she'd envisioned. I tried to avoid her as much as possible, sticking with mutual friends and just focusing on getting through the day. But eventually, Kate spotted me, and she came over. She was polite, but it was clear there was still tension between us. She gave me a quick hug and thanked me for coming, but there was this look in her eyes like she was holding back some resentment. It felt forced, like she was just going through the motions for the sake of appearances. Throughout the ceremony and reception, I kept my distance. I didn't want to cause any more friction. And honestly, I just wanted to get through the day without any drama. But at the same time, I couldn't shake this feeling of sadness, like I'd lost something important. Watching Kate with her other bridesmaids, laughing and celebrating, I felt like I was on the outside looking in. This was someone I'd considered a sister, and now it felt like I barely knew her. When it was finally time to leave, I didn't even get a real goodbye. Kate was busy with other guests, and I didn't want to interrupt, so I just slipped out quietly. As I drove home, I kept thinking about how everything had played out, how a friendship that had lasted over a decade could end up in such a mess over something as superficial as appearances. It made me question a lot about our friendship. Had it always been this one-sided? Had I just ignored all the red flags because I wanted to believe she cared about me for who I was? Now, weeks have passed, and we haven't spoken since the wedding. I keep going over everything in my mind, wondering if I could have handled it differently. If maybe there was some way to make her understand how much her words hurt. Part of me wants to reach out and try to mend things, but another part of me feels like maybe it's not worth it. Maybe I need to accept that sometimes, even close friendships can change in ways we never expect. So, am I wrong for not wanting to change my appearance for my friend's wedding? Story 6. Am I wrong for refusing to help my brother after he cheated on my best friend? I, 28, HR specialist, have always had a close relationship with my younger brother, James. Growing up, we were practically inseparable, only 2 years apart, so we were in each other's lives constantly. We've always had each other's backs. I've defended him more times than I can count, even when he was clearly in the wrong. Family loyalty is huge for me, and I've always tried to stick to that. But things started to get complicated about a year ago, when he began dating my best friend, Emma. Emma, 27, and I have been best friends since college. She's been like a sister to me for years. She's always been someone I could trust completely, someone who's been there for me in some of the hardest moments of my life. So, when she and James started dating, I had mixed feelings. On one hand, I was thrilled because two of the most important people in my life were happy together. On the other hand, I was a little nervous because, well, dating your best friend's sibling can get messy. But seeing how happy they made each other, I quickly got over my worries. For the past year, everything seemed great between them. Emma would tell me how happy James made her, and I could see he was putting in the effort too. He'd do things like surprise her with little dates and make an effort to be supportive, and Emma really fell for him. I even started to think that maybe they'd end up being something long-term. It felt like everything was aligning perfectly, like they were meant to be together. Then, about a week ago, my phone rang, and it was Emma. Her voice was shaky, and I could tell something was wrong right away. She told me she'd found texts on James's phone, messages to some random woman I'd never heard of. She didn't go into full detail, but the hurt and betrayal in her voice were clear as day. She said she'd confronted him, and he admitted to cheating on her. I didn't even know what to say at that moment. I just listened to her as she tried to piece together her feelings, and it was painful to hear her so crushed. I couldn't believe James had done this, and to Emma of all people. I kept thinking, how could he mess things up with someone as amazing as her? She didn't deserve any of this. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I told Emma that I'd be there for her no matter what, and if she needed anything, she could count on me. Honestly, I wanted to confront James right then and there, but I knew I needed to cool down first. But before I even got the chance to process everything, James showed up at my place. He didn't know I'd talked to Emma yet, and he looked defeated, but not exactly remorseful. I let him in, trying to keep my anger in check. We sat down, and without much of an intro, he started talking about how he'd messed up and needed my help. He went on about how he'd made a mistake and how much he regretted it. But it felt so superficial, like he was just saying what he thought I wanted to hear. Then he dropped the real bombshell. He wanted me to talk to Emma for him, to put in a good word. I was stunned. He actually wanted me to go to my best friend, who he'd cheated on, and try to convince her to take him back. I felt like he was completely disregarding the fact that Emma was a real person with real feelings, and that I was stuck in the middle of a mess he created. I told him flat out that I didn't think I could do that. He looked at me like I just slapped him, genuinely surprised that I wasn't willing to jump in and cover for him. He kept pushing, though, saying things like, "Come on, family has to stick together," and, I didn't mean to hurt her." I could feel myself getting angrier with every word. I told him he needed to face what he'd done and take responsibility instead of dragging me into it. But he just wouldn't let up. He kept insisting that I talk to her, that I explain things so she could see he wasn't a bad guy. In his mind, it seemed like I was supposed to fix this for him, because, well, that's what family does, right? I couldn't believe the nerve he had to ask me this. He knew how close Emma and I were, and it felt like he was using that closeness to try and manipulate me. The worst part was, the more he talked, the more it became clear that he didn't really regret what he did, he just regretted getting caught. He was acting like Emma's forgiveness was something I could just arrange for him, like it was some kind of business deal. After he left, I just sat there, furious and conflicted. I couldn't shake the feeling that James was putting me in an impossible position. It was like he was asking me to choose between him and Emma, and no matter what I did, someone was going to get hurt. Later that night, my parents called me. Somehow, James had already spoken to them. And of course, he'd spun it in a way that made him seem like the victim who needed support to make things right. My mom started in, saying how everyone makes mistakes and how family should stick together, even when things get tough. She went on about how James had learned his lesson, and how this could all blow over if I just helped out a bit. Hearing my parents take his side so blindly only added to my frustration. It felt like they were trying to guilt trip me, making me feel like the bad guy for not instantly forgiving James and helping him fix things. They kept saying it was one mistake, and that he deserved another chance, but none of them seemed to consider how Emma must be feeling. It was like her feelings didn't even register. To them, this was all about helping James, and they just expected me to fall in line. The thing is, Emma never once asked me to take sides. She was devastated, but she didn't try to make me choose. She just needed someone to be there for her, someone she could trust, and I couldn't bear the thought of betraying that trust. I knew how much this had hurt her, and the last thing I wanted was to make things even worse by playing into James's selfish plan. But with my family pressuring me, I felt like I was caught between a rock and a hard place. After that conversation with my family, I felt completely drained. I was starting to question if I was being unreasonable. They all made it sound like I was overreacting, that I should just forgive and forget for James's sake. But I couldn't shake off the feeling of betrayal, not just because James cheated on Emma, but because he was so shamelessly dragging me into it. It felt like he was exploiting my loyalty. knowing that I've always been the one to defend him. The days that followed were rough. James kept texting and calling, still pushing me to talk to Emma on his behalf. He just wouldn't let it go, and his messages got more desperate, almost guilt-tripping me, as if it was somehow my fault that he was in this mess. Every time I'd ignore him, I'd get a follow-up message saying things like, "I need you to be there for me right now," or "Family doesn't turn their backs on each other." It was manipulative, but it was also working. I was starting to feel the pressure. Then, Emma reached out to me. She hadn't been contacting me much since that initial call, probably needing time to process everything. But this time, she asked if we could meet up, and I knew she wanted to talk about James. She still seemed lost and hurt, and I could see she was struggling to figure out if there was even a way to move past what had happened. She didn't outright ask me for advice, but I could tell she was looking for some kind of sign, something to help her make sense of things. As I sat there listening to her, I felt like I was torn in half. Here was my best friend, the one who'd been like family to me for so long, asking for my honest thoughts. But all I could think about was how anything I said would inevitably be used against me by my family if they found out. It felt like I was walking a tightrope, trying to support Emma without completely throwing James under the bus. But she deserved honesty, and I wasn't going to lie to her. I just told her that she should trust her gut, and that she didn't owe anyone forgiveness if she didn't feel ready to give it. She nodded, seeming to take comfort in that, but I could still see the doubt in her eyes. That night, I got another call from my mom. This time, she was more direct. She said I was making things harder by not helping James, and that I was tearing the family apart by refusing to mediate. She even said that Emma would get over it eventually, that this kind of thing happens in relationships, which blew my mind. It felt like they were trivializing the whole situation, acting like it was just a minor slip-up that should be swept under the rug. I tried to explain that Emma was genuinely hurt, and that asking me to step in wasn't fair to her or me. But my mom wouldn't hear it. She kept saying I was being stubborn and selfish, that I was holding a grudge when James just needed my support. The guilt was eating away at me. I'd always valued family, and I never imagined something like this would push me to a breaking point with them. Part of me started questioning if I was wrong for standing my ground. Maybe they were right, maybe I was blowing this out of proportion. And maybe, as they said, everyone makes mistakes. But every time I thought about reaching out to Emma on James's behalf, I felt sick. It was like a betrayal of everything I believed in, and I knew Emma would never trust me again if I did it. Then, things escalated. James showed up at my apartment again, and this time, he was visibly frustrated. He said he was disappointed in me for choosing sides, and that I'd clearly picked Emma over him. I tried to tell him that this wasn't about picking sides. It was about him taking responsibility for what he'd done. But he wasn't having it. He said I was being a terrible sister, that he'd always been there for me, and now, when he needed me, I was abandoning him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like he thought he was entitled to my loyalty, no matter how badly he'd screwed up. By the time he left, I felt completely shattered. He'd managed to twist everything, making me feel like I was the one tearing the family apart, like I was the reason he and Emma couldn't move forward. And to make matters worse, my parents sided with him. They kept calling, telling me that I needed to fix things, that this whole mess was causing unnecessary drama in the family, and that it would all go away if I just did my part. The pressure was getting unbearable. I felt like I was being gaslighted by everyone around me, like my feelings didn't matter, and I was just supposed to play the role they'd assigned me. Every time I tried to talk to them about Emma's pain, they brushed it off, acting like I was exaggerating, or that Emma was being overly sensitive. I realized that, to them, this wasn't about right or wrong, it was about family loyalty, plain and simple. Finally, after days of constant back and forth with my family and countless sleepless nights, I decided to have a final conversation with James. I told him, as calmly as I could, that I couldn't support him in the way he wanted. I explained that if he truly wanted to make things right with Emma, he needed to do it himself. I wasn't going to be his intermediary, and I wasn't going to ask Emma to forgive him on my behalf. I thought he'd understand, or at least respect my decision. But he just looked at me with this cold, disappointed expression. He said, "I guess I know where we stand," and walked out without another word. Now I'm left here wondering if I made the right choice. After James walked out that night, I honestly thought things would calm down. I figured he'd take some time, maybe see that he'd been wrong to pressure me, and realize that this wasn't something I could fix for him. But I couldn't have been more wrong. Instead, things just got worse. My family didn't back off, they doubled down. My mom called me the next day, sounding disappointed, saying that I was driving a wedge between everyone. She told me that James was feeling betrayed, and that he'd said he didn't know if he could ever trust me again. Hearing that made me feel sick. All these years, I'd been there for him through so much, and now, because I wouldn't lie to my best friend for him, he was ready to cut me out. Every conversation with my parents turned into an argument. They kept saying I was being stubborn, that I was making this bigger than it needed to be. It felt like they thought this was a game, like if I just played along and talked to Emma, everything would magically go back to normal. I tried explaining over and over that Emma wasn't just a random friend. She was like family to me too. But they just didn't get it. To them, James was the priority, and they expected me to fall in line. Meanwhile, Emma was struggling. She'd been quiet since that last time we talked, and I knew she was trying to figure things out on her own. She'd told me she needed space to think, and I respected that. But it hurt knowing that she was dealing with this alone. I wanted to be there for her, to support her through it, but I also didn't want to push. It was such a mess, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was failing both of them, even though I'd done nothing wrong. A few days later, I got a message from James. It was short, just a few lines, saying he'd decided to move on, and that he didn't need my help anymore. I felt a weird mix of relief and sadness reading that. Part of me was glad he was finally leaving me out of it, but it also felt like he was severing ties, like he was punishing me for not doing what he wanted. I hadn't expected him to give up on Emma so quickly, either, for someone who'd been so insistent on winning her back. It felt strange for him to drop it so fast. It made me wonder if he'd ever really wanted to fix things, or if he'd just wanted a quick way out of the consequences. But the fallout didn't end there. My parents started acting colder toward me, like I was the black sheep. Family gatherings were tense, with this unspoken resentment hanging in the air. They kept making comments about how I should mend things with James, as if I'd done something wrong. It was exhausting, feeling like I had to defend myself constantly, especially when all I'd done was try to be there for both of them in an honest way. Eventually, Emma reached out to me again. She told me she'd decided to end things with James for good, that she couldn't see a future with him after what he'd done. She thanked me for being there for her, and it was clear she didn't blame me for any of this. But she did mention how hurt she'd been that James had tried to use me to get to her. It made her question a lot about their relationship, about whether he'd ever really cared for her, or just liked the convenience of dating someone close to me. That conversation with Emma brought a weird sense of closure. I felt relieved that she wasn't angry with me, that she understood I hadn't betrayed her. But it also solidified something else: my family was never going to see things from my perspective. They'd already made up their minds about whose side they were on, and it wasn't mine. I was so used to being the one to hold the family together, but now it felt like I was the one they saw as the outsider. I don't know where things stand with James now. We haven't spoken since that last message, and it's like he's erased me from his life. My parents keep pushing me to fix things, but I don't even know what that would look like at this point. I can't apologize for doing what I thought was right, and I can't pretend that I wasn't hurt by the way they all treated me. But I also don't want to lose my family over this. So now I'm left wondering, Am I wrong for refusing to support my brother after he hurt my friend? Story 7. Am I wrong for telling my mom she can't move in with us? I'm 35, married, and my wife and I have 2 young kids. I work as an accountant, and we've built a comfortable life for ourselves. We've got a decent house, a nice little setup that works well for the 4 of us. It's not huge by any means, but it's ours, and it's where we've settled into a rhythm that keeps things as manageable as possible. With 2 little ones running around, though, it can already feel a bit chaotic, especially with both my wife and I working full time. Recently, out of nowhere, my mom called with some bad news. She's in her late 60s, and she's been working the same job for years now, even though retirement was always right around the corner, in her words. But life's thrown her a curveball, and she lost her job. It was tough to hear. My mom's always been the kind of person who handles her own business and doesn't ask for help unless she really needs it. So I knew this must have been hitting her hard. She didn't stop there, though. Apparently, things have been tight for her financially for a while now, and losing her job pushed her into a real bind. She couldn't keep up with her rent, and her landlord gave her notice to vacate. She called me because, well, she needed a place to stay. Just temporarily, she said, just until she got back on her feet. She didn't ask anyone else in the family, just me. I'll be honest, my first reaction wasn't the most positive. It's not that I didn't want to help my mom out, but the idea of her moving in with us just felt overwhelming. I imagined the house with her there, and it felt like an impossible fit. We're already stretched thin with space, juggling the needs of 2 young kids, and the work-life balance my wife and I are barely managing. The idea of adding another person, even if it's family, just felt like it would tip everything off balance. Not to mention, my wife and I really value our privacy and our own family time. So, I had to think about it carefully. I spent a few days mulling it over, trying to figure out if there was a way to make it work. But every time I thought about it, I kept coming back to the same issues. We don't have a guest room. Any space for her would mean squeezing into an already tight situation. There's no real place in our home where she could have any privacy, and with the kids always up early and full of energy, there wouldn't be much peace and quiet either. My wife and I talked about it, and we were on the same page. Moving her in might be too much. Eventually, I called her back to talk things over. I tried to approach it as gently as possible. I told her that I was worried about the space situation and how we'd handle things with the kids. I told her that we were stretched thin with the setup we have now, and that adding another person would really push things. I was hoping she'd understand and maybe we could come up with another solution. She didn't say much. She listened, but I could tell from her tone that she was hurt. It wasn't anything she said directly, but the way she went quiet told me everything. I tried to reassure her, told her I'd help her find a place nearby where she could stay until things improved, even offered to help cover some of the rent. She said she understood, that she didn't want to be a burden, and we hung up. Afterward, I thought that maybe I'd handled it okay, that things might settle down. But it didn't take long for my siblings to get involved. My mom must have called them, or maybe they reached out to her and got the full story. Either way, I started getting messages from my brother and sister, who had plenty to say about my decision. My sister lives out of state, so she wasn't really an option for my mom, but she was quick to tell me how she'd absolutely take mom in if only she lived closer. She said I should do whatever I can to support our mom, that it's the least I could do after everything she's done for us. My brother, who actually has more space than we do, went on about how family should stick together, especially in tough times. He said I was being selfish, thinking only about my own comfort, and not about the fact that our mom has nowhere else to go. It was frustrating because they both made it sound so simple, like I was just supposed to let her move in without any thought for what that would mean for my family. And neither of them seemed to be stepping up to offer any real solutions. My sister, with all her supportive words, wasn't offering to help in any tangible way, and my brother, who has space, just made excuses about how he wasn't ready to take on the responsibility. Somehow, it all came back to me as the person who should handle it, and it didn't feel fair. I reached back out to my mom a few days later, hoping we could talk through the options again. I even started looking at some apartments in her area, ones that seemed affordable and could work for her in the short term. I thought maybe I could support her financially until she found a new job, or even help her with other expenses if needed. But I could sense that things had shifted. She wasn't as open, and there was a certain distance in how she talked to me. After that call with my mom, I thought maybe I'd find some sort of middle ground, but things only seemed to get worse. My siblings didn't let up. Every couple of days, there was another text or phone call from them, always bringing up how we owe it to mom and how she needs us now more than ever. They really doubled down on the guilt trip, painting this picture of me as the ungrateful son who couldn't be bothered to make room for his own mother. They kept acting like this was an easy decision, like I was just selfishly choosing not to help. They didn't seem to care about the fact that my wife and I had talked it through and agreed it wasn't realistic. They didn't have to deal with the day-to-day chaos in our house. They only saw things from the outside, and that made it easy for them to pass judgment. My sister, in particular, kept throwing around phrases like family loyalty and sacrifice. She'd bring up all these memories of when we were kids, moments where mom went out of her way to provide for us, even when things were tight. She made it sound like I'd just forgotten everything our mom did for us, like I was tossing it all aside the second things got inconvenient for me. And my brother, he just kept saying that I was being stubborn, that I needed to step up and do what was right. But when I asked if he'd be willing to let her stay with him, even for just a month or two, he suddenly had a list of reasons why he couldn't. It was frustrating, to say the least. Meanwhile, my mom was becoming more distant. She'd answer my calls, but there was this tone to her voice that I hadn't heard before. It wasn't anger, exactly, but more like disappointment. She'd keep conversations short and wouldn't say much about her situation, as if she didn't want to bother me. I tried to bring up the idea of helping her find an apartment nearby, something where she could have her own space but still be close if she needed anything. I even offered to help her financially, but it didn't seem to change her perspective. To her, the fact that I wouldn't let her stay with us must have felt like I was rejecting her, like I was turning my back on her when she needed family the most. My wife saw how much this was eating at me and tried to reassure me that we were doing the right thing. We talked about it again, going over the reasons why it just wouldn't work to have mom move in. She reminded me that we'd both agreed on this decision because of our kids and the strain it would put on our home life. She was supportive, but even she admitted that the guilt from my siblings and the tension with my mom was starting to wear her down, too. We were both feeling the weight of it, and there were times I started to question whether we'd made the right choice. But every time I imagined how things would actually play out if she moved in, I felt the same doubts creep in, the same concerns about our family's space and stability. Despite my siblings' accusations, I kept looking for apartments in the area, hoping that maybe a more concrete solution would help ease things. I even found a place that seemed perfect for her. A one-bedroom unit not too far from us, with decent rent. I offered to help cover the first few months if she wanted, just to get her settled. But when I brought it up to her, she barely responded. She thanked me, but it was that same quiet, reserved tone. She didn't sound excited or relieved. She just sounded disappointed. It was like no matter what I did, nothing could make up for the fact that I wasn't letting her move in. And I think that's when it hit me she wasn't really looking for an alternative. She was looking for me to take her in, no questions asked. The tension kept building, and at this point, it was clear my mom and I weren't seeing eye to eye. My brother and sister made it their mission to keep pressuring me, too. They'd text me articles about family duty or send me little stories about people who took in their elderly parents, as if that would magically change my mind. I tried to ignore it, but it was getting harder to brush off, especially with my mom barely talking to me. My sister even threw in some passive-aggressive comments during one call, saying things like, "Well, not everyone has the luxury of a big house like you do." It was like they were trying to paint me as this heartless person who was only concerned with his own comfort. But they had no idea what it was actually like in my shoes. At some point, I realized I hadn't really talked to my kids about any of this, and I wasn't sure if they understood what was going on. They'd heard my wife, and I mentioned Grandma a few times, and one night, my oldest asked if Grandma was coming to stay with us. It caught me off guard, and I wasn't sure how to answer. I didn't want to make it sound like we didn't want her around, but at the same time, I didn't want to make promises I couldn't keep. I told him that Grandma was going through a hard time, and that we were trying to help her find a nice place to live. He seemed satisfied with that, but I could tell he didn't really understand. In a way, I felt a pang of guilt that I wasn't able to just tell him she'd be moving in, that he'd get to spend more time with her. But deep down, I knew the realities of it wouldn't match the idealized version he had in his head. My wife suggested we take a short break from the family drama and focus on just spending time together as a family. We took the kids out for a weekend trip, just something to get away and clear our heads. It helped, but as soon as we got back, there was a voicemail from my mom. She sounded down, almost like she'd given up. She mentioned that she'd started packing up her things and didn't know what her next steps were. She didn't outright say anything, but the implication was clear. She was waiting on me to change my mind, to invite her to stay. That night, I lay awake for hours, just staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything that had happened. I kept replaying the conversations with my siblings, my mom's tone, the guilt tripping, the tension in my own home. I was torn between what I felt was right for my family and this enormous pressure to make things right for everyone else. It felt like no matter what choice I made, someone would end up hurt or disappointed, and I'd still be seen as the one who failed to step up. In the days that followed, the tension just kept building. My siblings kept the pressure on, and every time I talked to my mom, the disappointment in her voice was impossible to miss. She didn't say it outright, but I knew what she wanted, and I knew what my siblings expected of me. My brother and sister continued to chime in, reminding me that we were all Mom had, and that family doesn't turn their back. The guilt was constant, like this cloud hanging over me, and even though my wife stood by our decision, I could see that it was starting to wear on her too. My mom finally found a temporary place to stay with a friend, but it was clear this was just a stopgap solution. She mentioned that she was grateful for the arrangement, but also hinted that it wasn't ideal. It was one of those conversations where every sentence had a layer of meaning underneath it, and I was expected to read between the lines. The implication was that she was still waiting for me to come around, for me to finally offer her a place in our home. My wife and I kept talking about it, trying to make sure we were on the same page, and every time we'd go through the reasons again, it still felt like we were making the right choice for our family. But it didn't stop the guilt. My wife was stressed, I was losing sleep, and the kids could sense something was off. It felt like we were all just treading water, waiting for something to give. My brother finally called one day and laid it all out. He told me flat out that I was being selfish, that I was putting my own comfort over our mom's well-being. He said that she'd sacrificed for us countless times, and now, when she needed help, I was treating her like an inconvenience. He brought up things from our childhood that I hadn't thought about in years, times when Mom went without so we could have what we needed. Moments when she held it together for our sake. Hearing it all laid out like that hit me hard, and part of me wondered if he was right. I tried to explain our situation to him, why it wasn't just about comfort or convenience, but about stability for my own family, for my kids. I told him about the tight space, the chaos with young kids, the way it would disrupt our lives. But he didn't seem to care. In his mind, I was failing as a son, letting our mom down when she needed me most. He said that if he could take her in, he would, But that since he didn't have the space or wasn't set up for it, the responsibility fell on me. It was like no matter what I said, he wasn't going to change his mind. I spent the next few days going back and forth in my own head, questioning everything. Was I being selfish? Was I putting my needs and my family's comfort over my mom's genuine need for help? I knew that she'd do anything for us when we were kids, that she'd made sacrifices I'd probably never fully understand. But I couldn't shake the feeling that letting her move in would disrupt the life my wife and I had worked so hard to build for our kids. In a final attempt to find some sort of compromise, I offered to pay for a longer-term apartment for her, covering several months' rent while she got back on her feet. I thought that maybe if I could show her I was committed to supporting her, even if it wasn't by letting her live with us, it might ease the tension. But when I brought it up, she brushed it off, saying she didn't want charity from her own son. She said she'd rather stay with her friend than feel like a burden, which only made me feel worse. At this point, my siblings had gone quiet, almost like they'd given up on trying to convince me. But the silence wasn't any better. It felt like they'd decided I wasn't worth the effort, that I was the one letting the family down. Every family conversation felt heavy, like there was this unspoken disappointment hanging in the air. My mom kept her distance too, not calling as much, not asking for updates. It was as if she'd accepted my decision, but was hurt by it in a way I couldn't fix. Things haven't changed much since then. My mom is still staying with her friend, and I'm helping her out financially in small ways, though she won't take much. My siblings still keep me at arm's length, and every time we talk, I can tell they haven't forgiven me. They still see me as the one who turned his back on mom, the one who didn't step up when it mattered. And honestly, it's left me questioning if I really did make the right call. So here I am, still wondering if I should have made a different choice. Did I let my own priorities overshadow what really mattered? Did I fail my mom by not letting her move in? Am I wrong for not letting her stay with us? Story 8. Am I wrong for walking out of my sister's birthday dinner after she publicly criticized my career? I'm a 31-year-old artist, and, to be honest, my career has been a bit of a sore spot in my family for as long as I can remember. I chose to pursue art instead of taking the traditional route like the rest of my siblings, and I've never really felt like they respected that choice. My parents have always been very success-oriented, you could say. They come from a background where financial security is everything, so when I told them years ago that I wanted to be an artist, they weren't thrilled. It's been this unspoken thing between us that my work doesn't quite measure up to what they'd expected from me, and that feeling only gets worse with time. Growing up, I was always encouraged to have realistic ambitions, and it wasn't exactly easy to be the creative one in a family where everyone else had their career path pretty much mapped out. My younger sister, Lisa, who's now 29, went into finance, and my older brother is in tech. They have stable jobs, decent paychecks, benefits, retirement plans, the works. And then there's me, with my freelance lifestyle, which, to my family, sounds like code for no security. To them, being an artist is more of a phase than a career. I should have known that going to Lisa's birthday dinner would mean dealing with the usual comments, but I guess I hoped this time would be different. I wanted to be there to celebrate her, even though things between us have always been a little strained. Lisa and I have never been super close. We're just different people with different views, and that's okay. But she's made it very clear that she doesn't understand or respect my career, and she's not shy about showing it. Still, I thought I'd be able to handle whatever comments came my way because it was her birthday, and I didn't want to make things awkward. So I showed up to the restaurant, trying to keep an open mind. I hadn't seen my family in a few weeks, and I thought maybe this would be a chance to reconnect, even just a little. We were all sitting around the table, and everything seemed fine at first. We were catching up, chatting about little things, who's working on what, how everyone's doing. I was kind of zoning out because these conversations never really involve me. My family doesn't take much interest in my projects, and I'm usually just listening in while they talk about their jobs or their houses or whatever else. Then, out of nowhere, Lisa turns to me with this smirk on her face and asks, "So, how's the art thing going? Still painting? Or are you finally looking for a real job?" She says it so casually, as if it's just a normal question, but it feels like a punch to the gut. I'm sitting there, in front of my entire family, with everyone staring at me, waiting for my response. I try to brush it off, give her some kind of neutral answer, but she doesn't let up. She starts going on about how it must be nice to just paint all day and not have to worry about adult things like bills and retirement. It was humiliating. I could feel everyone looking at me, like they were in on some big joke that I was the punchline of. I could feel my face getting hot, and I just kept telling myself to stay calm, to not make a scene. But the more she talked, the worse it got. Lisa wasn't just making a passing comment, she was making it clear that, in her eyes, I wasn't really doing anything with my life. And my parents, instead of stepping in or saying something to change the subject, just laughed along like it was all in good fun. At that moment, all the years of feeling like an outsider in my own family started bubbling up. I thought back to all the times they'd made similar comments, like it was all harmless teasing. But it was never harmless to me. It was a reminder that they didn't respect what I did, that they didn't see my work as worthwhile. I felt like I was being treated like the family's little joke, like my career didn't deserve the same respect they showed each other's. My older brother even joined in, saying something like, "Yeah, maybe it's time to start thinking about something stable. Art's nice and all, but eventually, you'll need a real job, right?" I looked around, hoping maybe someone would speak up. Maybe my mom would say something to defend me. But she just gave me this sympathetic look that somehow made it worse, like she pitied me. There's nothing worse than feeling pitied by your own family, especially when they're the ones making you feel small in the first place. I tried to remind myself that it was Lisa's birthday, that I didn't want to cause a scene. But I couldn't sit there anymore, letting them all gang up on me like that. So I just stood up, took my bag, and left. I didn't say goodbye or explain myself. I just walked out. I could hear them calling after me, but I didn't look back. I went straight home, trying to process everything that had happened. It was like every insecurity I'd ever had about my career was suddenly magnified. All because they couldn't see past their own idea of what a successful life looks like. It wasn't until I got home that I started really questioning myself. I kept thinking, was I wrong for leaving? Did I overreact? But then I remembered how small I felt sitting there, how I couldn't even get through one family dinner without being reminded that they didn't respect what I do. I wanted to support Lisa, to show up for her birthday, but not at the cost of my own dignity. The morning after the dinner, I woke up to a bunch of messages from my family. Most of them were from my mom, going on about how disappointed she was that I made a scene and how I'd ruined Lisa's birthday. Apparently, leaving without saying anything was a bigger deal to them than the constant jabs I had to sit through. They didn't see anything wrong with what Lisa had said. Instead, they all focused on me being dramatic and overly sensitive. It was honestly infuriating. It's like they couldn't understand why I wouldn't just sit there and take it, like I had so many times before. My mom kept saying I should apologize, that I'd made things awkward for everyone else, and that Lisa was hurt because I'd walked out on her special day. Hurt. I couldn't believe it. They all thought Lisa was the one who got hurt because I left early, but they didn't care about how humiliated I felt sitting there, being treated like my life choices were just a joke. I tried explaining that it wasn't just about that one dinner, that this was something I'd been dealing with for years. But my mom didn't seem to get it. She said things like, "Oh, you know how Lisa is," as if that excused everything. She even tried to brush it off by saying Lisa didn't mean any harm, and that she was just teasing me. It was like talking to a wall. I told my mom that Lisa's comments weren't just teasing, they were demeaning. I asked her if she understood how it felt to constantly have her career belittled, especially by the people who were supposed to support her. But my mom's response was just, well, we're family. You need to learn to let things go. It's just the way we are. She kept saying I should be able to handle a little ribbing because they were just looking out for me, hoping I'd finally see the light and settle into a real job. I don't know what was worse, the fact that she genuinely believed they were doing me a favor, or that she thought I was the one overreacting. I got a message from Lisa herself too, which honestly didn't make me feel any better. She just sent a short note saying she didn't mean to upset me, but that I shouldn't have stormed out like that. She ended it with, "It was just a joke. You take things way too personally." I wanted to respond and tell her that it wasn't just one joke, that her comments had always hurt me, but I knew it wouldn't go anywhere. She's never tried to understand my perspective, and I doubted she would start now. To her, I'm just the sensitive artist who can't handle the real world. She didn't even consider that maybe the way she treated me was the problem. My brother chimed in, too, with his own message. He was a bit more straightforward, saying that I should just grow up and stop expecting everyone to cater to my feelings. According to him, I was just dragging everyone down by refusing to face reality and get a stable job. It stung, not only because of what he said, but because it confirmed how little they understood me. They really believed that my life choices were wrong and that I just needed to be fixed. It made me realize that they weren't going to change, no matter how many times I tried to explain myself. They'd always see my career as something less than theirs. The worst part was that I actually started questioning myself. I kept thinking, was I really being too sensitive? Should I have just sat there and laughed along? Part of me felt guilty, like maybe I had overreacted by leaving. Maybe I should have stayed and let them say whatever they wanted, because that's just how they are, like my mom kept saying. But the other part of me knew that if I had stayed, I'd only be reinforcing their behavior, letting them think it was okay to belittle me whenever they felt like it. I couldn't keep letting myself be the family's punchline. It wasn't fair, and it wasn't something I deserved just because I'd chosen a different path. After a while, I decided to send a message in our family group chat to try and clear things up. I figured maybe if I explained how I felt, they'd at least understand why I left. I wrote a long message about how it felt to be constantly criticized for my career, how I'd spent years trying to gain their respect only to be met with dismissive comments and jokes. I told them that I didn't walk out to ruin Lisa's birthday, but because I couldn't handle the disrespect anymore. I ended it by saying that I wished they could just accept me for who I am, even if my life didn't look like theirs. The responses were disappointing, to say the least. My mom just said I was making a big deal out of nothing, and that nobody meant any harm. Lisa didn't respond at all, and my brother wrote something along the lines of, "Not everything's about you. Sometimes you have to suck it up for the sake of family." It felt like they weren't even reading what I'd written, just waiting to tell me I was wrong. Not one of them apologized or even acknowledged that their comments might have hurt me. It was all about how I'd overreacted, how I was too sensitive, and how I'd ruined a nice evening by not being able to take a joke. At that point, I realized that no matter what I said, they'd never see things from my perspective. I was always going to be the dramatic one in their eyes, the family member who couldn't just go along with everyone else. They didn't see that it was never about a single joke or comment. It was about years of being treated like an outsider, years of feeling like my choices didn't matter to them. But they weren't interested in hearing any of that. To them, I was just overreacting, and they were completely justified in how they'd treated me. It left me feeling completely drained. I thought about just cutting off contact for a while, but that felt so extreme. They're still my family, and a part of me wants their acceptance, even if I know I probably won't get it. I'm not sure where to go from here. It feels like I'm at a crossroads. Do I keep trying to make them understand, or do I just accept that they're never going to see things my way? It's hard to walk away, but it's just as hard to keep putting myself in situations where I feel like I don't belong. After those messages, I went silent in the group chat. I didn't know what else to say, and honestly, I was exhausted. I'd put myself out there, tried to explain my feelings, and got absolutely nothing back. It was clear they didn't see my perspective, and maybe they never would. I took a step back and just tried to focus on my work, on the things that made me happy, instead of spending my energy on people who didn't respect me. A few days passed without any contact. I thought maybe they'd reach out with some sort of apology, or even just check in to see if I was okay. But all I got was silence. I guess they figured I'd just come around eventually, that I'd sweep everything under the rug like I always did. But something in me had changed. I wasn't as willing to go back and pretend everything was fine just for the sake of keeping the peace. I knew if I did, I'd be setting myself up for more of the same treatment every time we got together. Then, about a week later, my mom called. She sounded calm, almost overly so, as if she was trying hard not to push any buttons. She said they wanted to have a family dinner, just to talk things over and get past this little bump. She actually used the word bump, as if the years of criticism and hurt feelings I'd tried to explain were just a minor issue. It was like she didn't even hear what I was saying, but I agreed to meet them anyway. I figured maybe, in person, they'd finally listen to me, and we could actually move forward. A part of me hoped that if I laid it all out one more time, they'd understand and things could be different. The dinner was awkward from the start. Everyone was tense, like we were walking on eggshells, but nobody wanted to address the elephant in the room. We made small talk about the weather, some family friend's wedding, anything to avoid getting into why we were really there. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore, and I brought it up. I told them that the way they treated my career was hurtful, that I'd been made to feel like an outsider in my own family for years. I told them how their comments at Lisa's birthday had felt like the last straw, that I couldn't keep showing up to these gatherings just to be ridiculed. My mom was the first to speak up, saying she never realized I felt that way, but her tone was more dismissive than apologetic. She said, "You know we love you and just want the best for you." But it felt like she was brushing off my concerns rather than acknowledging them. My brother rolled his eyes and muttered something about being too sensitive, which only added fuel to the fire. Lisa, surprisingly, stayed quiet for most of it, but I could tell from her expression that she didn't think she'd done anything wrong. I tried to keep calm, to explain that it wasn't just about one night, but about years of feeling belittled. But they all looked at me like I was overreacting, like my feelings were just inconvenient, something they had to sit through so they could get back to their own lives. My mom suggested, again, that I was being too sensitive, and that maybe I needed to learn to let things go. She even said I should consider therapy if I couldn't handle harmless jokes. That was when I realized that I was never going to get through to them. They weren't interested in seeing things from my side. They just wanted me to fall in line and stop making waves. I left that dinner feeling more alone than ever. It hit me that, for them, I was never going to be anything more than the dramatic one, the family member who couldn't take a joke. They had this version of me in their heads that didn't match who I really was, and they had no interest in changing that image. I spent so much of my life hoping they'd accept me, that they'd see my career as something worth respecting. But it was clear they just couldn't see past their own idea of what success looked like. Since then, I've kept my distance. I haven't gone to any family events, haven't responded to their messages, and honestly, I feel a lot of relief. I don't feel that constant pressure to prove myself anymore, and I've started focusing more on my work and my own happiness instead of chasing after their approval. But there's still this nagging feeling, this doubt in the back of my mind, wondering if I'm doing the right thing by distancing myself. I know they're family, and part of me feels guilty, like maybe I should just suck it up and keep showing up. But I also know that every time I do, I'm just opening myself up to more of the same treatment. So, here I am, stuck in this limbo. I'm torn between protecting my peace and keeping ties with my family, even if those ties come with a lot of hurt. I keep asking myself, am I wrong for finally standing up for myself and choosing to walk away? Story 9. Am I wrong for refusing to babysit my nephew on short notice? I, female, 26, am constantly being called on to babysit my sister's kid. It's been going on for a while now, and honestly, it's starting to feel like she thinks I'm her personal on-call nanny. My sister, who's 29, has a 4-year-old son. She's a single mom, which I get isn't easy, and I really do love my nephew. But it feels like she expects me to be available at the drop of a hat. No questions asked. At first, I tried to be as accommodating as possible, but over time, it started to feel like I'm the one who has to adjust my life whenever she needs me. It's becoming a real problem because it seems like she doesn't respect that I have a life too. In the beginning, it was just every now and then, the occasional emergency, like she'd have a work thing that came up last minute, or something would go wrong with her childcare arrangement. And of course, I was more than willing to help out. I mean, she's my sister, and I care about her and my nephew. But over time, her requests have become way more frequent and way less emergency, and more like, oh, I have plans. Can you watch him? At this point, she calls me so regularly for this that I feel like I can barely make plans of my own without wondering if she's going to call and expect me to drop everything to help. One of the issues is that I'm single, no kids, and, as she likes to point out, I don't have the same responsibilities she does. I think she's decided that because of this, I should be free to jump in and help her anytime. I've tried to explain that just because I don't have kids doesn't mean I'm not busy, or that I don't have my own life to manage, but it doesn't seem to get through to her. It's like, in her mind, my life is flexible because I don't have a family of my own to look after. So why shouldn't I help her with hers? And yeah, I get it. She's juggling a lot. But at the same time, I don't think it's fair that I'm constantly having to sacrifice my plans because she assumes I'm always available. Things finally came to a head one Friday night. I had been looking forward to a night out with friends for a while. I work a demanding job, and honestly, it's rare for me to have the time to just relax and have a good time. So I was really excited about this night out. It wasn't anything big or fancy, just dinner and maybe a drink or two with friends. But it felt like a little escape. I'd been waiting all week for it. Then, just as I was about to head out, I got a call from my sister. She sounded stressed, and I could tell right away she was about to ask for something. She didn't even say hello, just went straight into it. Hey, I need you to watch nephew's name tonight. I was taken aback because it was literally the last minute, and she hadn't mentioned anything earlier. When I asked why, she was kind of vague, saying she had plans she couldn't cancel. She didn't go into detail, and frankly, I didn't feel like she had to her plans or her business. But I was frustrated that she was only telling me about this now, when she knows I don't like last-minute stuff. I told her I couldn't because I already had plans. And that's when everything blew up. She got mad, like really mad. She started saying I was being selfish and only thinking of myself, that I didn't understand what it's like for her as a single mom. She went on about how she doesn't get breaks and how I, as her sister, should be willing to help her out. I was kind of in shock at first because I honestly couldn't believe she was reacting like this. I tried to explain that I'd already made plans, and that if she had told me sooner, I might have been able to work something out. But she wasn't hearing it. She just kept saying I was selfish, and that family should always be there for each other. It felt like no matter what I said, she had already made up her mind that I was the bad guy here. After we hung up, I was honestly shaken. I kept thinking about all the times I'd helped her in the past, and wondering why that wasn't enough. I don't know if she just doesn't realize or if she doesn't care, but I feel like I've done my fair share to support her, even when it meant giving up my own plans or adjusting my schedule. I've been there for her more times than I can count. But the moment I say no once, suddenly I'm this horrible, selfish person. It didn't sit right with me. And I started wondering if maybe she'd been taking advantage of me this whole time. It's not like I don't want to help her. I do. But I want there to be some kind of boundary. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for a heads up. If she could give me some notice, I'd be more than willing to step in and help. But I don't think it's fair for her to expect me to just drop everything with no warning. I feel like I'm constantly having to make her needs my priority. And at this point, I'm starting to feel resentful. It's hard to balance being supportive and not feeling like a doormat, especially when it seems like she doesn't appreciate the effort I'm already putting in. That night, instead of going out and enjoying myself, I stayed home, feeling drained and second guessing my own boundaries. Maybe I'm not doing enough, or maybe I should be more understanding of her situation. But then again, it shouldn't always be on me to solve her problem, right? As much as I love my nephew, he's not my responsibility, and I don't think that makes me a bad sister. I don't want to be guilt-tripped into feeling like I'm not doing my part just because I said no once. I ended up messaging her the next day, trying to explain my side and offer a compromise. I told her I'd be happy to help if she could just give me some advance notice. I thought that was fair. It showed I was still willing to support her, but that I also needed her to respect my time. She didn't respond right away, and when she finally did, she sent back a short, cold message. Fine. I guess I'll figure things out on my own from now on. And that's when I started to wonder if there was ever going to be a way to make her see my perspective. After that tense call and her, I guess I'll figure things out on my own text, I thought maybe we'd get some space from each other for a bit. But, of course, it wasn't that simple. My sister is the type who doesn't let things go. She kept bringing it up in passive-aggressive comments over the next few days. If I posted about going out or mentioned plans, she'd shoot me a quick text like, "Must be nice to have so much free time." It was frustrating, to say the least. I was honestly trying to stay calm about it and not react. I didn't want to make things worse, and I figured she'd eventually move on. But I also started noticing that her resentment was building, not fading. When we did talk, she kept finding ways to slip in jabs about me not understanding what she's going through or saying that some people don't have the luxury of just doing whatever they want. She clearly wanted to guilt trip me, but I wasn't going to play into it. I felt like I had done my best to explain my boundaries. I had even offered a compromise with advance notice. What more was I supposed to do? Then came the family gathering that weekend. We had a small get-together planned at my parents' house. My sister was there with my nephew, and as soon as I walked in, I could feel the tension. She barely looked at me, and when she did, it was with a cold, distant expression. I thought about just ignoring it, but as the day went on, she kept making these little comments loud enough for everyone to hear. Stuff like, "Well, some of us don't have extra hands to help whenever we need them." Or, "It must be nice to have people who can just drop everything for you." She was being so obvious about it that my mom even pulled me aside at one point to ask if everything was okay. I didn't want to cause drama at a family event, so I just brushed it off and told my mom it was nothing. But it was getting to the point where I was having a hard time keeping quiet. Finally, my sister said something like, "Not everyone has the luxury to just say no whenever they feel like it," and that's when I lost it. I calmly but firmly told her that if she had something to say to me, she could just say it instead of these constant digs. She got quiet, but then she went off, saying I had no idea what it's like to be a single mom, that I was selfish, and that family should be willing to help each other out. It turned into a full-blown argument in front of everyone, which was exactly what I had been trying to avoid. My parents looked shocked, and my mom tried to get us to calm down. But by then, things had already escalated. I told my sister that I understood her situation, but that didn't mean I had to be her go-to whenever she felt like it. I said I'd helped her plenty of times and just wanted a bit of respect for my own time. But she kept coming back with the same line about how family should always be there. Eventually, I just walked away because it felt like we were getting nowhere. I could see my parents looking uncomfortable, but I honestly didn't know what else to do. After that, things between us got even worse. We basically stopped talking altogether, which was hard because we're family and usually pretty close. But I was tired of feeling like the bad guy just because I was setting boundaries. She kept her distance too. And for a while, I thought maybe it would give her some time to cool off and realize I wasn't the villain she was making me out to be. But instead, she took it even further. I started hearing from mutual friends and family that she had been talking about our fight, making it sound like I'd abandoned her in her time of need. People started reaching out to me, saying things like, "Why didn't you help your sister when she needed you?" Or, "It wouldn't hurt to give her a break." It was so frustrating because she was making it sound like I'd refused to help her ever. Not just that one time. I kept having to explain that I wasn't saying no forever, just that I wanted a heads up. But by then, it felt like she'd already poisoned the well. At one point, I got a message from one of her friends, someone I barely even know, basically lecturing me on how I should be supporting my sister because that's what family does. It felt like my sister had turned this into a public campaign against me, like she was rallying people to her side. I felt totally isolated, like no one was even trying to understand my side of things. It was exhausting trying to defend myself against something that, to me, felt like a very reasonable boundary. I ended up calling my mom, who had been keeping quiet about the whole thing, and asked her if she thought I was in the wrong. She hesitated, which honestly hurt a little, but eventually, she said she understood both sides. She knew my sister was under a lot of stress, but she also agreed that I shouldn't be expected to drop everything at a moment's notice. That gave me a bit of relief, knowing at least my mom saw where I was coming from. But still, it felt like everyone else had just sided with my sister. At this point, I didn't know what to do. I wanted to reach out to my sister and try to smooth things over. But I also felt like I'd done nothing wrong and didn't want to apologize for setting boundaries. I kept going back and forth on whether I should just let it go and give in to keep the peace, or if I should stand my ground and hope that eventually she'd see my perspective. The whole situation was wearing me down, and I was starting to resent her even more, which I knew wasn't helping anything. Then, out of the blue, I got another last-minute babysitting request from her. No apology, no acknowledgement of everything that had happened, just a simple, "Can you watch nephew's name tonight?" Like none of this had even occurred. I couldn't believe it. It was like she hadn't heard a single thing I'd said, hadn't taken any of it seriously. When that last-minute babysitting request came through from my sister, it felt surreal. After all the back and forth, the argument at the family gathering, the passive-aggressive messages, and even the "I'll figure things out on my own" text, here she was, acting like nothing had happened. I stared at my phone for a while, honestly shocked. It wasn't even like she said hi or checked in with me first, just straight to asking me to babysit that night. I felt a mix of anger and disbelief, like she thought she could just ignore my boundaries completely, and that I'd still come running. After everything that had gone down, I felt like I couldn't just let this slide. I didn't want to ignore her because I knew she'd turn that into a whole new reason to paint me as the bad guy. But I also didn't want to cave and set a precedent that I was still willing to bend over backward whenever she needed me. So I replied, but I kept it short. I just said something along the lines of, "I can't help tonight, and I need you to respect my need for notice when you ask for help." I figured that was straightforward enough and got the message across without making things even more heated. She didn't respond right away, which I thought might mean she was actually thinking about what I said. But then I got a long message from her an hour later. She told me she couldn't believe I was turning my back on family, and that she was disappointed I'd become so self-centered. She even went as far as saying she didn't know who I was anymore. The guilt tripping was on full blast, and honestly, it hit harder than I thought it would. I hated feeling like I was somehow a bad person for standing up for myself, especially with family. But at the same time, I knew I couldn't keep letting her make me feel responsible for everything she was going through. A couple of days went by after that, and I tried to focus on my own life, my own plans. But the whole situation was weighing on me. It's hard to describe, but it was like this constant, nagging feeling that I'd done something wrong. I started second guessing myself, wondering if maybe I should have just agreed to help her that one time, or if I should have tried harder to make her understand where I was coming from. But I kept coming back to the same conclusion, that I had a right to my own boundaries, and that her feelings didn't automatically make me wrong. I thought we might just leave things as they were and go our separate ways for a while. Maybe she'd calm down, and eventually we could talk it out. But then I started noticing that she was continuing to tell her side of things to our friends and family. Every time I'd talk to someone close to us, they'd bring up the situation in these indirect ways, asking if we were okay or mentioning that family is important and everyone needs support sometimes. It was like she'd set out on a mission to turn everyone against me, to make sure I was the villain in the story she was telling. I felt completely trapped, like I was constantly defending myself over a single incident that had spiraled out of control. Eventually, it got to a point where I decided to confront her directly. I called her up, and for the first time in weeks, I just laid everything out. I told her how much this situation had been stressing me out, and that I didn't appreciate how she'd been handling it. I told her that I wasn't going to apologize for wanting boundaries, and that if she wanted my support, she'd have to start respecting my time. I also let her know that turning our family and friends against me wasn't going to change my mind. It was only making things worse between us. She didn't take it well, of course. She accused me of attacking her and trying to make her feel guilty when all she'd ever wanted was for me to help her. She kept saying that I didn't understand what she was going through, and that if the roles were reversed, she'd be there for me in a heartbeat. I tried to tell her that I'd still be there for her, I just needed her to work with me a little by giving me some notice. But she didn't seem to want to hear that. It was like, in her mind, anything short of absolute, unconditional support was a betrayal. After that call, I felt like we'd reached a breaking point. I stopped responding to her texts for a while because I needed space to clear my head. The whole thing had turned into something so much bigger than it ever needed to be, and I honestly wasn't sure if we'd be able to get past it. It felt like we were on opposite sides of this unbridgeable gap, her expecting total loyalty, and me just wanting a bit of respect for my own time. Now, weeks have gone by, and we're still not speaking. Every once in a while, I'll see a post or a story from her that seems like another passive-aggressive jab, like a reminder to everyone that she's the single mom who does it all without help. It's hard not to feel a sting every time I see it, but I'm trying to remind myself that I did what I had to for my own sanity. I can't be at her beck and call every time she has a last-minute plan, but I also can't shake the guilt completely. I wonder if maybe I'm being too rigid, or if I should have just let it slide this one time for the sake of keeping the peace. Family relationships are complicated, and it feels like this one decision has caused a ripple effect that I didn't fully anticipate. I don't know if things will ever go back to how they were, or if I even want them to. So now, I'm left wondering, did I do the right thing by standing my ground? Or am I wrong for wanting to set boundaries with my sister? Story 10. Am I wrong for not telling my partner about my family's financial troubles? I'm a 29-year-old guy, engaged to an incredible woman, and honestly, I couldn't be happier. We've been together for 3 years, and everything's been great, better than great, actually. We're planning our wedding, saving up for a future together, and our relationship has been rock solid. We're each other's best friends, and I thought we had this open, honest connection where we could talk about anything. At least, that's what I believed until everything blew up over something I'd kept to myself: my family's financial troubles. To give some context, my parents aren't in a great financial position. My dad's business went under a few years ago, and that was a massive hit to our family. My mom's health started deteriorating around the same time, which meant more expenses, and suddenly, they were struggling just to keep up with their bills. I felt like I couldn't just stand by and watch them suffer, so I started sending them money every month. It wasn't much at first, just a bit here and there to help them cover essentials. But over time, as their situation didn't improve, it became more of a regular thing. My support became a lifeline for them, and it just became this silent responsibility I took on. But here's the thing, I never told my fiancée about it. I didn't hide it because I didn't trust her, or because I thought she wouldn't understand. It was more complicated than that. I guess a part of me felt like it wasn't really her problem, it was mine to deal with. My family doesn't like to ask for help, and the whole thing was pretty private for them. They didn't want anyone knowing about their situation, and I felt like telling my fiancé would be betraying that. Plus, I thought it might add a layer of stress to our relationship. She's so focused on our future, on building our life together, and I didn't want her to worry about something that felt like my responsibility alone. So, for 3 years, I've been quietly helping out my parents while building my life with her. It never seemed like a problem. I'd budget my income to cover the money I sent to them, made sure our joint expenses were always covered, and kept our savings going. To me, it was just this separate part of my life, and it didn't impact our relationship. Or at least, that's what I thought. The whole thing came out when we started getting serious about saving for the wedding. My fiancé and I sat down to go over our finances, something we'd done before, but not in as much detail. We wanted to see where we could cut costs, save a bit more, maybe find a few extra dollars to put toward the big day. I didn't think anything of it. I was careful with my budget, made sure everything added up, and didn't think she'd notice anything unusual. But she did. At some point, she was going through our accounts and noticed this recurring monthly expense she hadn't seen before. It was just labeled as a transfer, so nothing specific, but it was enough to raise questions. She asked me what it was, and for a split second, I panicked. I could have lied, I guess, made up some story. But in that moment, I knew I had to come clean. I couldn't keep hiding it, especially when she was staring right at it. So, I told her. I remember the way her expression changed as I explained everything. First, she looked surprised, and then it turned into this mix of confusion and hurt. She couldn't believe I'd been keeping something this big from her. She asked me why I hadn't told her, why I thought it was okay to hide this. I didn't really have a good answer. I just said it was a family thing, that I didn't want to burden her with something she had no control over, and that it didn't really affect us. But the more I tried to explain, the more it felt like I was digging myself deeper into a hole. She told me that it wasn't just about the money, that it was about trust. In her mind, if I could hide something like this, what else could I be hiding? That hit me hard. I'd never thought of it that way. To me, I was just handling a responsibility, something that felt separate from our relationship. But to her, it was a secret I'd been keeping, and she saw it as a breach of trust. The conversation went on for a while, with her asking questions and me trying to explain. She asked why I thought it was my responsibility alone, why I didn't think she had the right to know. And honestly, I struggled to answer. I guess a part of me felt ashamed that my family was in this position, that I couldn't fully support them on my own without her finding out. But another part of me just didn't see it as something she needed to be involved in. I didn't want her to worry about my family's problems, especially when we were so focused on building our own life together. It felt like it would complicate things, and I wanted to protect that. I could see how hurt she was, though. She kept saying that we're supposed to be a team, that she thought we shared everything, and that this wasn't just about my family. It was about us. To her, it felt like a huge deal, and the fact that I hadn't told her made her question if she really knew me. That stung because I thought I was doing the right thing by keeping it to myself. I thought I was protecting our relationship, our future, but in her eyes, I was just keeping secrets. After that night, things were different between us. There was this tension that hadn't been there before, this awkwardness that made me feel like I was walking on eggshells. She was polite, still affectionate, but there was a wall between us. It was like a small part of her trust had been chipped away, and I didn't know how to fix it. Looking back, I can see why she felt that way, but it's hard not to feel like I was in a no-win situation. On one hand, I wanted to respect my family's privacy and keep their struggles to myself. But on the other, I can see how keeping it from her felt like a betrayal. I didn't think it would affect her, but clearly I was wrong. Now, I don't know where we stand. We're still engaged, still planning the wedding. But there's this tension that I don't know how to resolve. She said she understands why I did it, but that she's hurt and feels like she's only seeing the full picture of who I am now. And maybe she's right. Maybe keeping this from her was a mistake. But at the time, it felt like the only choice I had. After that conversation, things didn't just go back to normal. There was a definite shift between us. She kept saying she understood why I hadn't told her, that she knew I was just trying to protect my family. But every time we talked about it, I could feel this underlying tension, like she was still processing it all. I think she was doing her best to act like everything was okay, but it was obvious things weren't really the same. She was polite, friendly even, but she'd gone a little colder, like she was just keeping a distance. And I couldn't really blame her. For a few days, we didn't talk about it much. We'd just go through our usual routines: work, dinners, planning for the wedding. But it was different. I could see she was holding back, and every time she'd look at me, there was this lingering doubt in her eyes. I knew she still felt hurt, still questioned whether she could trust me completely, and it started to eat away at me. I thought I could just give her some time, let her process it, but the distance between us only seemed to grow. Finally, one night, I couldn't take it anymore. I brought it up again, apologized for not telling her, and tried to explain why I'd kept it to myself. I told her it wasn't about hiding things from her, it was about handling a part of my life that felt separate from us. But as soon as I said it, I could see that didn't make it any better. She told me that there's no separate in a relationship like ours. If we're planning a future together, then everything that impacts me impacts her too. She felt like I'd decided on my own to keep her out of something that was actually very much her business. That was when she asked the question I'd been dreading. How can I be sure there isn't something else you're keeping from me? It stung. It stung because I knew it was a fair question. I didn't have a good answer for her. All I could say was that there was nothing else, that this was the only thing I'd ever kept from her, and I only did it because it felt like something I should handle on my own. But she didn't look convinced. I could tell she still had that doubt, that worry that there could be more I wasn't telling her. The next couple of days were rough. She was distant, barely talking to me, and it felt like she was just going through the motions. I tried to act normal, but every time I'd reach out to her, she'd pull back. It felt like we were just two people living together, not a couple who was supposed to be getting married in a few months. I'd never seen her like this, and it made me realize just how badly I'd messed up. Eventually, she asked me to sit down and talk again. She told me that she wanted to understand the full picture, what kind of financial support I was giving my family, how long it had been going on, and how it would impact our future. I explained everything, told her how much I'd been sending, why I'd kept doing it, and what I thought the situation would be like moving forward. I didn't hold anything back this time. I laid it all out, hoping it would help her see that I wasn't hiding anything else, that she could still trust me. But as I was explaining, I could see how stressed it was making her. She kept nodding, but her expression grew more tense with every detail I shared. She said that she appreciated my honesty now, but that it was still hard for her to accept that I'd kept this from her for so long. She told me that trust is something that's hard to rebuild once it's been broken, and that while she understood my reasons, it would take her time to fully get past it. That was tough to hear. I thought that by coming clean, we could just move on. But she made it clear that it wasn't that simple. To her, it wasn't just about the finances or the family issues. It was about feeling like she didn't fully know me, like there was this whole side of me that I'd kept hidden. And now, even though I'd opened up, she felt like the damage had already been done. We tried to get back into our routine after that, but it was like there was this invisible wall between us. She was still kind, still there, but I could tell her heart wasn't fully in it. She'd pull away when I'd try to be affectionate, And sometimes I'd catch her just looking at me with this far off expression, like she was questioning everything. I didn't know what to do to make it right. I'd apologized, I'd opened up, but it didn't seem like it was enough. At one point, I asked her if she still wanted to go through with the wedding. She didn't answer right away, just looked down and said she needed more time to think about everything. That hit me hard. Here I was, thinking we were planning our future together, and now she wasn't even sure if she wanted to go through with it. I felt completely lost. I'd tried to do the right thing by supporting my family, but in the process, I jeopardized my own relationship. In the following weeks, we tried to talk more openly about our finances. She'd bring up questions about budgeting, how we'd handle things if my family needed more help in the future, and whether I saw myself supporting them long term. I could tell she was trying to understand, but every question she asked felt like a reminder of how badly I'd messed things up. I started to feel resentful, like no matter how much I explained myself, it wouldn't be enough. One night, she asked me if I'd consider cutting back on the support, maybe finding other ways to help my parents without sending money every month. She wasn't trying to be selfish. I think she just wanted reassurance that I was committed to our life together, that our future wouldn't always be tied up in my family's problems. But it felt like a slap in the face. My parents needed me, and I couldn't just abandon them. I told her that cutting back wasn't an option, that my family needed that support. She looked hurt, like she didn't understand why I couldn't compromise. But to me, it felt like she was asking me to choose between her and my family. After that, things went downhill fast. We barely talked, barely spent time together. The wedding planning came to a halt, and it felt like we were just drifting further and further apart. I wanted to fix things, to make it right. But every time I tried to talk about it, we'd just end up arguing. She'd say that she felt like I was putting my family above our relationship, and I'd get defensive, saying that it wasn't fair to ask me to choose. Eventually, she told me that she needed some space to think. She said she wasn't breaking up with me, but that she needed time to figure out if she could fully trust me again, if she could accept my commitment to my family without feeling like she was competing with them. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to fight for her, to convince her that we could make it work, but I could see she'd already made up her mind. So now here I am, alone in the apartment we share, waiting to see what she decides. I'm trying to be patient, trying to give her the space she needs, but it's killing me. I keep replaying everything in my head, wondering if I could have handled it differently, if there was a way to support my family without pushing her away. It's been a couple of weeks since she asked for space, and in that time, I've had way too much time to think. I've gone over everything 1,000 times, trying to figure out where it all went wrong. The house feels empty without her here. I still catch myself expecting her to walk in the door, to start talking about wedding plans or tell me about her day. But instead, there's just silence. I don't know what I thought giving her space would look like, but it definitely isn't this. It's like she's just gone. She's been staying with a friend, and we've only talked a handful of times. Mostly it's been through texts, just basic check-ins to let each other know we're okay. But it's like there's this invisible barrier now. I don't feel like I can reach out to her without risking pushing her further away. So I'm just here, waiting, trying to be patient, even though I feel like I'm going out of my mind. Every time I think about reaching out, I wonder if I'm just being selfish. She asked for time and space, so maybe the best thing I can do is respect that. But it's hard when I don't even know if she's planning on coming back. I keep hoping that maybe she just needs a little more time, that eventually she'll realize we can get through this, that it's not the end for us. But I have no idea what she's thinking. Part of me wonders if she's already decided, and that scares me. In the meantime, I've tried to focus on figuring out what I want, too. I realize now that maybe I was wrong for not being upfront with her from the start. I thought I was protecting her, protecting our relationship. But maybe I was just avoiding dealing with the hard conversations. Looking back, I can see how that must have hurt her, how it probably made her feel like I didn't trust her. But it's hard to accept that I could lose her over something I thought was the right thing to do. I've even thought about what she said about cutting back on the support I send my parents. At first, I was completely against it. But now, I'm starting to question if there's a middle ground. Maybe there's a way I can help my family without it putting such a strain on my relationship. But that feels like a betrayal too, like I'm choosing one over the other. It's like no matter what I do, someone ends up getting hurt. I'm not even sure what I'd say to her if she came back. I want to tell her that I'm sorry, that I was just trying to do what I thought was right. I want to tell her that I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. But a part of me wonders if that's enough. If she can't accept my commitment to my family, or if she always feels like she has to compete with them. Maybe we're just not on the same page. That's a hard thing to think about, though. I don't want to lose her, but I don't want to resent her either. Last night, I got a text from her saying she wants to meet up and talk. She didn't say much else, just asked if I'd be willing to sit down with her and discuss everything. I agreed, of course. I don't know what she's going to say, and that terrifies me. I keep running through different scenarios in my head, imagining what it would be like if she decides to walk away, or if she wants to try to work things out. I don't know what I'll do if she says it's over. I keep telling myself to prepare for the worst, but deep down, I'm still holding on to this sliver of hope. The waiting is the worst part. I can't focus on anything else. Every time my phone buzzes, I feel this mix of dread and hope, wondering if it's her. I'm trying not to get my hopes up, but it's impossible. I want things to go back to the way they were, but I know that's probably unrealistic. Even if she decides to give us another chance, I know there's a lot we'll have to work through, and I don't know if we're both ready for that. Now I'm just counting down the days until we meet. I don't know what she's going to say, but I know this conversation will change everything. I keep asking myself if I did the right thing, if I could have handled things differently, if I was wrong for not telling her about my family's financial troubles from the start. Was I wrong for not being honest with her? Or was I just trying to protect something that maybe never should have been kept separate? Story 11 inches. Am I wrong for moving out after my roommate's boyfriend practically moved in? I'm a 24-year-old grad student, and up until a few months ago, I thought I had the perfect living situation. I share an apartment with one of my closest friends from college, which we moved into about a year ago. We found this place together, split the rent, and it seemed like a great deal. We both wanted a peaceful, shared space where we could focus on our studies, but also enjoy each other's company, like movie nights or catching up after a long day. For a while, it really was that dream setup. I had my own space, she had hers, and everything was working out smoothly. We got along well, and things felt balanced. Then, her boyfriend started showing up more often. At first, I didn't think much of it. She'd been dating him for a while, and it wasn't weird for him to stay over sometimes. We were both busy, and the extra company here and there didn't bother me. But gradually, what started as staying over turned into almost living there. He went from coming by once or twice a week to spending nearly every night at our place. Suddenly, it felt like I was sharing the apartment with two people instead of just her, and I could feel my sense of privacy slipping away. I'd come home from a long day of classes, just wanting to unwind, but he'd be there, sprawled out on our couch, sometimes with his shoes off, just making himself at home. I'd walk into the kitchen, and his food would be in our fridge, or his dishes would be piled up in the sink. And it wasn't just his presence, it was everything that came with it. His gaming setup was plugged into our TV, his clothes were in the bathroom, and even his stuff, like toothbrushes and razors, started showing up in the bathroom. Our apartment was turning into a space that felt more like their home than our home. I remember thinking, maybe I'm overreacting. I kept telling myself to be patient, to let it go, to just ignore the small annoyances. But it got to the point where every time I came home, I was bracing myself for him to be there. It felt like I'd walk into the living room and see him more often than I'd see my actual roommate. And when they were together, they had their own little routines, their inside jokes, and their dynamic that, honestly, made me feel like an outsider in my own space. There were days I'd come back from class, exhausted, and he'd be there, hanging out as if it was his apartment too. It got awkward. I didn't feel comfortable lounging around the way I used to, knowing he could walk into the kitchen or living room anytime. I'd spend more time in my room because I didn't feel like having to make small talk with him every day, especially when I just wanted to relax and unwind after a long day. I found myself planning my schedule around them, trying to avoid running into him as much as possible. The apartment didn't feel like my own space anymore, and that made me frustrated and on edge. After a few weeks of this, I started feeling like I couldn't ignore it anymore. I knew it was time to bring it up with my roommate, but I also didn't want to come off as harsh or overly sensitive. So I decided to approach it gently. I kept it casual, like, "Hey, would you mind if we could set some nights for just us? It's been feeling a little crowded lately." I didn't expect her to jump to agree with me or anything, but I thought she'd at least see where I was coming from. To me, it seemed reasonable. I wasn't asking for anything extreme. Just a couple of nights here and there to have the apartment for us, like it used to be. But as soon as I brought it up, her response surprised me. She got defensive right away, saying I was overreacting and being controlling. She said her boyfriend was just going through some stuff and needed a place to stay occasionally, and that it was no big deal. According to her, I was blowing it out of proportion. I tried to explain how it felt from my side, that it wasn't just about him being there, but about how it was affecting my sense of comfort in the apartment. But she kept pushing back, saying things like, "He's my boyfriend. He's not just some random person," and acting like I was making an issue out of nothing. That conversation went nowhere. She wouldn't see my side, and I felt completely brushed off. I walked away from it feeling like she didn't care at all about how uncomfortable I was becoming in my own home. It was like she was so focused on making things convenient for her boyfriend that my feelings didn't matter. I'd hoped we'd come to some sort of compromise, but after that talk, I realized she wasn't willing to budge. It was like the more I tried to explain myself, the more she dug her heels in, convinced I was just being unreasonable. I tried to make it work for a little longer after that conversation, thinking maybe things would settle down on their own, or maybe she'd see my side eventually. But nothing changed. If anything, it got worse. He continued to stay over nearly every night, making himself more and more at home. I kept quiet for the next few weeks, mostly avoiding them and spending all my time in my room. But it was exhausting, feeling like a stranger in my own apartment, feeling like I was intruding in a place where I was supposed to feel safe and comfortable. There were little things that would keep building up, making me question why I was even staying. I'd get home and find his stuff everywhere, or they'd be laughing and hanging out in the living room, while I sat alone in my room just to avoid feeling like the third wheel. The tipping point came one weekend. I had told my roommate ahead of time that I had a big assignment to work on and that I needed some quiet. She'd said it wouldn't be a problem, that they'd keep it down, and I took her word for it. But sure enough, that night, they were in the living room, watching a movie, laughing, talking loudly, and I could hear everything from my room. I remember sitting there, staring at my laptop, unable to focus, just feeling my frustration boil over. I felt completely disregarded. It was as if my needs in that apartment didn't matter at all anymore. After that weekend, things just kept getting worse. I couldn't shake the feeling of being a stranger in my own place. My patience was pretty much gone, and honestly, it felt like my roommate had completely disregarded how I felt. She acted like the conversation we'd had never happened. Her boyfriend was still there almost every night, using our stuff, making himself comfortable, and treating the place like it was as much his as it was ours. The kitchen was filled with their dishes and his leftovers. They'd even rearranged some things in the living room to make room for his gaming stuff. It was clear my roommate had no intention of respecting my need for a little space. There was a part of me that wondered if I should just deal with it. Maybe I was being too sensitive. But at the same time, I couldn't ignore how uncomfortable I felt. Every time I walked into the living room or kitchen, I felt like I was intruding on their space. They were always hanging out together, laughing, watching movies, playing games. I tried to stay out of their way as much as possible, but that just left me isolated, spending all my time in my room. I barely used the common areas anymore, and when I did, I felt like I had to rush through everything to avoid an awkward encounter. There were nights when I'd get home and just sit in my car outside for a while, trying to work up the energy to go inside. I knew he'd be there, sprawled out on the couch, or at the dining table with his stuff spread out everywhere. It was like my roommate didn't even notice how much it was affecting me. Or maybe she just didn't care. Either way, it hurt. This was supposed to be our space, somewhere we both felt comfortable. Instead, I felt like I was living with two people who didn't seem to care about my boundaries or my need for privacy. At one point, I thought about bringing it up again, but I hesitated. I didn't want to come off as controlling or make things worse between us. It felt like I was stuck between being uncomfortable in my own home or risking an even bigger fight with my friend. So I kept quiet, just hoping things would change on their own. But deep down, I knew they wouldn't. It was clear that her boyfriend wasn't going anywhere. He was there for the long haul, whether I liked it or not. One night, things hit a breaking point. I had a huge exam coming up and needed a quiet space to study. I asked my roommate in advance if she and her boyfriend could keep it down that night. She nodded and said they'd be out of the way. But when I got home, they were in the living room, laughing, talking loudly, and playing some game on the TV. It was like my request hadn't even registered with her. I was furious, but I bit my tongue and went to my room to try and study. I put on headphones and tried to block them out, but I could still hear them through the walls. Every time they laughed or shouted at the game, my concentration shattered. That was the moment I realized nothing I said was going to change the situation. They didn't care, and they weren't going to make any adjustments for me. I felt completely disrespected and honestly hurt. This was supposed to be my home too, but they'd taken over, and I was barely hanging on in a space that didn't feel like mine anymore. I knew I couldn't keep living like this, and I started thinking about moving out. But even that decision wasn't easy. I kept going back and forth, wondering if I was overreacting or being too sensitive. Part of me felt guilty for even considering leaving. I'd lived with my roommate for so long, and she was supposed to be one of my closest friends. We had a history, shared memories, and I didn't want to just throw that all away. But the other part of me knew that I couldn't keep sacrificing my comfort and well-being just to avoid confrontation. The final straw came a few days later. I'd just gotten home after a long day, and all I wanted was a quiet night to myself. But as I walked into the apartment, there he was, lying on the couch in his pajamas, watching TV like he owned the place. My roommate was nowhere to be seen, probably in her room or at work, leaving him there like it was his own space. I couldn't believe it. I'd barely even set down my bag before he started talking to me, asking how my day was and trying to make small talk. It was the last thing I wanted. I just wanted to be left alone. I managed to brush him off and headed to my room, but that interaction stuck with me. I was fed up. I was tired of feeling like a guest in my own home, of coming home and finding him there, of never getting any space to myself. I'd tried talking to my roommate. I'd tried being patient, but nothing worked. They didn't respect my boundaries, and I knew I couldn't keep living like this. I needed my own space, a place where I could actually feel comfortable and relaxed. That night, I started looking for new apartments. I didn't tell my roommate right away. I didn't want another argument or confrontation just yet. But I knew it was time to put myself first. I'd spent months trying to make it work, but it was clear that my needs weren't going to be respected in this apartment. I deserved to feel comfortable in my own home, and if that meant moving out, then so be it. As I looked at listings, I felt a sense of relief. I imagined what it would be like to come home to a place that was mine, where I didn't have to worry about anyone else's boyfriend or anyone's opinions on what I did with my space. I could already feel the weight lifting, just thinking about the possibility of having a fresh start somewhere else. It was the first time in a while that I felt hopeful about my living situation. I still hadn't told my roommate yet, and I wasn't looking forward to that conversation. I knew she'd be upset, probably accuse me of overreacting or being selfish, but at that point, I didn't care. I couldn't keep bending over backward for someone who didn't seem to care about my comfort or my needs. I was done trying to make things work when it was obvious that my feelings weren't a priority for her. Moving out wasn't what I'd wanted originally. I'd hoped we could come to an understanding and find a way to share the space without all this tension. But after everything that had happened, I knew that wasn't realistic. She'd made her choice to prioritize her boyfriend, and I had to make mine to take care of myself. After a couple of days, I found a place that was within my budget and close enough to school. It wasn't as nice or as spacious as the apartment I was sharing, but it had one big advantage. I'd have it all to myself. No more coming home to unwanted company, no more feeling like I had to tiptoe around, and no more sharing my space with someone who didn't even help pay the rent. I felt like I could finally breathe just thinking about it. When I decided I was officially moving, I knew I had to tell my roommate. I'd been putting it off, but I couldn't keep avoiding the conversation. I waited until she was home and asked if we could talk. She looked a little surprised, maybe because I'd been so quiet about everything for the past few weeks. I kept it short and told her I'd found a new place and would be moving out at the end of the month. I explained that it just wasn't working for me anymore, that I needed a place where I could feel comfortable and have some privacy. I didn't go into all the details. I'd already tried that before, and she hadn't listened. As expected, she didn't take it well. She seemed shocked at first, like she couldn't believe I'd actually go through with it. Then, she got defensive, asking why I hadn't told her sooner and accusing me of abandoning her. She said it was unfair that I was leaving her in a tough spot with the lease, and that finding a new roommate would be hard at such short notice. I understood her frustration, but honestly, it felt a little rich coming from someone who hadn't considered my feelings for months. I told her I was sorry for the inconvenience, and that I'd help with finding a new roommate if I could, but I wasn't going to stick around just to make things easier for her. She tried to guilt trip me, saying I was being selfish and overreacting to something that wasn't a big deal. But at that point, I was done justifying my decision. I'd spent way too long feeling uncomfortable in my own home, and I wasn't about to back down now that I'd finally made a choice for myself. After our talk, things were tense between us. We barely spoke, and when we did, it was awkward. Her boyfriend still came over, and now it was even worse because I felt like they were both judging me for leaving. They'd make little comments that they probably thought I couldn't hear. Things about how some people are too uptight or don't know how to share. I just ignored it. I knew what I needed to do, and I was sticking with it. Their opinions didn't matter to me anymore. As I started packing, I felt a weird mix of emotions. On one hand, I was sad to be leaving a friend I'd known for years. This wasn't how I'd pictured our living situation going, and part of me was disappointed that we couldn't work things out. But on the other hand, I felt relief. I was finally doing something that would make me happy, and I wasn't willing to sacrifice my comfort any longer just to keep the peace. The day I moved out, I barely saw her. I think she was avoiding me, maybe because she was angry or didn't want to say goodbye. I finished packing, took one last look around the apartment, and left the key on the kitchen counter. It was bittersweet leaving a place that had once felt like home, but I knew I was making the right choice. I couldn't keep putting myself last in a situation that was clearly one-sided. It's been a couple of weeks since I moved into my new place, and honestly, it's been such a relief. Coming home and knowing that it's just me, that I can relax without anyone else around, is amazing. I've been able to focus more on my studies, and I feel less stressed overall. I still keep in touch with my old roommate, but it's not the same. Our conversations are short and kind of strained, and I don't think we're going to be as close as we once were. She still seems upset, like she thinks I betrayed her by leaving. I do feel a bit guilty, especially since she's still struggling to find a new roommate. But at the same time, I know I did what was best for me. Living in that situation wasn't sustainable, and I wasn't willing to keep sacrificing my own happiness just to make things easier for her. It was a hard choice, but looking back, I don't regret it. I needed my own space, a place where I could feel comfortable and relaxed, and I'm glad I finally put myself first. So, am I wrong for moving out because I wanted my own space? Story 12. Am I wrong for asking my parents to not include my ex at family events? So, I'm a 32-year-old guy who recently went through a breakup. My ex and I were together for almost 5 years. I thought things were solid. I even saw us going the distance. But life has a funny way of changing plans. And, well, we ended things. It was a mutual decision. But even a mutual breakup doesn't make it easy. Anyway, I thought I could handle moving on and setting new boundaries. But I didn't account for one issue: my family's attachment to her. To give you some context, my ex got really close with my family while we were together. She'd come to every family gathering. She had weekly dinners with my mom. And even my dad, who's usually reserved around new people, was a huge fan. My little sister even looked up to her like a big sister. At first, I was glad they all got along. I thought, great, everyone I care about likes her. But now that we've broken up, it's turned into a mess I didn't see coming. I didn't expect them to cut her off completely. But I also didn't think she'd still be a fixture in their lives. The problem started with the family reunion. This was going to be a big event, with relatives coming from out of town, people I hadn't seen in years. I was excited, thinking this would be a good way to reconnect with everyone and just have a nice day with my family. But then, my mom casually mentioned that my ex would be joining us. She said it like it was no big deal, as if inviting her was totally natural. And I get it, they're close. But I was caught off guard. I hadn't expected her to be there, and I felt a knot of anxiety just imagining it. I tried to play it cool and asked my mom if she'd already invited her, maybe hoping it was just an idea. Nope. The invite was already out there, and my ex had accepted. My mom looked at me like I was crazy for even questioning it. When I asked her why, she said something about how my ex was like family to everyone now. It was like she was brushing off my discomfort, like my feelings didn't really matter here. I remember standing there, feeling pretty annoyed, but trying to stay calm, thinking maybe I could just grin and bear it for the day. But the more I thought about it, the worse I felt. Over the next few days, the idea of spending the reunion with my ex around kept bugging me. It wasn't just about seeing her. It was that the breakup was still fresh, and it would be weird to act like nothing had happened. I also wanted this time to be about reconnecting with my family, not having to deal with reminders of a relationship that didn't work out. So, I decided to bring it up with my mom again. I explained that I felt uncomfortable having my ex there, especially since we were trying to move on separately. I told her it was hard for me to heal if she was always around at family events, and I asked her if maybe they could leave her out of this one. That conversation did not go well. My mom looked at me like I was overreacting. She told me that just because we had broken up didn't mean they had to lose a friend. She said it was unfair for me to ask them to choose sides, and that she didn't want to just cut my ex out of their lives. I tried to explain that I wasn't asking for them to end all contact. I just needed a little space, at least at family gatherings. But she wasn't having it. She said I should be mature about it, and that it wouldn't hurt to see my ex around now and then. It felt like she was completely disregarding my feelings, which only made me feel more isolated in the whole situation. I left that conversation feeling frustrated, like I wasn't being heard. It felt like everyone was acting like nothing had changed, even though it had for me. To them, she was still part of the family. But for me, seeing her there, Knowing that we weren't together anymore felt like reopening a wound every time. My dad was less vocal about it, but I knew he agreed with my mom because he didn't say anything to back me up. My sister didn't really get it either. She's younger and thinks I'm being petty. She even said something like, "Well, we still like her. So why should we stop seeing her?" The whole thing just made me feel like I was the odd one out. Here I am, their actual son, asking for a little understanding. And it seemed like no one was willing to meet me halfway. I don't think they fully get what it's like to be in my shoes. It's not that I hate my ex or want her out of their lives completely. I just don't think it's fair to ask me to hang out with her like everything's fine when I'm still trying to get used to life without her. So, I decided to bring it up one more time, hoping maybe they'd understand if I was clear about my need for boundaries. I told my mom again, as calmly as I could, that having my ex at the reunion was a big deal for me, that it was hard to see her at family events and act like it's no big deal. I suggested that maybe we could plan for me to see them separately if they still wanted her around. I thought that was a reasonable compromise, but my mom looked hurt and said I was making things difficult. She said I was putting them in a tough position and making them feel like they had to choose between us. It was like every time I tried to express my side, I ended up sounding like the bad guy. At this point, I felt completely stuck. I'd tried explaining my side multiple times, but nothing seemed to change. I knew they valued her, but I didn't think they'd put her feelings above mine, especially when I was the one dealing with the breakup. It felt like my own family was prioritizing her comfort over my boundaries. And every time I tried to find a middle ground, they'd act like I was just being difficult. I don't want to make an ultimatum, but it feels like my family is leaving me no choice if they can't understand where I'm coming from. After my mom told me I was making things difficult by asking to see them separately, I was honestly at a loss. I kept thinking about it, and it really started to sink in that my family wasn't going to budge on this. No matter how many ways I tried to explain how uncomfortable it made me feel, it was like they just didn't get it, or maybe they just didn't care enough to get it. It felt like every time I brought it up, I was just digging myself deeper into this hole of being the difficult one. I went back and forth in my head, wondering if maybe I was making too big a deal out of it. Maybe I should just suck it up for one day. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it wasn't just about one day. This was about setting boundaries, about moving on and getting some actual closure. Every family event she'd be at, I'd be reminded of everything that didn't work out, and I'd be forced to play nice and pretend I was okay with it. It just felt wrong that I had to be the one to compromise here when I was the one going through the breakup. I thought about talking to my dad alone, hoping maybe he'd see things differently without my mom there to influence him. But when I brought it up, he pretty much echoed what she'd already said. He told me it was complicated, and that I needed to look at it from their perspective. He didn't say much beyond that, but it was clear that he wasn't going to take my side on this. He was just as attached to her as my mom was. It was honestly frustrating, feeling like I was fighting against my own family for something that should have been obvious to them. As the reunion got closer, I started feeling more and more uneasy. I didn't want to skip it, but I also didn't want to sit through an entire day of pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. The idea of spending time with my family should have been comforting, but instead, it just felt stressful. My mom kept acting like I was making her choose between me and my ex, even though all I wanted was for them to understand my need for a bit of distance. I wasn't asking for much, just a little space, so I could actually enjoy being with my family without that constant reminder of my past relationship. Eventually, I decided to give it one last shot. I sent my mom a text, hoping that maybe if I wrote it out, it would make more sense to her. I explained that it was hard for me to keep moving forward when I had to keep seeing my ex at family gatherings, that it was painful, and that I needed them to help me out by giving me some space. I told her I understood that they were close with her, but that I needed their support right now. I hit send, hoping that maybe this time it would finally click for her. But when my mom replied, it was more of the same. She told me she understood where I was coming from, but that it was too late to uninvite her, and that it wouldn't be fair to just suddenly exclude her. She also mentioned that my ex had been a big part of the family for so long that it didn't feel right to just stop inviting her. I felt like I was hitting a brick wall. Every attempt to get them to see my side was just met with resistance. It was clear that, in their eyes, I was the one causing the issue by asking for boundaries, not them for crossing them. At that point, I started to wonder if it was worth it to even go to the reunion. Part of me wanted to stand my ground and skip it, just to show them that this really was important to me. But another part of me felt like skipping, it would only make things worse, that it would just give them more reason to paint me as the difficult one. I felt stuck between a rock and a hard place, where no matter what I chose, I'd be the one losing out. In the end, I decided to go. I figured that if I didn't show up, it would just create more tension, and I didn't want to completely isolate myself from my family over this. But I made up my mind that I'd keep some distance if my ex was there. I'd show up, say my hellos, and then keep to the side as much as possible. Maybe I'd just leave early if things got too uncomfortable. I figured that was the best compromise I could come up with. When the day of the reunion arrived, I felt anxious even on the drive over. I tried to mentally prepare myself, telling myself that I could handle this, that it was just one day, and that I'd get through it. But as soon as I walked in and saw her there, laughing with my mom and helping set up the food like she still belonged there, that knot in my stomach came right back. It felt like everyone else was moving on except me, and I was just supposed to deal with it. The whole day was tense. I tried my best to avoid direct interaction with her, sticking to conversations with my cousins and doing my own thing. But every time I'd look over and see her chatting with my family, it just felt off. It was like I was the outsider in my own family, watching her fit right in while I was the one feeling uncomfortable. I kept catching my mom glancing at me, probably checking to see if I'd gotten over it, or whatever she thought was going on. There was one point where she and my mom were talking and laughing about some old story, and I just felt this wave of frustration. It felt like everything I'd asked for was being dismissed, like my family had decided to keep her around regardless of how it made me feel. I knew they didn't mean to hurt me, but it didn't make it any easier to be there, pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. By the time the afternoon rolled around, I'd had enough. I made some excuse about needing to leave early and headed out. No one seemed all that surprised, which only made me feel worse. It was like they'd expected me to be the one with the problem all along, like they knew I'd be the one who couldn't handle it. I drove home feeling a mix of anger and sadness, wondering if this was just going to be the new normal from now on. It's been a few days since the reunion, and I haven't brought it up with my family again. I don't even know if it's worth it at this point. They clearly don't see it from my perspective, and I'm starting to feel like they never will. It's just frustrating to feel like my own family is choosing my ex's comfort over mine, like I'm the one causing issues for trying to set a simple boundary. I'm not sure where to go from here, but I know this isn't sustainable. After the reunion, I gave my family some space and decided not to bring up the whole situation for a while. I figured they'd maybe take the hint, realize I wasn't happy, and reach out to talk about it. But weeks passed, and no one brought it up. It was like the whole thing just didn't happen. Meanwhile, my mom still called and texted me, keeping me in the loop on random family stuff. But she never once mentioned the reunion or the fact that I left early. It was like she just swept it all under the rug, hoping I'd get over it. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I called my mom, and after a few minutes of small talk, I just brought it up directly. I told her I felt like my boundaries had been ignored, and that it was clear to me that no one in the family really understood or respected how I felt about my ex still being so involved in their lives. My mom went quiet for a second, and then she told me that she didn't know what I expected her to do. She said that my ex was like family to them, and that she didn't think it was fair to ask them to change their relationship just because we weren't together anymore. Hearing her say it out loud stung even more than I thought it would. It was like she was confirming that my feelings were secondary, that her comfort and attachment to my ex mattered more. I told her again that it wasn't about trying to control who they talked to or hung out with, just that I didn't want to see my ex at family gatherings when I was still trying to move on. But she just kept saying that it would be hard for everyone else to cut ties with her, and that maybe I needed to find a way to accept the situation. That was the point where I realized she wasn't going to change her mind. No amount of explaining was going to make her see my side. After that call, I started to pull back a bit from family events. I wasn't rude about it or anything, but I'd make excuses to skip dinners or get togethers where I knew my ex might be around. Of course, that only made my family think I was being distant and difficult on purpose. My mom started asking me if everything was okay, and my sister even texted me once, asking why I was avoiding everyone. I told her I just needed some time to myself, that I was dealing with some things, but I didn't get into details. I didn't want to have the same argument all over again with every single person in my family. At one point, my dad called me and asked if I could just try to make peace with the situation, saying it was putting a strain on everyone else. He said he didn't want to take sides, but that he wished I'd come around and understand where they were coming from. Hearing that from him hurt even more. It was like my whole family was in agreement that my feelings were the problem, that I was the one causing trouble. I started wondering if maybe they were right, if maybe I was being unreasonable. But every time I thought about it, I kept coming back to the same place. This was supposed to be my family, my support system, and they were the ones making me feel like an outsider. Eventually, I decided to try seeing them again, just to see if maybe I could find some middle ground on my own. I went to a family dinner, and sure enough, my ex was there. I did my best to stay calm, to make small talk, to act like it didn't bother me, but it felt forced. Every time I saw her chatting with my mom or laughing with my sister, it just reminded me that nothing had changed. I was still the only one who felt uncomfortable, and no one seemed to care enough to do anything about it. After dinner, I left feeling worse than ever. I realized that, as much as I wanted to keep things normal with my family, I was always going to be on the outside looking in if they kept holding on to my ex like this. It felt like they'd chosen her comfort over mine, and that no matter what I did, I was always going to be the odd one out. I started questioning if this was how it was going to be for every family event from now on. Was I supposed to just pretend it was okay and keep showing up? Or would I have to distance myself more permanently? It's been a few months since that dinner, and honestly, I still haven't figured out what to do. I've stopped going to most family events, only showing up for the big ones where it would look strange if I wasn't there. My family still doesn't understand why I'm being distant, and every time they bring it up, it's just another reminder that they're never going to get it. It's a frustrating place to be because I feel like I'm stuck between wanting to keep my relationship with my family and needing to protect my own mental health. Part of me feels like I should confront them one last time, really lay it all out, and make them understand how much this is affecting me. But another part of me wonders if it's even worth it. They've made it clear where they stand, and I don't know if anything I say is going to change that. At the end of the day, they seem to have decided that my ex is family to them, no matter what that means for me. So, here I am, stuck between wanting to hold on to my family and feeling like I need to let go if I'm ever going to truly move on. Am I wrong for wanting distance from my ex at family gatherings? Story 13 inches. Am I wrong for not helping my sister after she skipped family events for years? I'm 36 and work in healthcare, so my schedule is all over the place. Long hours, back-to-back shifts sometimes. But despite all that, I'm close to my family and make time for them whenever I can. I just think family should come first, you know? Well, my younger sister doesn't seem to feel the same way. She's 31, and honestly, I don't even remember the last time she made it to a family event. And it's not like we live far apart, or that she has her own family to juggle. She's single and lives only a few towns over. But somehow, she always has a reason not to show up. She'll skip Christmas, birthdays, Thanksgiving, you name it. And every time, it's like she has an excuse ready to go. Work, friends, last minute plans, whatever. And I'm talking about every single holiday, for years now. It's almost like she's deliberately trying to keep her distance from the family. And I can't help but feel like we're just an afterthought to her. What's weird is that I know she has time for her friends. She'll post pictures all over social media, hanging out with them at parties, brunches, even taking random trips with them. So I know she's out there socializing. She just doesn't seem to want to do it with us. At first, we all gave her the benefit of the doubt. We'd still invite her every time, hoping maybe this time would be different. But she always has the same busy excuse. My parents have even tried planning things around her schedule. But no matter how flexible we try to be, she always has something else going on. It got to the point where we don't even expect her to show up anymore. And honestly, it's hurtful. It feels like she's choosing her friends over us every single time. And I know she's an adult and can make her own choices. But it still stings to see your own sister act like her family's not important. What frustrates me the most is that she's never really explained why she doesn't want to be around us. I mean, we haven't had any major blow-ups or fights that I know of. No falling out, no drama, just this slow, steady distancing that none of us really understand. I'd get it if we'd had some huge argument. But as far as I know, we've all been on pretty good terms. So I'm left wondering, what did we do wrong? Or is it just that she doesn't care? Anyway, this whole thing came to a head last week. Out of nowhere, she called me up and asked if I could help her move into a new apartment. I hadn't heard from her in months, so I was already a little caught off guard. And then she just jumps right into asking for help, like we talk all the time. No small talk, no, how have you been? Just straight to the point. She was moving to a place closer to her job, and apparently, her friends were all busy, so she thought she'd ask me instead. I'll admit, my first reaction was to say no. After all these years of her blowing us off, she suddenly remembers I exist when she needs something. It just didn't sit right with me. And yeah, maybe it was petty, but I told her she should probably ask one of those friends she's always with, considering they seem to be her priority. I didn't yell or get nasty about it, just said it like it was. She didn't argue with me or anything. Just went quiet for a few seconds, then mumbled something about how she thought family was supposed to help each other out, and that she thought I'd understand. But I was already feeling annoyed, so I told her I was busy that weekend and couldn't help her move. Maybe I should have handled it better. But in that moment, I felt like it was the only way to make my point. If she wants to treat us like backup plans, then maybe she should see what it's like when we're not there for her. After that, she hung up pretty quickly. I figured that was the end of it, that maybe she'd get the message and think twice about ignoring us in the future. But, of course, it didn't end there. After that phone call, I figured things would cool down and maybe she'd get the hint. But I underestimated how fast this whole thing would blow up. A couple of days after I turned her down, my mom called me up, clearly upset, asking why I refused to help my sister move. Turns out, my sister went straight to our parents, complaining that I was being unreasonable and holding grudges. She made it sound like I was being petty just to spite her, without mentioning all the times she's blown us off over the years. So, I tried explaining my side of things to my mom. I reminded her of how my sister has skipped every single family event for who knows how long, and that it's not like this was the first time. I told her I was tired of being treated like a backup plan, like I only matter when it's convenient for her. But my mom didn't want to hear it. She kept saying that family helps family, no matter what. I asked her, what about all the times she's chosen her friends over us? Doesn't that mean something? But to my mom, those were just little things, Not worth getting worked up over. Next thing I knew, my dad got involved, too. He called me, trying to convince me that I should just let it go and help my sister out, because family should always come first. But that's exactly the point. She hasn't been putting family first. And somehow, they just can't see that. They think I'm the one being difficult, like I'm the one causing all this drama, when really, I'm just fed up with the way she's treated us. It feels like I'm the only one who sees it for what it is, while everyone else is bending over backward to justify her behavior. Then, of course, my sister had to chime in again. She sent me this long text about how she's always had a busy schedule and how it's not her fault that she can't always make it to family events. She said I was being unfair, that she didn't think it was right for me to hold her life choices against her. And sure, I get it, everyone has their own life, their own priorities. But it's not like we're asking her to drop everything for us, just to show up once in a while. That's not too much to ask, is it? By this point, I was getting really frustrated. It felt like everyone was against me, like I was the one who had to apologize for feeling hurt. I wanted to scream. What about all the times she wasn't there for us? But it seemed like no one cared. It was like they'd all decided that because I had refused to help her, I was automatically in the wrong. It didn't matter what she'd done or hadn't done, just that I'd finally said no. And it made me wonder if they'd ever really understood how much her absence hurt, or if they just brushed it off every time because it was easier than addressing it. Eventually, I decided to text her back, and I tried to keep things civil. I told her that I'd be willing to help her move, but only if she made an effort to come to family events in the future. I thought it was a fair compromise. She'd get my help, and we'd get to see her more often. But she didn't take it that way. She replied with something like, "You can't force me to change my life just to get a favor from you," and called me controlling. That hit a nerve. I wasn't trying to control her life. I just wanted some kind of assurance that she actually cared about us, too. And, of course, she went straight back to our parents with it. Now they were even more upset with me, saying I had no right to make demands on her just to help her out. My mom kept repeating that it was unfair of me to expect her to commit to something she might not be able to do. I tried explaining that I wasn't demanding anything unreasonable, just that she actually show up once in a while. But it was like talking to a wall. They didn't want to hear it. In their eyes, I was the one causing drama, and she was just an innocent bystander, unfairly caught up in my pettiness. Honestly, I started to feel like maybe I was the crazy one. Everyone seemed to think I was overreacting, that I was blowing this out of proportion. But deep down, I knew I wasn't. This wasn't just about one weekend or one moving day. It was about years of feeling like my sister didn't care, like we were just something she could ignore until it suited her. And the worst part? No one else seemed to see it that way. It was like they were all bending over backward to keep the peace, even if it meant ignoring how she's treated us. So here I am, stuck in this weird position where I'm the bad guy for finally standing up for myself. I haven't spoken to my sister since, and things with my parents are tense, to say the least. It's like they're all waiting for me to just give in and apologize, to pretend this whole thing didn't happen. But I don't know if I can do that. Because if I do, what message does that send? That it's okay for her to ignore us, as long as we're always there for her when she needs it. For now, I'm holding my ground, even though it feels like the whole family is against me. Since that whole ordeal, things haven't really calmed down between my family and me. I thought maybe they'd cool off or see my point if I gave them a bit of space, but it feels like this situation just keeps getting dragged out. My parents still won't drop it, especially my mom. She keeps calling me, checking in, and every conversation somehow circles back to this issue with my sister. It's almost like she's on a mission to get me to change my mind, like she thinks if she keeps pushing, I'll just throw my hands up and give in. But I've already explained myself a dozen times. I don't know how else to get through to them that I'm not trying to be petty. I'm just tired of being taken for granted. A couple of days ago, My mom even brought up the holidays, saying she's hoping we'll all be together this year and that no one will be holding any grudges. I could feel her hinting that I should be the one to reach out first. It's frustrating because I feel like I'm the one who's always supposed to be the bigger person. My sister skips out on everything, doesn't even try to stay connected with us. And yet, when things go south, it's on me to make the first move. It's exhausting. But my mom doesn't see it that way. To her, it's all about keeping the family together, no matter who's actually making an effort and who's not. Honestly, I feel stuck. Part of me wants to just call my sister and get this over with, if only to stop the constant nagging from my parents. But I also feel like that would just be letting her off the hook again. It's like this cycle where she does whatever she wants, and when she finally decides she needs something, she expects everyone else to just fall in line. If I keep letting that slide, what's to stop her from doing it over and over again? Then there's the fact that, since all of this started, my sister hasn't tried to reach out to me once. She hasn't texted, hasn't called, hasn't even tried to talk things through with me. It's like she's waiting for me to apologize or come crawling back. And that, more than anything, makes me feel like I made the right call. Because if she really cared about fixing things, wouldn't she at least try to meet me halfway? But no, she's fine just sitting back and letting our parents fight this battle for her. It's like she knows they'll always take her side, so she doesn't have to lift a finger. So here I am, still holding my ground, but feeling like the bad guy every time my mom calls or my dad drops some comment about moving past all this. They keep talking about how family is family and that we're supposed to be there for each other. But shouldn't that go both ways? How long am I supposed to keep letting her get away with this, just for the sake of keeping the peace? It feels like my parents are so focused on keeping things calm that they're willing to ignore how much this whole situation actually affects me. And maybe it sounds harsh, but I don't even know if I want to be the one to fix things this time. I've always been the one to bend, to make the effort, to let things slide. But this time, I feel like I deserve better. I want her to understand that family isn't just there when it's convenient, that she can't keep treating us like an afterthought and expect us to come running every time she snaps her fingers. So now I'm left wondering, do I stick to my guns and wait for her to make the first move, or do I just give in for the sake of keeping my family happy? Am I wrong for setting conditions before helping my sister? Story 14 inches. Am I wrong for leaving my job after my boss took credit for my idea? I'm 28, working as a junior marketing executive at a mid-sized firm. I've been with this company for about 3 years now, and it's my first real job out of college. I started as an intern, worked hard, and managed to secure a permanent spot after graduation. I've always tried to be the type of person who goes above and beyond, willing to put in the hours, and I genuinely believed that if I worked hard enough, I'd move up eventually. I knew I wasn't going to get big promotions or huge recognition right away, but I figured my work would speak for itself over time. A couple of months ago, our team got assigned a major client, one of the biggest we'd ever worked with. It was a high-profile campaign, the kind that could really put us on the map. I took this as my chance to show what I could do. I started brainstorming ideas, pulling late nights, and even going in on weekends to work on the strategy. I sketched out the visuals, mapped out the social media plan, researched competitors, and tried to figure out every angle we could use to make this campaign a success. I wanted this campaign to be different, something that would stand out and make people stop scrolling. After weeks of prep, I pitched my idea to the team. Everyone seemed to like it. They thought it was bold, fresh, and different from what we usually did. My boss even nodded along, saying it had potential. I could tell he was into it, but I didn't think much about it beyond that. I was just relieved my work was finally getting noticed. We started working on my concept, and I felt this surge of pride seeing everyone working together to bring my idea to life. The whole team put in a lot of effort, but deep down, I was proud that this was my brainchild. It felt good to know I was contributing something meaningful to the company. The campaign went live a few weeks later, and it blew up in a way none of us had expected. The client was thrilled. We were getting a lot of engagement online, and even upper management took notice. People were talking about it, sharing it, and the buzz was way beyond what we'd seen for any of our previous campaigns. For the first time, I felt like all those hours of work had paid off. I was excited to see where this would lead, hoping maybe it'd put me in a good position for my next review. Then, there was this big company meeting with upper management, where we were supposed to go over the success of the campaign. I was pumped. I assumed my boss would at least mention my role or give a nod to the team for the work we put in. Instead, as soon as he started presenting, he went on and on about how it was his idea, his strategy, and how he had executed it from start to finish. He didn't mention me or any of the team once. He took full credit, as if we were all just tools to make his vision happen. I was stunned. It felt like a punch in the gut, and all I could do was sit there while he went on, talking about the campaign like it was all his doing. I kept glancing around, hoping maybe someone would speak up or give me a look that said they understood what was happening. But everyone just sat there, nodding along like this was all normal. I don't know if they were too scared to say anything or if they just didn't care. Either way, I felt completely invisible. Everything I'd worked for, all the hours I'd put in, had just been erased. When the meeting ended, I was fuming. I knew I had to say something, even if it felt risky. I waited until most people had left and caught my boss in the hallway. I asked him, as calmly as I could, why he hadn't mentioned my role or the team's effort. He looked at me, barely interested, and said something that felt like a slap in the face. Know your place. He went on to say that ideas don't matter if they're not executed well, and that he was the one who made it happen, so it was fair for him to take the credit. It was like he was saying my work didn't matter, because he'd put the final stamp on it. I was speechless. I felt so small, like I was just another cog in the machine. All that time I'd spent on this campaign, thinking it might finally help me get noticed, had just been wiped out with a few words. And the way he said it, so dismissively, like I was just overstepping for even asking. I walked away, not even bothering to argue because I knew it wouldn't make a difference. It was clear that, in his eyes, I was just someone to do the grunt work while he took the glory. For the next few days, I could barely focus on my work. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if I'd made a mistake by even confronting him. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was supposed to just stay in my lane. But at the same time, it felt wrong to just accept it. I couldn't shake the feeling of being used, like my work was good enough to show off, but not good enough to credit. It wasn't just about recognition, it was about respect. I didn't want to be the person who put up with that kind of treatment. I talked to a couple of colleagues about it, just to see if they'd ever gone through something similar. Most of them shrugged it off, saying things like, "It happens all the time," or "That's just how things are in this industry." One of them even laughed and told me to get used to it if I wanted to make it anywhere. Another said I shouldn't be so sensitive about it, that it was just one campaign, and I'd have other chances to prove myself. It was frustrating. I felt like I was the only one who cared about being valued for my work. Everyone else acted like it was normal, like it was just part of the job to have your work taken from you. I started questioning myself, wondering if maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was being naive, thinking I'd get any real credit at this stage in my career. But a part of me couldn't let it go. I felt like if I stayed and accepted this, it would just keep happening. If I let this slide, then what was stopping him from doing it again? And what was stopping anyone else? I couldn't bring myself to just move on. It wasn't about being impulsive. It was about setting boundaries and deciding what I was willing to put up with. After that meeting and the whole "know your place" comment, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being totally undervalued. Every day I went in, it just felt worse. I'd sit at my desk, staring at my computer, trying to focus on new projects. But all I could think about was how everything I did could just be claimed by my boss again. It felt pointless to put in any effort. I'd always thought hard work would be recognized. But now, it felt like I'd just been naive. My motivation was completely shot. My boss didn't bring up the campaign again. At least not in front of me. And I started noticing this tension building up. I'm not sure if he thought I'd let it go, or if he just didn't care. I thought about confronting him again, but every time I considered it, I just felt like I'd end up in the same situation, him telling me to stay in my place or dismissing my work entirely. So, I kept quiet and just tried to go through the motions, hoping the frustration would fade. Spoiler, it didn't. Talking to my colleagues didn't help either. When I brought it up casually, they'd brush it off like it was no big deal. They kept saying things like, "This happens to everyone," or "That's just how things work around here." One of them even said, "Look, you're newish, right? Just stick around, don't make waves, and you'll get your chance eventually." It felt like everyone had just accepted that this was part of the job, getting walked over by the people above you and just staying quiet about it. I started questioning myself, wondering if maybe I was being unreasonable, but deep down, I knew I wasn't okay with it. Every time I'd consider leaving, someone would remind me about job stability, or that I was being too sensitive. I couldn't help but feel isolated, like I was the only one who actually cared about getting credit for my work. Everyone else seemed resigned to it. I spent nights lying awake, torn between trying to push through or just cutting my losses and finding a place where I'd actually be valued. The thing is, I'd invested 3 years into this job, hoping it would lead to something bigger. Walking away felt like throwing all that time away. But the alternative, staying and dealing with this kind of treatment, felt equally depressing. At one point, I had a one-on-one with a senior coworker who'd been with the company for years. I thought maybe he'd have some advice or insight. He just laughed it off, saying that my boss had done the same thing to him in the past. "Look, if you want to survive here, don't take things personally. He's the boss, and bosses will take credit. You're lucky to even be part of a successful campaign at your level." I could tell he thought he was being helpful, but it made me feel worse. It was like everyone had been beaten into submission by the system, and I was just the next one in line. Over the next week or so, I tried my best to move on, but every task felt heavier. I'd work on something, knowing that no matter how good it was, it wouldn't matter. I wasn't going to get any credit, any recognition, or any sense of accomplishment. It was like I was just a robot, doing tasks because I had to, not because I cared. And honestly, that wasn't me. I wasn't the type to just do the bare minimum and collect a paycheck. I'd always wanted to make an impact, to feel like what I did mattered. And this job was starting to crush that out of me. One afternoon, I found myself staring at job listings, just scrolling through, seeing if there was anything out there. I hadn't fully decided to leave, but I was starting to look for an escape. The more I looked, the more I realized how much I actually wanted to get out. I wanted to be somewhere I felt appreciated, where my work would actually count for something. I started applying to a few places here and there, but the responses were slow, and nothing felt like a sure thing. I was cautious. But at the same time, each day at my current job was making it harder to stay. Around this time, my boss assigned me to another project. He gave me the brief, expecting me to jump on it immediately. I nodded, took the notes, and sat down to start, but I couldn't bring myself to care. My mind was still back on that last campaign, the one he'd stolen credit for. I wanted to tell him no, to just say I wasn't interested, but I knew that wouldn't end well. So I worked on it half-heartedly, doing what was expected and nothing more. For the first time, I understood what it meant to be totally unmotivated. The final straw came when he sent out a team email praising everyone for their work on the campaign, the same one he'd taken credit for. He didn't even mention my name, even though everyone knew I'd done the bulk of the work. It was like he was rubbing it in, like he knew I couldn't do anything about it. I felt my face flush with anger reading that email, and right then, I knew I couldn't stay. I couldn't keep working for someone who treated me like I was invisible. So, I went home that night, sat down, and drafted my resignation letter. I kept it brief, just saying I was moving on to pursue other opportunities. I didn't mention the campaign, the credit he'd stolen, or the lack of respect. I figured there was no point. He'd probably just laugh it off, maybe even be glad to get rid of someone who actually wanted to be recognized. I took a deep breath and hit save, deciding I'd sleep on it before making it official. But the decision felt right. For the first time in weeks, I felt a bit lighter, like I was taking control back. The thought of not having to see him, not having to watch him take credit for my work, was a relief. Even if I didn't have a job lined up, the idea of leaving felt like the only option that would let me keep my self-respect. I wasn't sure what my next step would be, but anything felt better than staying here. The next day, I walked into the office with my resignation letter in my bag, ready to finally hand it in. I'd spent the whole night going over everything, replaying all the moments where I'd put in the effort, all the times I'd stayed late or came in early just to get ahead. And then I thought about my boss's face when he brushed me off, telling me to know my place. Every time I replayed that line, I got angrier. I knew that if I stayed, it would eat away at me. So, with a little bit of nervous energy and a lot of determination, I went straight to HR and handed in my 2-week notice. The response from my boss was about as cold as I expected. He didn't try to talk me out of it, didn't ask why I was leaving, didn't even really acknowledge it. Instead, he just nodded, as if I'd confirmed something he'd already assumed. He said, "Good luck," in that dry, detached way, and went back to his work. That was it, no questions, no comments, nothing. I left his office feeling a mix of relief and frustration, like I was finally free, but also like I'd never really mattered to him or to the company. Word spread pretty fast, as it always does, and people in the office started coming up to me with the usual questions. Why are you leaving? What happened? Do you have something lined up? I gave vague answers, mostly because I didn't feel like explaining the whole story to everyone. A few people were supportive, saying they understood and that they'd been thinking about leaving too. But a lot of them just looked at me like I was crazy. One guy even told me, "You're really quitting over nothing. You're going to regret this, man. Jobs like this don't come easy." It felt like everyone thought I was being unreasonable, like wanting credit for my work was somehow out of line. I tried to brush it off, but part of me started second guessing. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was making a mistake by leaving without a backup plan. But every time I thought about staying, I remembered that meeting, my boss standing up there, taking credit for everything I'd done. The memory was enough to keep me moving forward, even if it felt risky. My last 2 weeks passed by in a blur. I kept my head down, did my work, and avoided any unnecessary interactions with my boss. He barely acknowledged me the entire time, which, honestly, just confirmed that I'd made the right choice. If he didn't care enough to ask why I was leaving or try to work things out, then I didn't owe him anything either. I wrapped up my projects, handed everything over to the team, and on my last day, I quietly packed up my things and walked out. No fanfare, no farewell speech, just me, leaving the office for the last time. But here's the thing. As soon as I left, I started hearing from people I hadn't even talked to while I was there. A couple of colleagues reached out, telling me they respected my decision, saying they'd noticed how my work had been overlooked and how my boss had taken credit for it. They said they'd been in similar situations, but never had the guts to actually leave. It was validating, in a way, to hear that others had seen what was going on. But it also made me wonder how many people were stuck in that same cycle, staying quiet just to keep a job. I've been out of that job for a few weeks now, and honestly, it's been a mix of emotions. Part of me feels proud that I stood up for myself, that I chose to leave rather than stay in a place where I wasn't valued. But another part of me is still nervous. I'm applying to other positions, but I haven't gotten any solid leads yet. It's hard not to question if I made the right choice, especially when I think about the stability I had at my old job. I still replay everything in my head, wondering if I could have handled it differently. Maybe I could have stayed longer, waited until I had something else lined up. Or maybe I should have tried harder to make things work, found a way to get along with my boss despite what happened. I don't know if leaving was the best choice, but I know that staying would have meant giving up my self-respect. I guess that's what I keep coming back to, the idea that, at some point, you have to decide what you're willing to accept and what you're not. I didn't want to be the guy who stayed quiet, who let someone else take credit for his work, and kept his head down just to keep a job. But now, as I'm searching for something new, I can't help but wonder, am I wrong for leaving a job where my work wasn't acknowledged? Story 15 inches. Am I wrong for not letting my stepdaughter wear my wedding dress? I'm 50 years old, married, and don't have kids of my own. But I do have a stepdaughter, Lily, who's in her late 20s. Lily and I have managed to build a pretty solid relationship over the years. I married her dad when she was in college, and though it wasn't like I raised her or anything, I've always felt like we got along well enough. She has her own mom, but we've found a comfortable space where I've been a stable presence in her life. And we've had some nice bonding moments here and there. Nothing super close, but friendly. So, it was a bit of a shock to me when Lily approached me a few weeks ago with a question that completely threw me off. She asked if she could wear my wedding dress for her upcoming wedding. It felt like it came out of nowhere, like it hadn't even crossed her mind before then. She told me that she always thought my dress was beautiful, and that wearing it would be symbolic, like it would bring us closer and represent the merging of our families. She seemed excited about the idea, almost like she was expecting me to be thrilled that she wanted to wear something of mine. But I just froze. My wedding dress is something I've always held close to my heart. I picked it out with so much care, and it represents one of the happiest days of my life. I never really thought of it as something I'd hand over to anyone else, even someone I care about. To me, it was a personal keepsake, a way of holding on to that special day with my husband. And, to be honest, I'd always imagined that it would just stay with me as something sentimental, maybe even as a piece of family history I'd leave behind someday. I had this quiet vision of it staying with me, like a snapshot of the past I could look back on. The idea of letting it go even to someone like Lily felt strange. At first, I didn't say anything, just kind of looked at her, probably with a bit of shock on my face. I wasn't expecting her to ask for something so personal, and I could tell she noticed my hesitation. She looked a bit surprised, maybe even hurt, but I wasn't prepared to answer right then and there. I told her I'd think about it, but honestly, even saying that felt wrong because deep down, I already knew how I felt. I didn't want to lend it out. The thought of someone else, even Lily, wearing it made me uncomfortable. I wanted to keep that memory to myself, untouched. Since then, things have been tense. Lily hasn't brought it up again, but I can tell that my hesitation hurt her. She's been distant lately, barely responding to my texts, and she's stopped coming over for family dinners as often as she used to. I can feel the space growing between us, and it's like this unspoken weight hanging over every interaction. She's not outright ignoring me, but there's this chill in her tone whenever we talk, and it's clear that she feels some type of way about my response. I tried talking to my husband about it, hoping he'd understand where I was coming from, but that didn't go as planned either. He listened, nodded a bit, and then gently suggested that maybe I should reconsider. He brought up the fact that Lily doesn't have her own mom to pass down family traditions or sentimental items for her wedding. I could tell he was trying to make me see things from her perspective, but it only made me feel worse. It felt like he was siding with her, subtly implying that I was being unreasonable or selfish. He kept reminding me that Lily asking to wear my dress was probably a big deal for her, something she thought would mean a lot to both of us. I get that Lily wants to feel connected, and I do care about her, but this dress means so much to me. I've never been someone who's into traditions or passing things down, I didn't grow up with that myself. My parents weren't sentimental people, and we didn't have heirlooms or family treasures to speak of. So, my wedding dress was one of the few things I chose to keep, something that felt truly mine. Letting it go, even temporarily, felt like giving up a piece of my own story. A story I wasn't ready to share in that way. The more I think about it, the more conflicted I feel. I know this isn't just about a dress. It's about what it represents to me, and maybe to Lily, too. For me, it's a reminder of my wedding day, a memory I cherish and keep close. But to her, it seems like she sees it as a gesture of acceptance, like me saying, "Yes, you're a part of this family, a part of my life." I didn't anticipate that, and I certainly didn't expect to feel so torn over something I always thought of as a simple piece of clothing. Now, every time I see Lily, there's this unspoken tension between us. She won't bring it up, and neither will I, but the silence is deafening. At family gatherings, I feel like I'm walking on eggshells, worried that even the smallest thing I say might set her off or make things worse. It's reached a point where I dread family dinners because I know she's hurt, and I feel this constant pressure to fix it somehow, even though I'm not sure I'm willing to. Part of me wonders if I'm being unfair to her, but another part of me feels like it's my right to hold on to something that means so much to me. As the days passed, things just kept getting worse between Lily and me. It wasn't like we were fighting outright, but there was this heavy tension that seemed to hang over every interaction. It was the kind of thing that nobody acknowledged directly, but you could feel it in the silence and the way she'd go out of her way to avoid me at family gatherings. She'd show up to dinners with my husband, sure, but she barely looked at me or spoke unless she had to. I knew she was hurt, and every time I saw her, it just reinforced this nagging feeling that I'd let her down somehow. I didn't want things to stay like this, so one night, I tried to bring it up with my husband again. I told him I felt like Lily was avoiding me, and that I didn't know how to fix it without giving in to something I wasn't comfortable with. He listened quietly, but his response was the same as before. He gently suggested I reconsider letting her wear the dress. He reminded me that this was likely a big deal for her, that maybe she saw it as a way for us to connect on a deeper level. He even hinted that by saying no, I might be unintentionally sending her a message that I didn't consider her family in the same way. That stung. I tried to explain my side, how much the dress meant to me, how it wasn't about rejecting her, but about preserving something personal. I even told him that if it were anything else, I'd be more than happy to share it with her. But for him, the dress didn't hold the same meaning. He saw it as a piece of clothing, while I saw it as a symbol of a moment in my life that I wanted to keep just for myself. After that conversation, I felt more alone in this than ever. Around this time, I started getting small hints from other family members. Lily's aunt casually mentioned how special it would be for Lily to have a family dress, and her tone felt loaded, like she knew about the situation and thought I was in the wrong. It was little things like that, a comment here, a glance there, that made me realize Lily had probably told others about my decision. I can't say I blame her. She was hurt, and maybe she needed to vent, but it made everything feel so much more uncomfortable, like I was being silently judged by everyone around me. I started second-guessing myself, wondering if maybe I was making a bigger deal out of this than I needed to. I replayed Lily's request in my mind over and over, trying to see it from her perspective. I knew she'd lost her mother young, and that she probably felt like she missed out on those traditional mother-daughter wedding moments. Maybe this was her way of trying to make up for that loss, a way to feel connected to a mother figure on her big day. And here I was, standing in the way of that because of a dress. I felt guilty, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being asked to give up something that meant so much to me. Finally, one day, my husband suggested that I try talking to Lily directly. He said maybe she didn't fully understand why I was saying no, and that a heart-to-heart could help clear the air. I agreed to give it a shot, but I was nervous. I didn't know how to explain my feelings without making it sound like I was putting my attachment to an object above her feelings. Still, I knew I had to try if I wanted any chance of repairing things between us. When we finally sat down to talk, I could tell she was guarded, almost bracing herself for what I was going to say. I told her I was sorry for hurting her feelings and that it wasn't my intention to make her feel unwelcome or unimportant. I tried to explain that my wedding dress wasn't just a piece of fabric to me, it was a memory, a personal keepsake that I'd always thought of as mine and mine alone. I could see her expression soften a little as I spoke, but there was still a sadness in her eyes that made me feel like my words weren't enough. I told her that while I couldn't lend her my dress, I would be more than willing to help her find something similar. I even offered to go dress shopping with her and to help cover any costs if she wanted something custom made to resemble mine. I thought that would be a fair compromise, a way to show her that I cared and wanted to support her, even if I couldn't give her exactly what she was asking for. She thanked me for the offer, but I could tell she wasn't completely happy with it. There was a pause where I thought she might say something more, maybe tell me how she really felt, but instead, she just nodded and said she'd think about it. The conversation ended on a quiet, awkward note, and I felt like I'd somehow made things worse instead of better. It was clear that she wanted my dress specifically, and that anything else felt like a consolation prize to her. In the days following that conversation, things stayed strained between us. Lily seemed to accept my compromise on the surface, but the tension was still there, lurking beneath every interaction. I could see it in the way she looked at me, like there was a distance that hadn't been there before. It was as if, by holding onto my dress, I'd put a wall up between us that I couldn't tear down, no matter what I said or did. The guilt started eating away at me, but so did the resentment. I felt like I was being forced into a position where, no matter what choice I made, someone would end up hurt. My husband continued to hint that I should think about it, but I knew he didn't fully understand why this was so hard for me. I couldn't explain it in a way that made sense to him or to Lily. To them, it was just a dress, something that could be worn, appreciated, and then returned. But to me, it was more than that. It was a symbol of my life with my husband, a moment that I wanted to keep just for us. After a while, I started avoiding family gatherings, too, dreading the unspoken judgment from others who seemed to know about the situation. Every time I thought about seeing Lily, I felt this tight knot in my stomach, like I was walking into a room where everyone had already made up their minds about me. I knew I was losing ground with her, that every day we stayed distant was another day she'd remember me as the stepmother who said no over something she saw as meaningful. The whole thing was exhausting, and I didn't know how much longer I could keep this up. The compromise hadn't worked, and I was beginning to feel like there was no way to resolve this without sacrificing something important to me. I felt trapped, and the more time passed, the more I wondered if I'd made a mistake in standing my ground. After days of avoiding each other and an increasingly cold atmosphere at family gatherings, I decided I couldn't let things keep festering between Lily and me. The awkward silences, the uncomfortable tension, I couldn't take it anymore. It felt like we were trapped in this unspoken conflict, with each of us too stubborn to completely back down, and it was exhausting. So I decided to give it one more try. I figured if I could sit down with her again, maybe I'd find a way to break through to her, even if I still wasn't willing to give up the dress. I asked Lily if she'd meet me for coffee, just the two of us, away from everyone else. I thought maybe a more neutral setting would help ease some of the tension. She agreed, but I could tell she was guarded, like she was bracing herself for disappointment again. When we sat down, I didn't waste any time. I told her straight out that I understood why she was hurt, and that I never wanted to make her feel like she was anything less than family. I explained how much I truly cared about her, and that this situation had been weighing on me, too. I could see her expression soften a little, but I also knew she was still waiting to hear if I'd changed my mind. So, I tried to go deeper, to explain why I felt so attached to my dress. I told her about my own lack of family traditions, how I hadn't grown up with things that felt like they were mine to pass on, and how my wedding dress was one of the few things that held that kind of meaning for me. I wanted her to understand that it wasn't about her, but about something I was trying to hold on to for myself. I thought maybe if she saw where I was coming from, she'd be more willing to accept my compromise. She listened, nodding occasionally, but I could tell there was still something unresolved in her eyes. I felt like I was talking in circles, trying to make her understand, but I wasn't sure if she was really hearing me. When I mentioned my offer to help her find a similar dress, she just gave me a small, tight smile and said she'd think about it. That was it. I realized then that no matter how much I explained, she wasn't going to feel the same way about it that I did. To her, my dress was a symbol of family, of connection, and by refusing, I was denying her that bond. I felt like I'd hit a wall. My husband was disappointed, too, although he tried not to show it. I could tell he hoped I'd eventually cave and let her wear the dress, but he never pushed me outright. I appreciated that, but it also made me feel more alone in my decision. Everyone around me seemed to see my dress as just a dress, something that could be lent out and returned without a second thought. I started wondering if maybe I was the one who was wrong, if I was clinging too tightly to something that was ultimately just a piece of fabric. But every time I thought about giving in, I felt that familiar pang in my chest, the reminder of why I'd said no in the first place. Months passed, and eventually, Lily's wedding day came and went. She found another dress, one that looked nothing like mine, but beautiful in its own way. I tried to be supportive, helped out wherever I could, and made sure to show up with a smile. But there was still a chill between us. I could see it in the way she avoided my gaze during the ceremony, the way she barely acknowledged me in photos. It hurt, but I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't force her to understand, and I couldn't force myself to change how I felt. Now, even though the wedding is over, I feel like there's a wedge between us that wasn't there before. I wish things could go back to how they were, but I don't know if that's possible anymore. Every time I see her, I wonder if she's thinking about the dress, if she's still hurt by my decision. I'm left wondering if I should have just given in, if holding on to my dress was really worth the strain it put on our relationship. Was I wrong for wanting to keep my wedding dress to myself? Story 16. Am I wrong for refusing to lend money to my friend who never pays me back? I'm a 34-year-old software developer, and I'd say I'm a pretty generous guy. I like being there for my friends and helping out when they need it. But lately, I've been dealing with a situation that's made me rethink that a bit, and it's been bothering me more than I expected. It all started with my friend, Jake. He and I go way back, probably 10 years or so. He's a great guy in a lot of ways, and he's the type of friend who's fun to be around. He's outgoing, always the life of the party, and he has this energy that draws people to him. But if I'm honest, he's got one big flaw that's starting to get to me. He never pays me back when he borrows money. Now, it's not like Jake's struggling financially. He has a solid job with a good salary, and he's definitely not hurting for money. But somehow, over the years, I've become his go-to person whenever he needs to borrow a few bucks. At first, I didn't think much of it. He'd forget his wallet or run out of cash, and I'd cover him for a coffee or a drink, thinking he'd pay me back later. But later never seems to come. It was just small stuff, though, and I figured, hey, we're friends, it's not a big deal, right? Friends help each other out. Besides, it was usually just a couple of dollars here, a few dollars there. Nothing major. But then it started happening more often. It wasn't just the occasional coffee anymore. Jake would forget to pay his share of the bill when we'd go out with friends, and I'd end up covering for him. Or he'd message me, asking if I could lend him some cash to hold him over until payday. He'd promised to pay me back as soon as he got his paycheck, but somehow he'd always forget again. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I mean, how do you even bring that up without sounding petty? And we've known each other for so long it felt awkward to start keeping track of every dollar between us. Over time, though, it started adding up. I didn't keep a strict count, but it wasn't hard to notice. There were times when I'd look at my bank balance and think, where did all my money go? And I'd remember all those little loans that never came back. I tried to shrug it off because it wasn't like he was doing it on purpose. Right. It's just Jake being Jake, a little forgetful, maybe a bit careless with money. But as it kept happening, I started to feel taken advantage of. I'd see him buying new stuff or talking about his plans to go on a nice vacation, and it just didn't sit right with me. How could he afford all these extras, but still forget to pay me back? The frustrating part was that I never saw him asking our other friends for money. Somehow, I became the bank, and I didn't know why. It wasn't like I'd ever offered to cover him indefinitely. I guess I just set the precedent by always saying yes, by always helping out without asking for anything in return. And I didn't want to come across as the stingy guy in the group, the one who keeps tabs on every little thing. So I kept letting it slide, hoping he'd eventually notice and make things right on his own. But surprise, surprise, he never did. Then there was one incident that really got to me. We were out at a bar with a few friends, and when the check came, Jake just sat back and didn't even look at it. He didn't even pretend to reach for his wallet. Everyone else chipped in, and I just ended up covering his part again without saying anything. It was the look he gave me, like he just expected me to do it. That's when I realized he might not even see this as a favor anymore. It had somehow become an unspoken rule between us. I pay, he forgets. It wasn't even about the money anymore, it was about respect. I felt like he didn't appreciate the fact that I was going out of my way to help him. To him, it was just expected. It finally started bothering me enough that I tried bringing it up, lightly, a couple of times. Nothing too serious, just a casual reminder, like, hey, remember that lunch from last week? Or, you still owe me for the drinks the other night. Each time, he'd laugh it off, like it was a joke, or say something like, oh yeah, I totally forgot. He'd promised to pay me back the next time we met. But the same thing would happen all over again. It was like talking to a wall. And each time I mentioned it, I felt like I was the one being unreasonable. I didn't want to keep bringing it up, it made me feel petty. And I hated that. I thought about just cutting him off, financially. But that felt extreme. We'd been friends for so long, and I didn't want to ruin a friendship over what was, in the grand scheme of things, a bunch of small loans. But on the other hand, it was starting to add up, and I felt more and more resentful each time he forgot to pay me back. I started feeling like I was enabling him, like I was just letting him get away with it. And it was exhausting, honestly. The stress of wondering whether he'd pay me back or not. The frustration of seeing him go on vacations and buy new things while I was left picking up his tab. It was all getting to me. And then, a few weeks ago, Jake hit me with a new request. This time, it wasn't for coffee or a meal or some small amount I could easily brush off. He asked if I could lend him a couple of $100 so he could book a vacation he'd been planning. He said he was a bit short on cash and would pay me back as soon as he got paid. I was floored. I couldn't believe he had the nerve to ask me for such a big loan when he hadn't even bothered to pay me back for all the smaller ones. It felt like a slap in the face. For the first time, I didn't just say yes. I told him I wasn't comfortable lending him that much money, especially since he hadn't paid me back for the other times. I tried to be polite about it, but I could see he didn't take it well. His whole expression changed, and he looked at me like I was the one in the wrong. He just kind of stared at me for a second, then shrugged and said, I didn't think you'd be so stingy about it. The word stung. Stingy. Really? After everything I'd done for him. He didn't stop there. He made a few more snide comments, saying I was treating him like a charity case and that I was too obsessed with money. He even brought it up in front of our friends later, making it sound like I was some kind of miser, like I was hoarding my cash and refusing to help him out in his time of need. It was embarrassing, honestly, and I could feel some of our friends looking at me differently. I could tell Jake had been talking to them about it, spinning it to make me look bad. After that night, things got tense between Jake and me. I wasn't used to standing my ground with him, and clearly, he wasn't used to hearing no from me. He'd never made such a big deal out of money before, at least not that I could remember. But now, it was like I'd crossed some invisible line by refusing him, and he was determined to make me feel guilty about it. I started noticing that he'd go out of his way to make little digs at me in front of our friends, calling me the banker or joking about how some people are more about their wallet than their friends. It was passive-aggressive and awkward, but I tried to just brush it off. I didn't want to feed into the drama. But it didn't stop there. The real issue came up the next time we all got together. A bunch of us met up at a restaurant, and as usual, Jake showed up without much cash. He didn't even try to cover his share this time. He just looked at me with this smirk, like he was daring me to say something about it. When the bill came, he leaned back and made a big show of patting his pockets, saying something like, "Well, I guess I'll owe you again, Mr. Banker." I just sat there, staring at him, feeling like I was caught in some weird power struggle I hadn't signed up for. I was half tempted to just cover it again to avoid the awkwardness, but I held back. Instead, one of our other friends picked up the slack, but it was obvious he didn't feel great about it either. After that night, I felt pretty isolated from the group. Jake had managed to make me out to be the bad guy, and it seemed like everyone had already chosen sides without even asking me for my side of the story. It was infuriating, honestly. I wasn't just mad at Jake, I was frustrated with the whole friend group for not seeing through his behavior. Here I was, trying to set a boundary after years of feeling used. And somehow, I ended up looking like the jerk. It didn't help that Jake was apparently talking behind my back, telling people I'd been overreacting and acting like he was asking me for thousands instead of just a small favor here and there. He painted it like I'd suddenly turned into some miser. And the worst part was that people believed him. I tried to reach out to a few of our mutual friends to explain my side, thinking they might understand where I was coming from if I gave them a bit of context. But the conversations didn't go as I'd hoped. Most of them just shrugged it off, saying things like, "Oh, that's just Jake. You know how he is." They didn't seem to get that this wasn't about how Jake is. It was about how he treated me. They acted like it was normal, even acceptable, that I'd been footing his share for years without complaint. I started to realize that maybe they didn't care as much about fairness as I thought. They were more interested in keeping the peace, even if it meant letting Jake continue to act entitled. I won't lie, it stung. I'd thought my friends would at least hear me out, maybe even back me up a little. But instead, they seemed content to let things slide, as long as it didn't affect them directly. I kept wondering if maybe I was in the wrong somehow, like maybe I really was overreacting. But then I'd remember all the times I'd covered for Jake without even getting so much as a thank you, and the resentment would come flooding back. It felt like I was stuck in a no-win situation. If I spoke up, I looked petty and obsessed with money. If I stayed quiet, I was just letting Jake and everyone else, by extension, walk all over me. A week later, Jake texted me, acting like nothing had happened. He asked if I wanted to meet up for drinks, just the two of us. I wasn't thrilled about it, but I figured it might be a good chance to clear the air, so I agreed. When we met up, he was all smiles, chatting away like usual. I thought maybe he was going to apologize, or at least acknowledge the tension between us. But instead, halfway through the evening, he dropped another bomb. He needed some extra cash to get by until his next paycheck. He said he was a little short because of some unexpected expenses, and promised he'd pay me back as soon as he could. I just stared at him, dumbfounded. After everything that had happened, after all the drama, he was really asking me for money again. I couldn't believe it. I told him, flat out, that I wasn't comfortable lending him any more money. I tried to explain that it wasn't personal, that it was about setting boundaries for my own peace of mind. But he didn't take it well. He looked at me like I'd betrayed him, like I was breaking some unspoken rule of friendship. He got defensive again, saying I was overreacting and that I didn't trust him anymore. He even said that I'd changed, that I was acting like a different person, just because he needed a little help. By this point, I was so fed up, I didn't even care about being polite. I told him exactly how I felt, that he'd been taking advantage of my generosity for years, and that I was done being his personal bank. I could tell he was shocked. I'd never spoken to him like that before, and maybe he didn't think I had it in me. But honestly, I was done. I'd had enough of him treating my money and my friendship like something he was entitled to, instead of something he should appreciate. The rest of the conversation was tense. Jake didn't apologize. He didn't even try to make amends. He just sat there, looking hurt and angry, like I'd crossed some unforgivable line. Eventually, he just said, "Fine, if that's how you feel," and got up to leave. I felt a weird mix of relief and sadness as I watched him walk away. Part of me was glad to finally stand up for myself, but another part of me couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just lost a friend over something as ridiculous as money. After that night, I didn't hear from Jake for a while. He stopped coming to our group hangouts, and some of our mutual friends started acting distant with me too. It was like they were blaming me for the whole situation, even though I'd just been trying to set a boundary. I got the sense that Jake had been talking to them, painting me as the bad guy, and that they were taking his side without even asking for my version of things. It was frustrating, but I didn't see what else I could do. I wasn't going to apologize for standing up for myself, and I definitely wasn't going to cave and give Jake what he wanted just to keep the peace. It's weird, though now that I've put my foot down, I feel a strange sense of freedom, like a weight's been lifted. A few weeks went by, and things with Jake just got messier. He wasn't reaching out to me, and whenever we'd have group gatherings, he'd either make an excuse not to come or keep things really cold if he did show up. The worst part was that some of our mutual friends seemed to buy into his version of the story. They started acting distant, like I was the one causing drama. It was obvious Jake had been talking to them and probably making it sound like I was obsessed with money, or that I was being a bad friend by not helping him out. It was hard to stomach, honestly. These were people I'd hung out with for years, and I thought they knew me better than that. One friend in particular, let's call her Sarah, eventually pulled me aside to talk about it. She seemed genuinely confused and just wanted to understand what was going on. She said Jake had mentioned that I'd cut him off financially, and that he didn't understand why, especially since it was just a few dollars here and there. I had to explain to her that it wasn't just about a few bucks, that it was a long-standing issue, and Jake had been taking advantage of my willingness to help out for years. I told her how I'd covered for him more times than I could count, and how he never seemed to care about paying me back or even acknowledging it. She seemed surprised, like she hadn't thought about it that way before. After talking with Sarah, I realized just how much Jake's perspective had shaped how everyone else saw the situation. He'd been quick to paint me as the stingy one, but no one had heard my side. It hurt to see how easily he'd turned people against me, but I also realized that some of them might have just gone along with it to avoid conflict. Nobody likes getting in the middle of someone else's drama, especially when it involves money. Still, it was frustrating. I wanted to believe my friends would see through it, but they seemed more interested in keeping things peaceful than in understanding what had actually happened. At one point, I considered sending Jake a message to try and clear things up. I thought maybe if I could explain my side of things, he'd see reason, and we could put this whole mess behind us. But every time I thought about reaching out, I remembered his reaction the last time we'd talked. He'd acted so entitled, so sure that he was in the right, and that I was the one being unreasonable. I couldn't shake the feeling that even if I tried to explain myself, he'd just brush it off or twist my words. In the end, I decided it wasn't worth the effort. If he wanted to hold onto his version of events and play the victim, that was on him. A few more weeks went by, and things with the friend group didn't improve. I noticed that some people stopped inviting me to certain gatherings, and the few who did invite me acted like they were doing me a favor. It was like I'd been marked as the difficult one in the group, the person who was willing to disrupt the usual dynamic just because I didn't want to keep bailing Jake out. It was disappointing, to say the least. I'd thought these friendships were stronger than that, but apparently they weren't. Eventually, I just started pulling back. I figured if they weren't going to support me or even try to understand my side, then maybe I didn't need to be as close to them as I thought. I focused on spending time with other friends, people who actually seemed to value my friendship for what it was, not just for what I could provide financially. It was tough at first, feeling like I'd lost this whole group of people over something as trivial as money. But honestly, I started feeling better without the constant stress of worrying about whether Jake would forget to pay me back, or whether my other friends would judge me for setting boundaries. Recently, though, I heard from one of our mutual friends that Jake is still bringing it up, still telling people I turned my back on him over a few dollars. Part of me wanted to confront him, to tell him to cut it out and stop dragging my name through the mud. But what good would it do? It seems like he's determined to stick to his version of the story, and there's no way I can change his mind. I just wish he'd let it go, but I guess he needs the narrative of me being the bad guy to justify his actions. I know I did the right thing by finally standing up for myself. I know it's okay to set boundaries, even with friends, especially when it's about respecting each other. But it's been hard watching this friendship and a bunch of other friendships by association fall apart because of it. Part of me wonders if I could have handled things differently, maybe brought it up sooner, or tried harder to explain myself to the group. But then I remember how long I let this slide, how many times I bit my tongue and kept quiet to keep the peace. At some point, enough is enough, right? So now, I'm left wondering if I made the right call. Was I wrong for setting a boundary with my friend who never repays loans? Story 17. Am I wrong for making my teenager pay for the phone they broke? I'm a 40-year-old mom to a 16-year-old teenager who, honestly, I love more than anything. But let's just say they've got a bit of a track record for being careless. I've always been pretty strict about responsibility because I believe that's how you prepare kids for the real world. So, when Jamie came to me recently, looking sheepish and holding a phone with a cracked screen and barely functioning, I wasn't exactly surprised. Frustrated, sure, but surprised, not in the slightest. Here's the thing. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Jamie's been through a couple of phones over the years, each one a casualty of some minor accident that could have easily been avoided with a little more attention. The last time this happened, I remember saying, "This is it. You break it again, and you're on your own." And of course, they promised they'd be more careful. I wanted to believe them. But part of me knew it was just a matter of time before we ended up back here. And here we were. So, as Jamie stood there looking guilty, I felt myself getting angry. Not just because of the phone, but because it felt like they hadn't taken anything I'd said seriously. I know accidents happen, but this felt more like carelessness than an honest mistake. Jamie had been texting while rushing down the stairs, phone in hand, when it slipped and hit the steps, tumbling down like a scene in slow motion, only to end in a big, messy crack. I knew I couldn't just brush it off this time. Jamie needed to learn a real lesson, one that they'd hopefully carry with them. After a minute of awkward silence, Jamie finally said, "So, are we going to get it fixed or?" And just like that, I knew what I had to do. I told Jamie that if they wanted a new phone, they'd have to earn the money to replace it. At first, Jamie just blinked at me, probably waiting for me to say I was kidding. But when they realized I was serious, the protest started immediately. Jamie said it wasn't fair, that everyone makes mistakes, and that I was being too harsh. I expected this reaction, but I stood my ground. I explained to Jamie that it wasn't about the phone itself, even though it wasn't cheap, but about understanding the value of things and the effort it takes to replace them. I've worked hard to provide for them, and all I was asking was for a little responsibility in return. It wasn't like they didn't have access to a backup option. We have an old phone lying around that works fine for basic stuff. They could use that if they needed to until they earned enough for a replacement. But that didn't seem to comfort Jamie at all. They were still mad, saying it wasn't fair, and that I was being unreasonable. The reaction from Jamie only confirmed that I was doing the right thing. If they were this upset about having to work for something they broke, then clearly, they hadn't learned the lesson I'd been trying to teach all these years. It felt like every time I tried to instill some sense of responsibility, I was just hitting a wall. But I wasn't about to give in this time. I told Jamie, in no uncertain terms, that this was a non-negotiable rule. If they wanted a new phone, they'd have to find a way to earn it. Over the next few days, the atmosphere in the house was tense. Jamie was barely speaking to me, giving me one-word answers, and sulking whenever we were in the same room. I tried to ignore it, hoping they'd come around and understand that I wasn't just doing this to be mean. But the silence was heavy, and I could tell Jamie was stewing over the whole thing, building up more and more resentment. Then, one evening, Jamie dropped a bombshell. They had told my ex-husband about the situation. My ex and I have been divorced for a few years now, and while we try to stay civil for Jamie's sake, we don't exactly see eye to eye on parenting. He's more laid back, more willing to let things slide, and I've always been the stricter one, the one who insists on rules and consequences. I wasn't thrilled about him getting involved, but I figured he'd at least see my side of things. I was wrong. Not long after Jamie mentioned it, I got a call from my ex. He was upset, saying he'd heard about what happened and thought I was being unfair to Jamie. He argued that it was just one mistake, and that making them pay for a replacement was too harsh, especially since they're only 16. I tried to explain my side, that this wasn't just about the phone, but about teaching Jamie to take care of their things. But he wasn't having it. He said I was being unreasonable and that I needed to be more understanding. Hearing this from him was infuriating. It felt like he was undermining everything I was trying to do as a parent. I could tell that Jamie had probably framed the situation in a way that made me look like the villains, and he'd bought it completely. He suggested that I replace the phone, saying that a teenager couldn't be expected to pay for something like that, and that I was setting unrealistic expectations. I wanted to scream. Here I was, trying to teach our child a valuable lesson, and instead of backing me up, he was siding with them, making me feel like the bad guy. It was exactly the kind of thing that made co-parenting with him so difficult. He was always the fun parent, the one Jamie could run to whenever they didn't like my rules, and this time was no different. After that call, I felt even more determined to stick to my decision. I wasn't going to be swayed by guilt or pressure from my ex. Jamie needed to learn that actions have consequences, and if that meant they'd be upset with me for a while, so be it. I offered to help Jamie find a job or come up with ways they could earn the money, but they turned me down, still clinging to the idea that I was being unfair. The whole situation was exhausting, and I was starting to wonder if I'd ever get through to them. For now, Jamie is still holding out, hoping I'll change my mind. My ex continues to call, pushing me to replace the phone, and I'm left standing my ground, wondering if I'm really doing the right thing. The days after I refused to replace Jamie's phone were tense, to say the least. Jamie had this way of making sure I felt the impact of my decision, sulking around the house, shooting me glares whenever they thought I wasn't looking, and barely talking to me at all. They'd leave the room if I entered, slam doors for emphasis, and go out of their way to avoid even the smallest bit of interaction. Honestly, I'd prepared myself for some pushback, but the silent treatment was starting to get on my nerves. At first, I tried to ignore it. I figured Jamie was just upset and would eventually come around. I thought they'd realize that this wasn't me being mean, but trying to teach them something valuable. I mean, phones aren't cheap, and I wasn't made of money. Besides, I'd worked hard to get where I am, and it wasn't unreasonable to want my child to understand the value of the things they had. But Jamie was digging in, refusing to see any perspective other than their own. It was frustrating, but I tried to stick to my guns. Then came the passive-aggressive comments. Jamie would mumble things under their breath like, "Well, it's not like everyone's parents make them pay for their own stuff," or "Other parents just replace things when they break." Each comment was designed to sting, to make me question myself. I tried to respond calmly, to explain once again why I was sticking to my decision. But it was like talking to a wall. Jamie didn't want to hear it. They'd just roll their eyes, huff, and walk away as if I was the unreasonable one. Things escalated further when my ex-husband started getting more involved. He'd call me almost every other day, going on and on about how I needed to reconsider. He'd say things like, "They're just a kid. It's too much responsibility." Or, "What's wrong with just replacing the phone? It's not the end of the world." It was infuriating, having him chip away at my resolve, making me feel like I was being too harsh. He didn't understand where I was coming from, or maybe just didn't care. All he saw was that Jamie was upset, and he thought he could fix it by pressuring me. What made it worse was that Jamie clearly knew my ex was in their corner. Every time he called, they'd give me this look, like they'd won some sort of victory. I could tell they thought he'd eventually wear me down, that if they kept up the pressure, I'd cave and buy them a new phone. It was honestly exhausting. I felt like I was outnumbered in my own house, like I was the only one fighting for a lesson that seemed important. The whole situation was just draining. At one point, Jamie decided to take things a step further by borrowing my own phone without asking. They'd use it when I wasn't looking, sneaking it out of my purse or grabbing it off the counter. I'd catch them with it occasionally, and every time, they'd give me this look, daring me to say something. When I told them to stop, Jamie just shrugged and said they didn't have any other choice. They were acting like I'd taken something away from them without reason, as if I was punishing them for no reason at all. I tried to offer alternatives. I told Jamie I'd help them look for a job, even suggested a few places that were hiring. I explained that working wouldn't just get them the money for a new phone, but would also teach them responsibility. I offered to drive them to interviews, to help with applications, anything to show that I was willing to support them through this. But every time, Jamie shot me down, claiming that I was being unrealistic, and that no one their age should have to pay for something like this. It was like they thought I was punishing them, not trying to teach them. Meanwhile, my ex-husband kept fueling the fire. He'd tell Jamie things like, "You shouldn't have to go through this," or "Your mom's being way too hard on you." At one point, he even offered to buy them a new phone himself. When I found out, I was livid. I told him that if he stepped in and bought that phone, it would undermine everything I was trying to do. It wasn't about the money. It was about Jamie learning a lesson. He argued back, saying that I was making too big of a deal out of it, and that kids break things all the time. But I stood firm. I told him that if he interfered, it would only teach Jamie that they could get out of consequences whenever they wanted. Eventually, the constant back and forth started to wear me down. I began questioning myself, wondering if maybe I was being too harsh. It was hard not to, with Jamie acting like I was ruining their life, and my ex-husband calling me up every other day to remind me of how unfair I was being. I'd go over the situation in my head, thinking maybe there was some compromise I hadn't thought of, or that I was missing something. But every time, I'd come back to the same conclusion. If I didn't stick to this, Jamie would never learn to take responsibility. I tried to keep a strong front, to remind myself why I was doing this, but it was hard. Jamie was relentless. They'd come up with new ways to make me feel guilty every day, either by bringing up how other parents would handle it, or by sulking around the house, making sure I knew just how unhappy they were. I'd catch them on the backup phone sometimes, scowling at the screen like it was the most humiliating thing in the world to have to use an old phone. They'd tell me how embarrassing it was to go to school with last decade's technology, like it was some sort of social death sentence. I kept thinking, if they would just put half this energy into getting a job or finding a way to earn the money, they'd probably have a new phone by now. But Jamie was dead set on fighting me every step of the way, and it felt like there was no end in sight. Every time I thought they might be coming around, they'd throw another tantrum or go running to their dad, and I'd be right back to square one, feeling like the villain in my own story. Eventually, I started feeling like I was losing this battle. No matter what I did, Jamie wasn't backing down, and my ex-husband's constant interference wasn't helping. It felt like the entire situation was spiraling out of control, and I was the only one trying to keep things from falling apart. I kept telling myself to stay strong, to hold my ground, but each day was a little harder than the last. And through all of this, Jamie never once showed any sign of understanding. They didn't seem to care about why I was doing this or what I was trying to teach them. All they saw was that they didn't have a new phone, and to them, that was the only thing that mattered. It was like they were completely blind to everything else, to the bigger picture I was trying to show them. At this point, it felt like Jamie and I were locked in some kind of stalemate. I'd held out longer than I thought I would, refusing to buy a new phone and sticking to the plan that Jamie needed to pay for the replacement. But it was draining. Every day was an uphill battle, with Jamie throwing attitude, my ex-husband calling to question my parenting, and me feeling like I was outnumbered in my own decision. It was like I was the only one who saw any logic in this situation, and it was exhausting. Finally, I decided to sit Jamie down one last time to lay everything out, hoping that maybe if I was just a little clearer, a little more direct, they'd understand why I was holding firm. I explained again that this wasn't about punishing them or making life hard. It was about learning to take care of their things, understanding that there are consequences when you're careless with something valuable. I told them how hard I worked to provide things for them, and that all I wanted was for them to respect that effort by taking responsibility. Jamie just sat there, arms crossed, rolling their eyes as if I was giving the world's most boring lecture. After I finished, Jamie just said, "This is ridiculous. You're just being stubborn." And that was it. Any hope I had that they'd finally understand where I was coming from went right out the window. It was like they were completely unwilling to consider my perspective. They still thought I was just being unfair, trying to teach them a lesson that they didn't think was worth learning. I felt like I'd reached the end of my rope, and I didn't know what else to do. I'd tried reasoning, I'd tried compromise, and yet, here we were, still at odds. Meanwhile, my ex-husband kept meddling. He'd mentioned again that he was thinking of buying Jamie a new phone himself, saying he didn't see the point of dragging this out any longer. He said it was causing unnecessary stress for Jamie and making things harder than they needed to be. I felt like he was just undermining everything I was trying to do. It wasn't even about the phone anymore. It was about setting boundaries, about not letting Jamie just go to him every time they didn't get their way with me. I told him again that if he bought Jamie a phone, it would only teach them that they could dodge responsibility. But he didn't seem to care. He was more focused on keeping Jamie happy in the short term, regardless of the long-term consequences. Eventually, I reached the point where I had to accept that maybe Jamie wasn't going to learn the lesson I'd hoped they would. Maybe they'd just see me as the bad guy in this, the parent who made things hard for no reason. It was a bitter pill to swallow, knowing that all my efforts might not amount to the understanding I was hoping for. But I knew I couldn't give in, not after all this. If I caved now, it would send the message that I didn't mean what I said, that my boundaries could be pushed if they held out long enough. I'd lose any respect I was still holding on to. So, I stayed firm. I let Jamie know that the offer still stood to help them find a job or come up with ways to earn the money. I even suggested that we could come up with a plan together, something that would make it more manageable. But they didn't take me up on it. Instead, they started using that old backup phone, complaining every chance they got about how outdated it was, how embarrassing it was to use around their friends. They'd mutter comments under their breath whenever they saw me. Things like, "I can't believe I have to live like this," as if they were suffering some huge injustice. At the end of the day, it felt like a lose-lose situation. Jamie wasn't happy. My ex-husband was constantly criticizing me, and I was left feeling more isolated in my own family than ever. I'd always thought that standing my ground would earn me some respect, that Jamie would eventually come to appreciate what I was trying to teach them. But now, I wasn't so sure. Maybe I was too strict, too focused on enforcing a lesson that Jamie didn't even want to learn. I thought I was doing the right thing, but with every day that passed, I felt less certain. Now, Jamie barely talks to me unless it's absolutely necessary. The tension in the house is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. They're still using that old phone, still holding out. And every time they look at me, there's this resentment in their eyes that cuts deep. My ex-husband keeps calling, keeps telling me I should just let this go, that I'm being unreasonable and only making things harder for everyone involved. Part of me wonders if he's right, if I've pushed this too far, if I should have just replaced the phone in the first place to keep the peace. So here I am, wondering if I made a huge mistake. I wanted Jamie to learn responsibility, to understand the value of the things they have. But all I've ended up with is a teenager who resents me, an ex who thinks I'm too harsh, and a situation that feels more complicated than ever. I thought I was teaching a lesson, but maybe I was just being stubborn, holding on to an ideal that doesn't work for everyone. Maybe I misjudged what Jamie could handle. Or maybe I'm just not cut out to be the kind of parent who lets things slide. Am I wrong for making my teenager take responsibility for replacing the phone they broke? Story 18. Am I wrong for asking my roommate to stop using my personal toiletries? I, 22, am a college student living in an apartment with my best friend from high school. We've been friends forever, so moving in together seemed like the perfect idea. Living together at first felt like an extension of our friendship. We'd do everything together, from cooking to grocery shopping. Honestly, it felt like the easiest transition into adulthood, sharing a place with someone I already knew so well. But over time, I started to notice some small things that bothered me. At first, I brushed them off because, well, it's not worth starting an argument over every little thing. She's the kind of person who's very laid back, more of a "what's mine is yours" type, which sometimes doesn't align with how I see things. I don't mind sharing, but I also have certain boundaries, especially when it comes to my personal items. One thing about me, I've got this skincare routine that I'm really invested in. I know it might sound ridiculous to some people, but my skin's sensitive, and finding products that work took time and money. I'm talking about products that aren't exactly cheap, and it's taken me years to put together a lineup that doesn't make me break out or dry out my skin. So, naturally, I'm pretty protective of those items. I keep them on a specific shelf in the bathroom, just mine, hoping that kind of makes it clear they're off limits. A couple of months into living together, I started noticing that my products were running out faster than usual. I thought maybe I was overdoing it or being careless. But the more I paid attention, the more obvious it got. My face wash, moisturizer, even my serum seemed to be getting lower way faster than I thought they should. At first, I didn't want to jump to conclusions. After all, maybe I was just imagining it. But then I noticed things were sometimes out of place, like the lid being on loosely, or the bottle moved slightly from where I'd left it. It started bugging me, but I didn't say anything right away. I figured, if it's a one-off, maybe she just didn't realize it was an issue. But the more it happened, the more I found myself getting annoyed. I didn't want to blow things out of proportion or come off as stingy over something that, in the grand scheme of things, might seem small. It's just skincare, right? But for me, it felt like a boundary being crossed. One day, I walked into the bathroom and actually saw her using my serum right in front of me. She was just applying it like it was the most normal thing in the world. I stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what to say, but it felt so awkward to call her out on it right then and there. So I kept quiet and decided to bring it up later when it wouldn't be as weird. That evening, after we'd both settled down from classes and were just hanging out, I decided it was a good time to bring it up. I tried to be as casual as possible, saying something like, "Hey, I notice my skincare stuff has been running out faster than I expected." I didn't want to sound accusatory, so I kept it light, almost like I was just making an observation. She didn't seem to get the hint. Instead, she just nodded and shrugged, like it was no big deal. So I pushed a little further, saying that I'd appreciate it if she didn't use my skincare products since they're a bit pricey and specifically chosen for my skin. I thought that would be clear enough, but instead of understanding, she looked genuinely surprised, almost offended. She told me she didn't see the big deal since we were friends, and that she thought sharing was normal, especially between people who are close. She even made it seem like I was the one being weird for not wanting to share, which completely threw me off. I tried to explain that it wasn't about not wanting to share things with her, but more about how I felt about my personal stuff, especially stuff that I'd invested a lot into. But instead of calming things down, my explanation seemed to make her more defensive. She went on to say that I was being selfish and that it felt like I didn't trust her. It turned into a whole argument I hadn't planned on, and it left me feeling frustrated. Here I was, trying to explain a pretty simple boundary, and somehow I ended up feeling like the bad guy for wanting her to respect my stuff. I didn't know what else to say, so I ended up just leaving it at that, hoping maybe she'd come around later on. After that conversation, things were tense between us. We didn't bring it up again, but I could feel the awkwardness lingering. It was as if there was this unspoken thing between us now, and I started noticing little changes in how she acted around me. It's like she was annoyed, giving me this cold vibe that made me question if I'd been too harsh. I didn't want to make her feel like I didn't value our friendship, but at the same time, I didn't think I was asking for much. A few days went by, and I thought maybe the issue had blown over. But then I started noticing my products were still being used. It was honestly baffling because I thought I'd made it clear. This wasn't about not sharing. It was about feeling like my personal boundaries weren't being respected. I thought after our talk, things would get back to normal, and she'd respect the boundary I tried to set. But over the next few days, I kept noticing my stuff disappearing faster than usual. It wasn't every single product, but I'd still see things out of place or find a bottle nearly empty when I knew it shouldn't be. It was frustrating, to say the least, and it made me feel like I was talking to a wall. I started feeling more uncomfortable around her, like I couldn't fully relax in my own apartment. What made it worse was that she acted like everything was fine. She'd chat with me as if nothing had happened, going on about her day, plans, and school stress, all while ignoring the fact that she was still using my things. I kept thinking, maybe I was overreacting, maybe I was too sensitive about this. But every time I saw another almost empty bottle or misplaced item, the frustration built up again. I didn't want to keep bringing it up because I felt like I'd already made my point clear, and I didn't want to risk more tension between us. At one point, I even considered hiding my skincare products in my room just to avoid another confrontation. But that felt ridiculous to me, like I was the one sneaking around when she was the one crossing boundaries. Why should I have to go to such lengths to protect my own things? I didn't want to feel like a stranger in my own home, guarding my stuff like it was some forbidden treasure. So I left everything in the bathroom, hoping she'd eventually get the message. One day, I came home after a long day at school, looking forward to just unwinding, and went into the bathroom to wash my face. When I reached for my moisturizer, I realized it was practically empty, even though I'd only recently bought it. I stood there, staring at the nearly empty container, feeling this mix of anger and disappointment. I'd trusted her to respect a simple request, And here I was, watching my money get literally washed down the drain. That was my breaking point. I knew I couldn't keep quiet about it anymore. I thought, maybe if I approached it differently, I could make her understand where I was coming from. This time, I decided to be straightforward and tell her how much it was actually costing me to replace these products. I mentioned that I'd noticed they were running out quickly again, and that, honestly, I couldn't keep affording to replace them at this rate. I tried to stay calm, but inside, I was already preparing for whatever argument might come next. She seemed shocked at first, like she hadn't realized it would actually affect me this much. But then, almost immediately, her expression changed, and she went into defensive mode. She said she thought it was no big deal and insisted that, as friends, we should be able to share without all these boundaries. She kept emphasizing that friends share things, especially close friends like us, and that I was overreacting. I didn't know how to respond to that. I tried to explain again that it wasn't about being unwilling to share, but about having respect for each other's personal stuff. I told her that just because we're friends doesn't mean everything should be free for the taking, especially things I specifically bought for myself. But no matter how I phrased it, she seemed to twist it around, making me feel like I was some uptight, selfish person for not wanting to share my things. We ended up going back and forth, and the conversation didn't go anywhere. She was convinced I was being unreasonable, and I was at a loss for how to make her see my side. I left feeling drained and more frustrated than before. It was like she was deliberately ignoring what I was saying just to make herself feel better about using my stuff. I realized I needed a new approach if I wanted this to end without constantly feeling uncomfortable or getting into more arguments. After thinking it over, I decided maybe a practical solution could help. I went to the store and bought her a whole set of skincare basics, nothing too fancy, but good enough to cover the essentials. I figured that if she had her own stuff, she wouldn't feel the need to touch mine. It wasn't cheap, but I was willing to spend the money if it meant avoiding more conflict. I brought the products home, left them on her shelf in the bathroom, and let her know they were hers to use however she wanted. At first, she didn't say much about it. She just gave me a sort of half-hearted thanks, like she wasn't really sure how to react. I thought, maybe this was the end of it. Maybe now she'd realize I was serious about keeping my stuff to myself and be happy with the products I got her. But even with her own set, I occasionally caught her eyeing my shelf or noticed she'd still use a bit of my stuff here and there. It wasn't as blatant, but it was enough to keep me on edge, wondering if I'd ever get through to her. The tension between us only grew worse. She started acting distant, barely speaking to me unless necessary, and sometimes giving me these looks that made me feel like I was the one in the wrong. I started questioning myself more, wondering if I'd been too harsh, or if I'd somehow made a big deal out of nothing. But every time I remembered how much those products cost, and how she'd ignored my boundaries, I knew it wasn't just me being dramatic. I just wanted a basic level of respect in our shared space, and it felt like she wasn't willing to give me that. Things reached a point where I almost regretted moving in together. It was such a weird feeling on one hand. This was my best friend, someone I trusted and thought I could rely on. But on the other, I felt like I didn't even know her anymore. Living with her was starting to feel like a constant test of patience, and I was getting tired of always being the one who had to accommodate her habits. I kept hoping she'd eventually see things my way, or at least try to understand where I was coming from. But as the days went by, it became clearer that she wasn't going to change. She was still using my stuff here and there, still ignoring the boundary I'd tried to set, and still acting like I was the one with the problem. I was beginning to wonder if this was just how things were going to be from now on, and if I could even handle that long term. Things were tense between us for a while. We barely spoke, and when we did, it felt forced, like we were two strangers trying to keep it civil. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that it would eventually blow over. She had her own skincare products now, so logically, there should have been no reason for her to use mine anymore. But, to my surprise, every so often, I'd still find something missing or used. It wasn't as frequent, but it was enough to bother me. I didn't know what to do. I had already bought her products to use, and I'd already had more than one conversation about my boundaries. I thought I'd made myself clear, but somehow it felt like I was talking to a wall. I considered bringing it up again, but after the last argument, I knew it would just go in circles. She'd twist it into me being unreasonable, and I'd end up feeling like the bad guy all over again. After a few more weeks of this weird standoff, I reached my breaking point. I came home one night, and I went to grab my moisturizer, only to find it nearly empty again. I felt this mix of anger, frustration, and just plain exhaustion. It wasn't about the skincare products themselves at this point. It was about the blatant disregard for something that mattered to me. I didn't want to live like this, constantly guarding my stuff in my own home. I decided to lock my skincare products in my room. It felt ridiculous, but I didn't see another choice. I put everything I cared about into a little box and brought it to my bedroom. Part of me felt like I was giving in, like I was the one being unreasonable by having to take these steps. But at this point, I just wanted my peace of mind back. I left her the set I'd bought her in the bathroom and moved on, hoping this would finally be the end of it. For a while, things actually seemed to improve. She didn't say anything about my products being gone, and I didn't bring it up. We settled into this quiet, distant routine, where we just coexisted without really interacting much. I didn't love it, but it was better than the constant tension. At least I didn't have to worry about my stuff being used anymore. But then one day, I noticed she'd started leaving her things all over the bathroom. Bottles, makeup, random stuff, it was everywhere. It felt like some weird retaliation, like she was trying to make a point or get back at me in some passive-aggressive way. I didn't say anything, though, because I knew that would just lead to another argument. I just tried to ignore it and kept my things in my room, hoping she'd eventually get over whatever grudge she seemed to be holding. After a few more weeks, she actually approached me. She asked me why I'd taken my stuff out of the bathroom and whether I thought she'd steal anything from me. I was caught off guard because I hadn't expected her to confront me about it. I told her, as calmly as I could, that I just wanted to avoid any misunderstandings and that keeping my products in my room was easier for me. I tried to keep it light, but I could tell she didn't like my response. She gave me this look and just walked away. And after that, things were even colder between us. Living together started to feel unbearable. Every little thing turned into a silent battle. She'd leave dishes unwashed, leave her things all over the common areas, and avoid me whenever she could. It felt like I was back in high school, dealing with petty drama instead of a mature conversation between two adults. I didn't know how to fix it, and honestly, part of me didn't even want to anymore. I was tired of trying to be the reasonable one, tired of constantly feeling like I was in the wrong for wanting basic respect for my stuff. Eventually, I started spending less time at the apartment. I'd go to the library or a friend's place just to avoid the weird, awkward atmosphere at home. The apartment, which had once felt like this cozy, safe space, was now a place I dreaded coming back to. It was like I was living with a stranger who just happened to know all my weaknesses. The whole situation left me feeling drained, mentally and emotionally. I began questioning everything. Was I really overreacting about my skincare? Was this boundary even worth all the tension it had caused? Or was I just dealing with someone who didn't respect me and my things? The longer this went on, the harder it became to tell if I was being fair, or if I was just holding on to something that didn't matter as much as I thought it did. Now I'm left wondering if I made the right choice by standing my ground, or if I should have just let it go for the sake of our friendship. Was I wrong for wanting my roommate to respect my personal belongings? Story 19. Am I wrong for refusing to babysit for my cousin who refused to help me when I needed it? I'm a 27-year-old guy juggling two jobs and trying to finish my studies on the side. Life is hectic, to say the least. I barely ever ask for help. In fact, The last time I can remember needing something from anyone was a while ago. When I was really in a pinch, I reached out to my cousin, let's call him Ryan, for a favor. It wasn't even a big one, just needed someone to cover for me for a few hours because of a scheduling conflict. But when I asked, Ryan brushed me off, saying he was too busy. Fine, I understood. People have their own lives. At the time, I felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. I'd always been there for my family, attending every gathering, helping out whenever someone needed a hand. But when I needed a little support, it seemed like that didn't matter. Ryan and I had grown up together, sharing countless family events, and it stung to realize he didn't think my situation was worth his time. But whatever. I moved on, or at least I tried. Fast forward to now. Out of nowhere, Ryan reaches out to me, asking if I could babysit his kid. Not only did he assume I'd say yes, but he didn't even ask if I was available, just said he needed me to watch the kid for a few hours because he had something going on. I was honestly stunned. It felt so casual, like he was completely ignoring the fact that he'd turned me down before when I was the one in a tough spot. I remember the day he called me. I was at work, managing my responsibilities while trying to squeeze in some study time during my break. When I saw Ryan's name pop up on my phone, my initial reaction was to ignore it. But I figured I might as well see what he wanted. I picked up, thinking maybe he was reaching out about something else. I was not prepared for the request that followed. Hey, man, I hope you're doing well. I've got a situation, can you watch my kid for a few hours? His tone was light, almost as if we were just chatting about nothing. I could hear the laughter of children in the background, making it clear that he was enjoying some family time while I was buried in work. What? When do you need me? I asked, trying to gauge how serious this was. Just for today, like 3 to 6. I have to run some errands, and I really need you to help out. You're always good with kids. I paused, processing this unexpected demand. Ryan, I have work. I can't just drop everything. I thought you were too busy to help me a while back when I needed it. There was a moment of silence. I could feel him shifting the conversation in his head, scrambling for a way to explain. It's different now. I really need you. It's amazing how quickly emotions can flare up. I felt my frustration boiling to the surface. You know what? No, I can't help you. I remember when I needed you, and you said you were busy. I hung up before he could respond. There was no point in trying to explain. I was angry, not just because he was asking me to do him a favor, but because he'd acted like my needs were insignificant in the past. Why was it that family only mattered when they needed something? I got back to work, but my mind kept circling back to that conversation. The more I thought about it, the angrier I felt. I'd never been one to hold grudges. In fact, I'm usually the one who tries to smooth things over. But this felt different. This felt like a pattern. When I finally finished my shift, I went home and tried to focus on my studies. But every time I opened my textbooks, my mind would drift back to Ryan and our conversation. I just couldn't shake the feeling that he was taking my time for granted, like I was simply a resource he could tap into whenever it suited him. As the evening wore on, I started getting texts from other family members, asking if I had talked to Ryan and why I hadn't agreed to babysit. They didn't seem to understand that it wasn't just about babysitting. It was about respect, and the fact that I'd asked him for help once, and he hadn't been there for me. I felt cornered, as if the entire family was aligning against me for simply wanting to stand my ground. Come on, it's just a few hours, one message read. He's family. You should help him out. I found myself staring at my phone, debating whether I should respond or just ignore them. It was like they didn't even want to acknowledge my feelings. All they could see was that Ryan needed help, and I was the one in the way. A few days passed, and the family pressure mounted. I continued to receive calls and messages. It seemed everyone had something to say. You need to be there for family, they insisted. You can't just ignore him because of a past mistake. It was exhausting. They were acting like I was the one who had wronged someone, when in reality, it was the other way around. I kept replaying that moment when I asked Ryan for help. I remembered how I felt vulnerable and stressed. The world had been weighing on me, and I thought maybe, just maybe, I could count on him. Instead, I felt dismissed and unimportant. As I sat there, buried in my own thoughts, I wondered how we got to this point. Had my family always been like this? Why did it feel like they could only see one side of the story? I wasn't a bad person for standing my ground. I didn't want to be resentful, but the more they pushed, the more I wanted to stand firm. The following weekend, I found myself at a family gathering. Of course, everyone was talking about Ryan and his kid. I could see Ryan across the room, laughing with his friends while I sat with my arms crossed, feeling isolated. It was a weird dynamic. Everyone seemed to be in agreement that I was in the wrong, and I was starting to feel like an outsider in my own family. One of my aunts came over, her eyes soft with concern. You know, dear, you should really think about this. Family is everything. You don't want to hold on to anger. I nodded, but inside, I was screaming. How could they not see my side? How could they keep ignoring the fact that I had been the one to reach out, only to be turned away? I tried to engage with the conversation, but the words felt hollow. I wanted to scream out my frustration, to tell everyone that it wasn't just about babysitting. It was about feeling like I mattered too. I didn't want to be the bigger person. I wanted respect. But instead, I just sat there, letting it all simmer inside me. As the evening progressed, I overheard Ryan boasting to a group about how he was just going to ask me again to babysit if I didn't come around. That was the moment it clicked for me. He really thought I had no choice, that I would just bend to family pressure because it was expected. I couldn't let that happen. I felt a mix of anger and sadness. I didn't want to be that guy who carried resentment, but I also knew I had to stick to my guns. I was tired of feeling like I had to prove my worth. I deserved better than that. The night ended with more of the same family members asking me to reconsider and Ryan's dismissive attitude towards my feelings. It was as if nothing mattered but his needs, and it was exhausting to be at the center of this chaos. I wanted to tell them that I wouldn't be pushed around, that I had boundaries that deserved to be respected. That night, I lay awake, my mind racing. I felt trapped in this situation, but I knew I had to make a stand. I had said no, and I had every right to feel justified in that decision. But the question lingered. How far was I willing to go to make my point? As I tried to drift off to sleep, one thought kept gnawing at me. I wasn't just refusing to babysit. I was standing up for myself. As the days passed, the pressure from my family only intensified. I was getting calls and messages from relatives, all of them seemingly in agreement that I was making a mistake by refusing to help Ryan. It felt like I was caught in a storm of family loyalty and expectations, and I was the only one standing against it. I had never been one to rock the boat, but this time felt different. I wasn't about to let anyone dismiss my feelings or my past experiences. I was still working 2 jobs and going to school, trying to maintain some semblance of a normal life amidst all this chaos. It was hard to concentrate on my studies when I knew my family was having conversations about me behind my back. I started to feel isolated, even from those who understood me best. The people I thought would have my back were instead reinforcing the narrative that I was being unreasonable. As I walked, I replayed the conversations I had with my family in my mind. They kept saying that family should help each other, as if my refusal was a personal betrayal. I couldn't understand why they thought my past experiences didn't matter. I had been there for them countless times, dropping everything to help out whenever they needed it. But when I was in trouble, it was a different story. That weekend, there was another family gathering. I was hesitant to go, but I knew avoiding it would just lead to more whispers and judgment. I arrived, and the atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. As soon as I walked in, I could feel the eyes on me. It was clear everyone was waiting for me to break the silence. I tried to engage in casual conversations, but the topic of Ryan came up almost immediately. One of my aunts, who had always been particularly opinionated, cornered me as I was grabbing a drink. "You know, you really should help your cousin. He's just trying to do what's best for his family," she said, her voice heavy with concern. I couldn't help but feel defensive. "He didn't think about what was best for me when I needed help," I replied, trying to keep my tone calm. My aunt shook her head, disappointment etched on her face. "It's not the same, and you know it. You're making a big deal out of nothing. It's just a few hours." "Is that all it is? Just a few hours?" I shot back, feeling the frustration bubbling inside me. "It's about respect. It's about acknowledging that I've been there for everyone else. And when it was my turn, I was dismissed." She sighed, clearly not getting it. "You're letting this go too far. Your family, and family should stick together." I felt exhausted by the conversation. I wasn't about to change my mind just because it was convenient for everyone else. After that encounter, I started to feel even more alienated. I kept hearing snippets of conversations where my family members discussed me and my refusal to babysit. It was like I was the topic of gossip, and it was eating away at me. A few days later, I got a message from Ryan, and I didn't want to open it. The thought of seeing his name sent a wave of annoyance through me. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked on the notification. He said he missed hanging out and wanted to get together for a drink. It felt incredibly disingenuous, especially considering how he had brushed me off before. Did he really think that just because he needed something, we could act like everything was normal? I didn't respond right away. I knew I had to think carefully about how I wanted to handle this. I could either let him waltz back into my life, as if nothing happened, or stand firm in my feelings. I opted for the latter. I didn't reply, and for the first time, I felt a sense of relief. I realized that I didn't owe him a response. A week later, there was a family event planned for my aunt's birthday. I was on the fence about going. Part of me wanted to avoid it altogether, but I also didn't want to seem like I was hiding from the family. I reluctantly decided to attend, thinking maybe it would ease some of the tension. When I got there, I immediately noticed the change in atmosphere. Everyone was talking about Ryan and his latest request. I felt my heart sink. The conversation shifted as I walked in, and I could tell they were all waiting to see how I would react. I tried to mingle, but it felt like everyone was just waiting for me to slip up. I overheard someone mention that Ryan was still planning to ask me to babysit again, as if my refusal was a mere bump in the road. I finally confronted Ryan directly. We were in the kitchen, and I decided it was time to address the elephant in the room. "So, are you planning to ask me again?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Ryan looked taken aback. "What do you mean?" "You know exactly what I mean. You keep expecting me to just jump at the chance to babysit your kid. It's not that simple for me, and I think you need to understand that." He shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting around as if looking for support from our family. "I thought you'd have a change of heart," he said quietly. "Why would I? You didn't have a change of heart when I needed help. Why should I just roll over and pretend like that didn't happen?" There was an awkward silence between us, and I could see that he was frustrated. He tried to defend himself, saying something about how life was different for him, now that he had a child. But I cut him off. You think just because you have a kid, it changes everything? I'm busy too. My life didn't pause because you decided to start a family. I left him standing there, my heart racing. I felt like I had finally said what needed to be said. But as I walked away, I also felt a familiar wave of guilt. Was I being too harsh? Was I ruining family ties over a past incident? Later that evening, my family members gathered around, and the mood had shifted. It was clear they were talking about me again, judging me for standing my ground. I could see the looks exchanged between them, the way they conspired quietly, whispering about how I should have acted differently. I started to feel overwhelmed again. It wasn't just about Ryan anymore. It was about my whole family and their expectations. It felt suffocating. I had always been the reliable one, the family member everyone could count on. But now it felt like my loyalty was being used against me. As I sat there, nursing my drink and watching the interactions around me, I realized that this was bigger than just babysitting. It was about boundaries, respect, and the realization that sometimes family doesn't mean unconditional support. It can also mean that you have to stand up for yourself, even if it feels uncomfortable. The night dragged on, and I started to feel even more isolated. Conversations continued around me, but I was checked out. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was in a different world from everyone else. My family was expecting me to bend to their will, to ignore the past because it was convenient. By the time I left the gathering, I was mentally exhausted. I had a lot on my plate, and I didn't need this added stress. I got into my car, still replaying the conversations I had overheard. It was as if my family had turned into a force that pushed against my convictions, and I didn't know how long I could hold out against it. As I drove home, I felt a mix of anger and sadness. I was frustrated with Ryan for assuming I would always be there for him and disappointed in my family for not understanding where I was coming from. This wasn't just about babysitting. It was about feeling valued, and right now, I felt anything but. When I got home, I sat on my couch and tried to process everything. I knew I had to stand firm, but I also didn't want to be the family member everyone resented. The thought of being ostracized weighed heavily on me, but I also knew that compromising my feelings to keep the peace wasn't the answer. I thought about what my next move would be. Did I need to have another conversation with Ryan? Should I just keep avoiding him? It was clear that this wasn't going to end easily. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I needed to confront not just Ryan, but the whole family dynamic. I was tired of being pushed around, and I couldn't let them make me feel guilty for wanting to prioritize myself. It was time to find a resolution, but I knew it wouldn't be straightforward. I had to figure out a way to communicate my feelings effectively while still holding on to my boundaries. I didn't want to walk away from my family entirely, but I also couldn't keep allowing them to dismiss my feelings. The next day, I decided to reach out to Ryan again. I figured I could either let this fester or address it head on. I sent him a text, asking if we could meet up to talk. I needed to clear the air, even if it was uncomfortable. I wasn't sure what would come of it, but I knew I couldn't keep going like this. It was time to take control of the situation. I finally mustered the courage to reach out to Ryan again. It was a mix of anxiety and determination that fueled my decision. I wanted to clear the air, but I was also unsure how he would react. I sent him a text suggesting we meet up for a coffee. To my surprise, he responded almost immediately, saying he'd love to. We set a time for the weekend, and I spent the days leading up to it feeling a cocktail of nerves and anticipation. As the day approached, I replayed our previous conversations in my head. I wanted to make sure I was clear about my feelings without coming off as overly confrontational. I didn't want to lose my cool, but I also needed to assert myself. I reminded myself that I wasn't asking for much, just acknowledgement of my past experiences and the space to say no. When the weekend came, I arrived at the cafe a little early to gather my thoughts. The ambience was casual, a stark contrast to the tension I felt inside. I ordered a coffee and found a quiet table in the corner, hoping for a moment of calm before diving into what I knew would be a tough conversation. Ryan showed up right on time, looking casual in jeans and a t-shirt. He smiled and waved as he approached, but I could sense a hint of apprehension in his demeanor. I tried to mirror his smile, but inside I was anxious about how this meeting would unfold. We exchanged some small talk about work and life before I knew I had to steer the conversation to the real issue at hand. "Thanks for meeting up with me," I said, taking a sip of my coffee. "I wanted to talk about what's been going on between us." He nodded, a serious look crossing his face. "Yeah, I figured we should. Things have been tense, and I didn't want that. Right? I think it's important for me to express how I feel. When I reached out to you for help before, it really hurt when you didn't come through for me. Now, it feels like you expect me to drop everything for you because you need a babysitter. That doesn't feel fair." Ryan shifted in his seat, his expression thoughtful. "I get that. I didn't mean to dismiss you back then. Life was just really busy for me. But now that I have a kid, everything's changed, and I guess I assumed you'd understand that." "I do understand that, but it goes both ways. I need support too. I've always been there for everyone in the family, but it feels like that's one-sided sometimes." I could see the wheels turning in his head. I wasn't sure if he truly grasped my perspective, but I pressed on. "I just want us to be on the same page. I don't want to be the family member who's taken for granted." He sighed, clearly wrestling with his thoughts. "I never meant for it to be that way. I see now that I've taken your support for granted. I guess I assumed you'd always be there." The conversation wasn't easy, but there was a sense of relief in addressing the elephant in the room. We spent the next hour going back and forth about our feelings, and I could sense that Ryan was genuinely trying to understand where I was coming from. It felt like we were finally making progress. Eventually, he mentioned that he'd thought about our earlier conversations and acknowledged how his previous behavior may have hurt me. "I want to do better, but I also need help sometimes. I guess I never realized how that looked from your side." I appreciated his honesty, but I still felt a lingering frustration. "I think we both need to remember that family should be a two-way street. It's about supporting each other, not just when it's convenient." As the conversation continued, I could see that Ryan was genuinely remorseful. It was refreshing to hear him acknowledge the imbalance in our relationship. For the first time, I felt like my voice was being heard. But even with this newfound clarity, I knew the situation wouldn't resolve itself overnight. After our discussion, we parted ways feeling a bit lighter. It was a small victory, but I knew it wouldn't be the end of my struggles with family dynamics. The real test would be whether this conversation would lead to any meaningful changes, or if we would fall back into old patterns. In the days that followed, I kept thinking about what had transpired. I wasn't ready to babysit Ryan's kid yet, but I felt more empowered to stand my ground. I decided to take my time and see how things played out. However, it didn't take long for family pressure to ramp back up. A few days after our coffee chat, I received another group message from my relatives, this time with everyone chiming in, pushing me to reconsider my position. It was frustrating to see them all come together in support of Ryan while ignoring my feelings. Despite how far I'd come in my conversation with Ryan, the outside pressures made me feel like I was back at square one. I wanted to scream, to tell them that this was about more than just babysitting. It was about respect and recognition of each other's struggles. Instead, I chose to remain calm and composed. I responded to the group message, explaining my feelings again, but it felt like I was talking to a wall. They simply didn't get it. The more I tried to express myself, the more they pushed back. They acted as if I was the selfish one for not stepping up, and it felt isolating. Every day that passed felt like a battle. I'd be at work, trying to concentrate, and all I could think about was how to navigate this family tension. I felt like I was fighting an uphill battle, and each time I explained my position, it seemed to fall on deaf ears. Eventually, I decided to take a step back from family gatherings. I didn't want to keep putting myself in situations where I felt attacked for my feelings. It was a difficult choice, but I knew I had to prioritize my mental well-being. I started to focus more on my work and studies, immersing myself in tasks that brought me some semblance of peace. As weeks went by, I was still getting pressure from family to help Ryan out, but I was more resolute than ever. I had set a boundary, and I intended to stick to it. However, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Was I being too hard on them? Was I making a bigger deal out of this than necessary? Then came the moment I had been dreading. My family organized a big gathering for the holidays, and everyone was expected to attend. I knew Ryan would be there, and I wasn't sure how I would feel seeing him face to face after our last conversation. The night of the gathering arrived, and I walked into the room filled with laughter and chatter. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits, but I felt an underlying tension as I made my way through the crowd. It was like a dark cloud hanging over me, knowing that my refusal to babysit would be a topic of conversation. Ryan spotted me first and approached with a friendly smile. "Hey, I'm glad you could make it." "Yeah, thanks," I said, trying to sound casual. We exchanged some small talk, and I could sense a shift in his demeanor. It was as if he was trying to gauge how I felt about everything. I wasn't ready to engage in a deep discussion right then, so I kept things light, but I could see the curiosity in his eyes. As the night progressed, it became apparent that my family was still trying to get under my skin about babysitting. It felt like every few minutes, someone would bring it up in passing, hoping I'd change my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling of being cornered, and it was exhausting. At one point, one of my cousins joked about how easy it would be to just help out, saying, "It's just a few hours. What's the big deal?" It was like they weren't even considering my side of the story. I could feel the frustration bubbling up inside me again. I took a deep breath, reminding myself of the boundaries I had set. I wanted to say something to clarify my feelings, but I also didn't want to make a scene at a family gathering. Instead, I chose to stay quiet, hoping the conversation would shift elsewhere. Eventually, I found a moment to slip away from the main crowd and stepped outside for some fresh air. It was a chilly night, and I leaned against the railing, trying to collect my thoughts. I was feeling overwhelmed, and the constant pressure to conform to family expectations was exhausting. Just then, my sister came out to join me. She had always been the one to understand my perspective better than anyone else in the family. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked, her tone genuine. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "Not really. I just feel like I'm being pulled in a million directions. Everyone expects me to just help Ryan out, without acknowledging how I feel about it. I get it. You've always been the one to help, and it's frustrating that they don't see how it affects you," she said. "But maybe you could find a way to express that without causing more tension." I appreciated her support, but I also felt stuck. It was as if I was in a loop, trying to navigate family loyalty while maintaining my own boundaries. I didn't want to continue feeling like the outsider, but I also didn't want to sacrifice my needs to appease everyone else. As we talked, I felt a sense of relief. Sometimes just sharing your feelings with someone who understands can help alleviate the pressure. But I also knew that this wasn't going to go away easily. When I finally rejoined the gathering, I found Ryan again. We locked eyes, and for a brief moment, it felt like we understood each other on a different level. But the conversation never deepened. We were both swept back into the chaos of family interactions. The night wound down, and as I headed out, I felt a strange mix of emotions. I was relieved to have made it through, but I also knew this conflict was far from over. I had managed to assert my boundaries, but I was aware that the family dynamic would not change overnight. As I walked to my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had more to figure out. This was just the beginning of a longer journey of establishing my needs within my family. I was determined to not let this go, to continue pushing for a balance in my relationships. In the weeks that followed, I reflected more on my family dynamics. I had conversations with my sister and a couple of other relatives who seemed to get it. I realized I would need to be consistent in expressing my needs. It would take time, and I had to prepare myself for pushback. But I was ready to take that on. The question remained: how far would I go to protect my boundaries while still trying to maintain family ties? Story 20. Am I wrong for not wanting my partner's friend to stay with us long term? I, a 33-year-old graphic designer, have always valued my personal space. I live with my partner, Jake, who is 35, in a small apartment that we've managed to make our own over the past 3 years. It's cozy and filled with our little quirks, but it's definitely not spacious enough for 3 adults. That's why when Jake came home one evening, looking worried and troubled, I had no idea that my comfortable little world was about to change drastically. Jake explained that his friend Mark had just gone through a brutal breakup. I could see the concern etched on Jake's face as he recounted how Mark was devastated, feeling lost and homeless. It tugged at my heartstrings. I understood what it meant to go through a tough breakup. It can feel like the ground is pulled out from under you. But as I listened to Jake, I couldn't help but think of the logistics. Our apartment isn't designed for additional occupants, and I barely had enough room for myself, let alone for someone else. Despite my reservations, I found myself saying yes when Jake asked if we could let Mark crash with us for a short while. I thought it would be just a couple of weeks at most, a temporary fix until Mark got back on his feet. I figured I could handle it. How hard could it be? Little did I know that I was about to open a Pandora's box that would test our relationship and my patience. Mark moved in the very next day. He arrived with a few bags, looking more like a lost puppy than a grown man. I tried to be welcoming and supportive, reminding myself that he was going through a rough time. But the moment he started unpacking his things, my anxiety began to spike. His belongings were sprawled out all over our common areas. The living room, which used to be a cozy spot for Jake and me to unwind, was cluttered with Mark's stuff. It felt like my space was slowly disappearing. As the days turned into a week, I started to feel increasingly suffocated. Mark seemed to settle in without any urgency to find his own place. I felt a mix of frustration and guilt every time I glanced at the pile of his things. I wanted to tell Jake how uncomfortable I was, but I didn't want to sound heartless. After all, his friend was in need. I wrestled with these feelings, trying to keep my emotions in check. I tried to engage Mark in small talk during dinners, but it felt forced. Jake was overly sympathetic, often taking Mark's side in conversations. It felt like I was the outsider in my own home. Every time I brought up the idea of a timeline for Mark's stay, Jake would brush it off, saying that Mark needed time to heal. The longer this went on, the more my frustration brewed beneath the surface. Finally, after nearly 2 weeks, I snapped. I couldn't hold back anymore. One evening, as we all sat down for dinner, I brought it up again. I stated clearly that while I understood Mark needed help, it was crucial to set some boundaries. Mark glanced at Jake, clearly uncomfortable. I could see the tension building in the room. Jake's face fell, and he immediately defended Mark, accusing me of being unsupportive. It felt like a punch to the gut. The argument that followed was heated and emotional. I felt like I was fighting for my home, while Jake was fighting for his friend. I tried to explain my side calmly, but my voice cracked as I spoke, and the tears began to flow. I didn't want to cry, but the pressure had been building for so long. It felt like I was in a tug of war, with my sanity on one end and Jake's loyalty to Mark on the other. When I asked Jake if we could agree on a timeline for Mark's stay, he grew defensive. He said that it was unfair to put a limit on someone's pain. I felt like my needs were being completely disregarded, and that hurt more than I expected. We went back and forth, but the conversation went nowhere. I could see Mark fidgeting at the table, clearly caught in the crossfire. After that dinner, things changed. There was a palpable tension in the air. Jake and I avoided each other for the rest of the night, and I spent hours tossing and turning in bed. I wanted to be there for my partner, but I also needed to take care of myself. It felt like I was losing both my home and my relationship. The next morning, Jake left for work without saying goodbye, and I felt a knot form in my stomach. Days passed, and nothing improved. Mark continued to linger, making himself more comfortable in our shared spaces. I found myself getting increasingly resentful. I started to notice things that had never bothered me before, like the way he left the kitchen a mess after cooking, or how he always seemed to take the last of the snacks without asking. Each small annoyance felt like a nail in the coffin of my patience. I wanted to talk to Jake again, to find some middle ground, but every time I tried, it ended in another argument. He couldn't see how much I was struggling, and I couldn't understand why he wasn't more concerned about my feelings. My frustration began to manifest in other areas of my life. I felt distracted at work, and my creativity was suffering. I started to dread coming home after long days. One evening, as I was cleaning up after dinner, I overheard Mark on the phone in the living room. He was talking to someone about how grateful he was for the hospitality he received from Jake and me. I felt a surge of irritation. Did he really think he was being gracious? I wanted to scream that this was not hospitality. This was my life being invaded. Eventually, I decided to confront Jake again. I couldn't let it go on like this, but I was terrified of how he would react. When I finally mustered the courage to bring it up, Jake seemed distant. He brushed off my concerns again, saying that Mark was still processing his breakup and needed time. I felt my blood boil. I was at a breaking point, and I realized that I needed to be more assertive. I finally asked Jake directly if he thought Mark would be looking for a new place anytime soon. Jake hesitated before saying that he was unsure. This was the moment when I realized that I could no longer play the supporting role while my needs were being ignored. I felt a wave of desperation wash over me as I fought to articulate my feelings. As I looked into Jake's eyes, I could see a mix of love and confusion. He genuinely wanted to help his friend, but I needed him to see my perspective too. This was not just about Mark. It was about our relationship, our home, and my mental well-being. But every time I brought it up, it felt like I was pushing him away instead of bringing us closer. After another sleepless night filled with anxiety, I decided to take a different approach. I made a list of my feelings and concerns, hoping that writing them down would help me articulate them better when I spoke to Jake next. I highlighted the need for personal space, the discomfort I felt with Mark's extended stay, and the impact it was having on my mental health. When I shared my list with Jake, I could tell he was taken aback. He read it quietly, his expression shifting from confusion to realization. I thought we were finally making progress, but then he sighed and said that he didn't want to put a time limit on Mark's healing. My heart sank again. I felt trapped in a situation where my needs were constantly being dismissed. Mark had become a permanent fixture in our lives, and I feared that if I didn't speak up now, he would become part of our home indefinitely. The thought made me feel suffocated. I realized I was fighting a battle, not just for my space, but for my relationship too. As the days dragged on, I could sense a growing distance between Jake and me. It was like we were on opposite sides of a wall, with Mark stuck in the middle. I needed to decide how to navigate this situation without sacrificing my own happiness or my relationship with Jake. Finally, one day, after coming home from work, I found Mark sitting on the couch with an air of nonchalance that sent me over the edge. I walked straight to the kitchen to grab a glass of water, trying to compose myself. My frustration boiled over when I returned to find Jake and Mark deep in conversation, completely ignoring my presence. I felt the urge to scream, but instead, I took a deep breath and reminded myself that I needed to approach this situation calmly. I sat down across from them, forcing a smile, but I could feel my heart racing. I knew I had to set boundaries now or risk losing everything I held dear. I started to express how I felt, hoping that this time Jake would truly listen. But as I spoke, I could see the familiar defensive look creeping onto his face. Just when I thought I was getting through, he shifted back into that protective mode from Mark. I felt like I was drowning in a sea of frustration, and as Mark looked back at me with a blank expression, I realized I was on my own in this fight. The tension in our apartment was palpable, and I knew we were at a tipping point. I had to figure out what came next, but deep down, I was scared that I might have to choose between my relationship with Jake and my need for a peaceful home. And as I faced the uncertainty of what lay ahead, I could feel the walls closing in around me. As the days turned into weeks, I felt my frustration grow deeper. Mark continued to inhabit our space, and the initial sympathy I felt for his situation began to dwindle. Every morning, I would wake up and remind myself that I had to share my home with someone who didn't respect the boundaries I so desperately needed. I felt a pit in my stomach each time I heard the sound of his voice echoing through the apartment. I had hoped that my discussions with Jake would lead to some compromise, but instead, every conversation seemed to push us further apart. Jake would insist that Mark needed more time to heal, and while I understood the sentiment, I couldn't help but feel like my needs were being swept under the rug. I felt like I was living with two people, my partner and a stranger who was becoming far too comfortable in our shared space. Mark had taken to using our living room as his personal domain. He'd set up his laptop on our coffee table, cluttered with his belongings, and would spend hours on video calls with friends and family. It felt like I was living in a revolving door of conversations that didn't include me. I tried to stay out of the way, but it was impossible to ignore. My living room had transformed from a cozy retreat into a workspace for someone I barely knew. After yet another long day at work, I returned home, exhausted and drained. I had hoped to find Jake home, maybe to unwind together, but instead, I found Mark sprawled out on the couch, scrolling through his phone. I stood there for a moment, feeling the weight of annoyance settle on my chest. I couldn't even make it to the kitchen without feeling like I was interrupting his downtime. I forced a smile, even though it felt like a chore at that point. I tried to be friendly and asked Mark how his day had been. He responded with a casual shrug and returned to his phone. I turned away, feeling the familiar sting of resentment wash over me. This wasn't how I envisioned my home life. It was exhausting pretending everything was fine, while internally I was spiraling. That night, I decided to talk to Jake again. I needed him to see how serious this was becoming for me. I hoped that maybe if I could just lay out the facts clearly, he'd understand. As I prepared dinner, I could feel the tension building in my chest. I wanted to be calm and rational, but the emotions were boiling under the surface. When Jake finally came home, I waited for a moment when we could talk privately. I didn't want Mark to overhear. I started by expressing how I felt overwhelmed by the lack of space and the invasion of privacy. I told Jake that it felt like we were living in a shared dormitory rather than a home. Jake listened, but his expression told me he was already preparing his defense for Mark. He tried to explain Mark's situation, how he felt guilty for leaving him to fend for himself after the breakup. I understood that Jake wanted to be a good friend, but I couldn't help but feel that his loyalty was overshadowing our needs as a couple. I pressed harder, asking if we could agree on a timeline for Mark's stay. I was ready to compromise. I suggested maybe another 2 weeks as a final deadline. But Jake resisted, saying that it wasn't fair to impose a time limit on someone who was struggling. The argument escalated quickly. I felt my frustration rise as Jake insisted that I was being selfish for not wanting to help a friend in need. I felt attacked and alone in my feelings. It was as if my concerns didn't matter at all, and that made me feel trapped. We ended up in a stalemate, with Jake retreating to his work desk and me storming off to our bedroom, feeling completely defeated. The next few days felt like a blur of tension and silent treatments. I tried to act normal, but every time I passed by Mark, I felt a mix of annoyance and resentment. It was exhausting. I started avoiding the living room altogether, choosing to retreat to our bedroom whenever I could. Jake seemed oblivious to the growing chasm between us, engrossed in his routine of supporting Mark. One afternoon, as I was working from home, I overheard Mark and Jake laughing together in the living room. I felt a wave of bitterness wash over me. How could they be so carefree when I was drowning in frustration? It was a stark reminder of how isolated I felt. I wanted to be part of the laughter, but instead, I felt like an outsider in my own home. Finally, after a week of this emotional roller coaster, I decided I couldn't keep ignoring my feelings. I needed to speak up again, and I had to be direct. I called Jake into our bedroom, hoping to create a safe space for a real conversation. I needed him to understand that this wasn't just about Mark. It was about us and our relationship. I began by explaining how I had tried to be supportive, but felt increasingly resentful. I detailed how Mark's presence was affecting my mental health and our relationship. I pointed out that it was important to have boundaries, not just for Mark's sake, but for ours too. I expressed my love for Jake, but I couldn't continue living like this. I needed him to take my feelings seriously. As I spoke, I could see the realization dawning on his face. Jake finally began to see my perspective. He admitted that he had been so focused on helping Mark that he hadn't considered how it was affecting me. For the first time, it felt like we were having an honest conversation. We discussed possible solutions, and I suggested that perhaps Mark could stay with us for a few more days, but needed to start looking for a place immediately. I emphasized that I didn't want to push him out in a harsh way. I just wanted him to take the next steps towards independence. Jake nodded, seeming to agree. After our talk, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. It seemed like we were finally on the same page. But my relief was short-lived. The next morning, I woke up to find Mark casually sipping coffee in our living room, looking completely at ease. I felt the frustration bubbling back to the surface. Had Jake said anything to him? Did Mark even know that I had expressed my feelings about his extended stay? As I walked into the kitchen, I could feel the tension reemerging. Mark flashed a smile and asked about my plans for the day. I replied with a curt, "Just work," and turned my back to him, trying to focus on making breakfast. My heart raced as I thought about how I needed to approach this situation again. Later that evening, I asked Jake if he had talked to Mark. He looked surprised and said he hadn't gotten around to it yet. I felt a surge of frustration. How could he let this drag on when we had just discussed it? I tried to remain calm, but I was beginning to feel like I was losing control of the situation again. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our apartment became increasingly tense. I felt like I was caught in the middle of a situation that I couldn't control. I wanted to make it clear to Mark that I didn't want him here long term, but I also didn't want to hurt his feelings. I started to plan how I could approach him without sounding harsh or unsympathetic. I decided that I needed to speak with Mark directly. One evening, when Jake was at work, I gathered my thoughts and approached Mark as he was finishing dinner. I started by acknowledging that he was going through a tough time, and that I understood it was hard to transition after a breakup. I tried to sound supportive while gently expressing my need for him to start thinking about finding a place of his own. Mark listened, but then countered by saying he was still processing everything. He had mentioned that he was grateful to have a roof over his head, and that he felt he didn't want to rush into anything. I nodded, feeling the familiar knot in my stomach tighten. His words made me feel guilty for wanting him to leave. I didn't want to sound unsupportive, but I needed him to understand my point of view. As I spoke, I noticed a change in Mark's demeanor. He seemed more defensive, and I could see that my attempt at a gentle conversation was falling flat. The more I talked, the more I felt like I was pushing him away. I quickly realized I had to tread carefully, or I would risk making things worse. The next few days turned into a blur of awkward interactions. Mark would hang out in the living room, while I kept to myself in our bedroom. The distance between Jake and me grew as he continued to prioritize Mark's feelings over our own relationship. It felt like I was fighting a losing battle, and I started to wonder if things would ever return to normal. Then one afternoon, I came home from work to find Mark sprawled out on the couch, flipping through channels on TV. I felt a pang of annoyance, but I pushed it down, reminding myself that he was still adjusting. I tried to make small talk, but the conversation felt forced, and I soon retreated to the bedroom. As I sat on the bed, I heard Mark talking to Jake in the other room, laughing and joking. It struck me how comfortable he had become, while I felt like I was fading into the background. I decided that I needed to have one last serious conversation with Jake about how this was affecting me and our relationship. That evening, I took a deep breath and approached Jake again. I tried to stay calm, but I could feel the urgency in my voice as I expressed that the situation was becoming unbearable. I explained that while I understood the need for compassion towards Mark, I felt like I was losing my partner in the process. Jake listened, and for a moment, I thought we might reach a breakthrough again. But as I laid out my feelings, I could see Jake retreating once more. He seemed torn between his loyalty to Mark and his love for me. He kept insisting that I was being harsh, that I should be more understanding of Mark's situation. I felt a sense of hopelessness wash over me. How could he not see my perspective? As we went back and forth, I felt the familiar frustration boiling over. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was fighting not just for my space, but for our relationship. Just when I thought we were getting somewhere, Jake would retreat back into defending Mark. The arguments seemed endless, and I felt emotionally drained. Finally, after one particularly tense evening, I realized I needed a plan. I decided to give Jake one last chance to understand where I was coming from. I wrote down my feelings again, focusing on the importance of boundaries and our need for privacy. I wanted to make it clear that this wasn't just about Mark. It was about our home and our relationship. When I presented my thoughts to Jake the next day, he seemed more receptive. He acknowledged that he hadn't realized how much this was impacting me. For a brief moment, I felt hopeful again. But when I asked him to talk to Mark about the need for him to start looking for a new place, Jake hesitated. He said he didn't want to hurt Mark's feelings, and that struck a chord deep within me. I felt like I was at an impasse. I had laid out my concerns clearly, but Jake still seemed hesitant to take action. I could see the conflict in his eyes, and I understood he didn't want to be the bad guy. But at the same time, I couldn't continue living in this limbo. The following weeks were a blur of tension, with little change in Mark's situation. Jake and I seemed to be on a constant roller coaster of emotions, and I found myself spiraling further into frustration. I needed to find a way to communicate my feelings without pushing Jake away completely. As time passed, I could feel the weight of our unresolved issues pressing down on me. I began to wonder if this was something I could continue to endure. Mark's presence was suffocating, and I needed to find a way to regain control of my life and my home. It felt like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, unsure of whether to leap or retreat. And as the days turned into weeks, the tension in our home reached a breaking point. I knew something had to give, and soon. After weeks of mounting tension, the situation finally reached a breaking point. I could feel the anxiety coursing through me as I woke up one morning, the sun barely breaking through the clouds outside. I glanced over at Jake, still asleep beside me, and felt a wave of frustration wash over me. It was no longer just Mark living in our space. It felt like our relationship was under siege. For weeks, I had tried to navigate the emotional turmoil of sharing our home with someone who seemed to have no plans of leaving. I spent my days at work, trying to distract myself, and my evenings hiding away in the bedroom, trying to avoid the uncomfortable reality of our living situation. But every time I came home, the reality hit me hard. Mark was there, making himself too comfortable in what was supposed to be our sanctuary. It was a Saturday, and I decided that I couldn't spend another day feeling trapped in my own home. I needed to take action. I had spent countless hours thinking about how to approach Jake and Mark again, but it always ended up in the same cycle of defensive reactions and hurt feelings. I decided it was time to lay everything out clearly and firmly, without any hesitation. As Jake awoke, I could see the sleep still in his eyes, but I knew I had to have this conversation now. I took a deep breath and sat up in bed, looking straight at him. I told him that I needed to talk about Mark again, and that I could no longer ignore how his presence was affecting me. I started to express my feelings, emphasizing that I felt like I was losing my partner and my home. I said that it wasn't just about needing personal space. It was about our relationship and our future together. I felt a sense of urgency as I spoke, hoping that this time he would understand how serious this was. Jake listened, but as soon as I mentioned Mark's need to leave, I saw that familiar look of defensiveness return. He countered with the same arguments he had before, reminding me how difficult things were for Mark and how he didn't want to abandon him in a time of need. I felt my heart sink. It was like I was speaking a different language. Frustrated, I told him that helping a friend shouldn't come at the expense of our happiness. I reminded him that we had been together long enough to know that boundaries were essential for any relationship to thrive. I needed him to recognize that this situation was affecting not just me, but us as a couple. After a long, tense silence, Jake finally said he would talk to Mark about finding a new place. I felt a flicker of hope, but it quickly dimmed as he added that it would take time. I wanted to scream. I felt like I was constantly being told to be patient, but how much longer could I wait? The rest of that weekend passed in a blur. I was on edge, waiting for Jake to approach Mark. I could sense the discomfort in the apartment. Mark would glance at me as I walked past, and I could see that he was aware of the tension. But there was no acknowledgement from either Jake or Mark about the elephant in the room. Finally, on Sunday evening, Jake sat me down. He seemed nervous, and I could tell he had finally talked to Mark. As he opened his mouth to speak, I felt my heart race. Would he finally take a stand for our relationship? He told me that Mark was hurt by the suggestion of leaving, but understood that he needed to find a new place eventually. I felt relief mixed with uncertainty. Mark was still staying with us, and I could feel my patience wearing thin. Jake said Mark was going to start looking for apartments, but he didn't give a timeline. I was left with that familiar sense of frustration. How long would it really take? That week dragged on, and I noticed little changes. Mark would occasionally mention looking at places, but would also casually say how hard it was to find something affordable. I felt my frustration returning, as I realized Mark was still not taking the urgency of his situation seriously. I tried to talk to Jake about it again, but he seemed to be in denial, wanting to protect Mark at all costs. It felt like I was losing my voice in this entire situation. I began to withdraw again, spending more time in my bedroom while Mark and Jake chatted and watched TV together. I couldn't help but feel like the outsider in my own home. Days turned into weeks, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was living in limbo. Every conversation felt like a step backward. I felt a sense of impending doom. If things didn't change soon, I worried about the future of our relationship. Jake and I had always had good communication, but it felt like every time I opened up, we ended up in the same exhausting cycle. Then, one evening, everything came to a head. I came home after a long day at work, mentally prepared for another uncomfortable evening. I walked into the living room to find Jake and Mark laughing and joking. It felt like a slap in the face. I stood frozen in the doorway, my heart racing as I processed the scene before me. In that moment, I decided I could no longer remain silent. I took a deep breath and walked into the room, ready to confront both of them. I had to make it clear that this situation was unacceptable. I expressed how their laughter stung, how it felt like my feelings were being dismissed, while Mark continued to take over our lives. Jake's face fell, and I could see the realization dawning on him. I told him that I couldn't continue living in this state of tension. I needed to reclaim my home and my relationship. Mark looked taken aback, clearly uncomfortable with the confrontation. I didn't care. I needed to make my feelings known. The argument that followed was intense. Jake accused me of being unsympathetic again, but I pushed back, insisting that I wasn't being harsh. I was trying to protect our home. I felt empowered to finally speak my truth, but it didn't feel good. It felt like I was fighting to keep everything I cared about intact. As the argument escalated, I finally reached my breaking point. I told Jake that if Mark didn't have a plan to move out soon, I would need to reconsider whether I could stay in a relationship where my needs weren't being prioritized. I hated having to say that, but it felt like the only way to get through to him. The silence that followed was deafening. I could feel the air thick with tension. I watched as Jake's expression shifted from anger to confusion and then to sadness. He didn't respond right away, and I could see the internal battle he was fighting. I felt a mix of fear and hope, unsure of what would come next. Jake finally spoke, and his voice was quieter this time. He told me that he didn't realize how serious I was about needing change. He said he would talk to Mark again, really this time, and would help him find a place. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, but I also knew that this was not the end of the conversation. I needed to see real action, and I hoped that Jake would follow through this time. As the days went by, I kept a close eye on the situation. I waited for Jake to take the necessary steps, but as the weekend approached, I began to doubt whether anything would change. I was on high alert, feeling anxious every time I walked into the living room. Mark continued to act as if everything was normal, and I felt increasingly isolated. Finally, after several more days of tension, Jake sat me down again. He told me that he had a plan, and that he would talk to Mark that evening. My heart raced at the thought of finally getting a resolution, but I also felt a pang of fear. What if things didn't go the way I hoped? That evening, I stayed in the bedroom, trying to calm my nerves. I could hear voices in the living room, and my heart pounded as I anxiously awaited the outcome of the conversation. I wanted to believe that Jake would advocate for our relationship, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that lingered in the back of my mind. After what felt like an eternity, Jake finally entered our bedroom. I looked up, searching his face for any signs of what had happened. He sat down beside me, looking weary. I could tell that the conversation had taken a toll on him. Jake explained that he had talked to Mark about the need to find a new place, and that he had offered to help him search for options. But he also shared that Mark had become defensive, claiming he wasn't ready to move out, and that he felt unwelcome. My heart sank. It felt like all our efforts were unraveling before my eyes. I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and sadness. I had hoped this conversation would lead to positive changes, but it seemed like we were right back where we started. I didn't want to fight anymore, but I was losing my grip on the situation. Jake reassured me that he would keep trying to help Mark, but I couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. I felt like I was caught in a tug of war between my needs and Mark's unwillingness to leave. I wanted to be understanding, but I also felt the walls closing in around me. That night, as I lay in bed, I wondered if I had the strength to keep fighting. I loved Jake, but I couldn't ignore how this situation was impacting my mental health. I knew I had to make a choice. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt a sense of resolve. I needed to figure out how to reclaim my space and my relationship. The path ahead was unclear, and I knew there would be more challenges to face, but I was determined to find a way to take back control of my life. And so, as I lay there, a question lingered in my mind. How far would I have to go to protect my relationship and my home?